X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? We feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You see now, watch me right now, punch your things now. Show you how.
Well. Hey there, everybody. How you all doing today? Welcome back to the Xander stream. Hey everybody, what's up Rayman Bell? Certainty, good to see you. Gotskato, good to see you again. Cuddlesworth Guapo, hello there. Subway, how are you? Cobalt Swiftpaw, love seeing you, good to see you again. Witch Night Melody, hello there. I Lizzie, how are you? Heavy Gretel, good to see you again. Geeky Lesbian, welcome back. Arcadia, hello. Wingo and Razza Triton, how are you? Ada Lovelace, how are you? What's up? The Not So Alone MiG-29, what's up? Axolotls with Cream, good to see you. A Symbolic Symbol, how are you? The Big NB, good to see you. The Midnight Kitty Boy, love having you here. I Curry, what is up? Boy Leo 19, good to see you. Hello. Howdy, howdy. Razza Triton, what's up? I missed Minecon. Yes, I did. I missed Minecon Live. The first time ever I missed Minecon Live. I'm actually kind of disappointed in myself, but in my defense, I was up pretty late, alright? I was helping Vosh build his new computer, and then I showed him submarines, and it just so happens we have a mutual autistic hyperfixation with small, like, convenient submersible vehicles, and so he ended up talking about that for a while, and I watched that because, you know, I love submarines too. And by then I was up so late. By the time I passed out, there was no waking me up in time for Minecon. I'm sorry, guys. What won, though? What mob won? It better have been the Sniffer. Please tell me the Sniffer won. The Sniffer won? Good. I feel like the Sniffer had like a pretty solid... I feel like the Sniffer had a pretty solid sweep to win. Like, think about it like this. All the other mobs they showed off were useless, and they weren't even that cute or memeable in comparison to the Sniffer. Not only that, the Sniffer also introduced new crop farming possibilities. So I'm hoping they add like 25 new crops or something to Minecraft and expand the food aspect of the game along with adding the Sniffer. Because the Sniffer, like, whatever the mob vote thing is, usually guides the next update in a lot of respects. What was the new update? Hold on, I gotta react to that. Did they announce a new update? I feel like they must have, right? No one spoil it for me. Let's see. Is it gonna be Oh! I see a camel. Okay, update highlights. Alright. Before we get to politics and before I read donos, I need to see this, okay? I missed Minecon Live. I have to catch up. Okay, this is that new game. This isn't Minecraft. My problem with this game is that seeing this just pisses me off more that this is not in the main game. Like, cool, you've taken Minecraft as an IP and made a new game that's, you know, better than Minecraft with it. Or at least, you know, has more content and is more visually interesting and whatnot than Minecraft. Has the changes many people want added to Minecraft, but you don't do it. Little triggering for me, I'll admit. Not actual gameplay, you don't say. Holy shit. If we're this far in and no new Minecraft update news, how much you want to bet they've diverted a ton of the Minecraft main game team, the Minecraft Java Edition team, to work on Minecraft Legends? Reminder, guys, over like 110 people now working on Hytale. Just throwing that out there. Thank you for the donos, guys. Immense. Poggers, amazing. Okay, so more Minecraft dungeons. Cartoon Network still exists, it was fake news. Okay, here we go. Minecraft 1.20. Camels. All right. Camels, cool. All right, that's a very... All right. Listen, guys. I know this doesn't seem very crazy, but as a lover of the Tropicraft mod, you have no idea how happy I am that bamboo is now an actual building block that we can use in the game. I really like that. I really, really like that. Just to drop in to say thanks for streaming at night. You're making my night shift more tolerable. Thank you, Raffi Rose. Hopefully you enjoy your night shift a lot more with my dulcet voice talking to you through the entire night. And hopefully you can follow it through your night shift. Hey, Pillow, what's up? Alright, back to it. Hey, Pillow, do you think if I finish the stream at like a timely enough manner, we can get you started in WoW? Because I wanted to get you started yesterday, and unfortunately I was delayed, and it was way too late by the time I was done for us to get you started in WoW. What are the chances you'll be able to do it tonight? Are you going to bed early? Unfortunately not tonight. That's understandable. Alright. I really like the bamboo. I will say, I kinda don't like the texture. Okay, this texture I really like. This looks more like the Tropicraft one, and I like it. But I kind of wish they had a variety, right? If you had yellow, like a variety where you had yellow bamboo or greenish alive bamboo that you could build with, or if it kind of changed colors over time and dried out, or if you could like find some way to enamel it to keep it green. I feel like that would be really cool. I really like the fence texture. Yeah, the fence texture is literally bamboo stalks. That's really nice looking. Trust me, as someone who loves the Tropicraft mod, the door too, this is a good change. Tiny, but good. Tell me they added palm trees. Wait, wait. Kojo Max 99, I think is his name, the lead dev for the Tropicraft mod. I think he works for Mojang now. I see you. I see you, Kojo. I see you. I see this. I know what you did. I know what you did. Whoa! That's cool. Okay. These are nice little changes, honestly. Store your books. Oh, secret book switches? Okay. Wait, is that it? Was that actually it? That was it? Have they given up on Minecraft, like the main game? Like, are they just conceding to Hypixel Studios? Like, how long do they think they have to get their shit together? Like, Hytale's got a while till it comes out, to be clear. But it's still gonna be a couple years. But a couple years is not that long in the world of game development. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but Mojang and Minecraft have been getting a lot of shit lately. More shit than they've gotten in the past for like the disappointment and updates and the design philosophy of the game itself. Because of the poor changes they've made. The recent swearing family protection thing they did was a massive L for them. A lot of people did not like that. Yeah, even Ant Venom's made some pretty damning videos about... oh yeah, did Ant Venom make a video about this? If Ant Venom made a video about this, like about how this was such a disappointing Minecon... Because, like, Hytale's coming out in a few years, and Hytale is more or less going to end up... Oh, it was on the chat reporting system. Okay, it doesn't look like he's made one about this, like, particular Minecon being disappointing. That was a really disappointing announcement, though. I like the bamboo, I guess. But, like, holy shit. Why not just say there's no update this year? And, like... Yeah. It feels like Mojang's coasted on making bad decisions for a while now. At least on the higher up level. And now they're like these decisions are finally coming back to bite them. And for a while there it seemed like they were getting into the right groove of things with like the cave update and everything. The problem is no amount of making the world more interesting will fundamentally fix Minecraft. Minecraft has a serious problem right now when it comes to motivation to play it. Most of its fan base at this point has either played the game for a decade, or and those people came back to the game after not playing it for a while and felt nostalgia for it, have come back and are now once again getting burned out. And the people who've played it for half a decade, the Zoomers, are starting to get burned out just like the Zoomers did back in 2014. Minecraft is once again entering, in my opinion, a new age of, I wouldn't say irrelevance, but another dip in its popularity. Now, whether or not that's going to be a permanent or a severe dip is going to depend on how the game is, like, handled, you know? There's not really, like, if you played through and beat Minecraft back in 2012... if I put you into a Minecraft world right now in modern Minecraft, the game will more or less feel fundamentally the same after a day. It is fundamentally the same game, the same content, the same gameplay loop, more or less unchanged. If anything, made easier. The piglin trading just made reaching the end game faster, more reliable, and easier. So it's just the same line of progression every time, unless you decide to challenge yourself with mods or custom maps or custom worlds or custom game modes or whatever. They're just... And that's something you have to go well out of your way to achieve. These are not things that the game even in any way enables for you to do. You have to, like, you essentially have to break the game to do these things, to like, change the experience for yourself to that degree with, like, mods and whatnot. So the real question is, are they going to get their shit together in time for Hytale? I go on a Hytale rant, like, I feel like every stream, and certainly every Minecon live stream. But to give you guys the lowdown on Hytale's deal, alright? Hypixel was, and still is without a doubt, the largest and most famous Minecraft server ever devised, alright? Massive server, massive fan base, massive player base, made lots of money. It was literally the biggest Minecraft server there is, and it still is, revolutionizing the gameplay of Minecraft. Now, personally, Hypixel the server is not my cup of tea. I've given it a good few fair tries over the years, but the game modes are just not my forte. I'm just not a big fan of mini-game Minecraft servers. It's just not my ideal thing, which is why you'd be surprised to hear that the team behind that server, along with many more new people who've been hired, creating their own separate game. You'd be surprised that I'd be excited for it, I imagine. But this game, Hytale, that they've developed as their own individual studio, Hypixel Studios, looks very promising. Now, to be clear, this game is in development and has been in development since 2016. Early development started in 2016. It was announced, like, publicly, like they did the announcement trailer, in 2018, in December, like late 2018. And initially, they planned for the game to go into beta and release in 2019. 1 year later. And a lot of people were expecting that and excited for that. But things very quickly changed. You see, the trailer for Hytale is, well, it just so happens to be one of, if not the most viewed video game trailer of all time. 59 million views. Nearly 60 million now. It is, I believe its viewership is more than the combined viewership on the announcements trailers for Cyberpunk, Breath of the Wild, what was the other big one? Elden Ring, and there was a third game. There was a third really big game that was also included in the list. And those games, all their trailers combined, do not even come close to the amount of views the Hytale trailer has. So as you can imagine, this budding studio making their first game puts out a trailer. The trailer is so promising, it gets more views than any game trailer has ever gotten ever before. So what happens? What happens, guys? Big studios come a-knockin'. Big publishers come a-knockin', I should say. For an indie studio just to release a massive game like this and have it explode and become the next big thing, that could literally result in Hypixel Studios ending up becoming, one of the biggest game studios under the sun overnight. That's happened before. It's what basically happened to Mojang, right? It was in Riot Games' interest to acquire this studio, to fund it, and enable this game to be as good as fucking possible. Now, many of you in chat may have some negative opinions of Riot Games, because League of Legends, but to be clear, Riot Games is not a bad game publisher company. It's just not. I've done my research on this company. It doesn't seem like anything to do with the publishing of Hytale by Riot would have any negative effect on it. In fact, everything seems to be pointing to the idea that Hytale will be the most pampered IP you could possibly imagine in the hands of Riot. Riot recently made a groundbreaking animated show called Arcane for League of Legends and their expanded universe they're building with Runeterra. They've also released what is now, I believe, the most popular competitive shooter out there right now, Valorant. And say what you want about Valorant, but it's a good game. It's popular. League of Legends, say what you want about it. It's a good game. It's popular. People who play these games like them, and they're very, very good. However, Riot wants to break out into the RPG sandbox building game genre, naturally. They want to be the next Blizzard. Not in the bad way, though. Ideally, like the next early 2000s Blizzard, when everybody loved Blizzard and like was on their knees fondling their balls as far as companies go. That's what Riot wants to achieve. And a good way to do that would be to produce, to publish, and to be the main funder behind the first ever Minecraft killer. The first ever real Minecraft killer, if that's what you want to call it. Now, for those of you guys that aren't aware, there was actually a new Hytale trailer that came out recently that I think is a little more reflective of the game's current state, because this is actually on Riot Games' channel, not on the Hytale channel. So this is Riot already getting on top of advertising the game and like getting it hyped up. If you go to the Riot launcher as well, you can see a Quebec. See this little guy? The CEO of Hypixel Studios mailed me this. It is a little paintable mini Quebec. Only me and 19 other people outside of the company making Hytale got these things. Maybe a few family members, the devs as well, but I wouldn't say there's very many of these in existence that were originally commissioned and made like for us back in 2020, I believe it was. Anyway, super cool shit. The team behind it is super cool. The the publisher behind it is one of the less hated massive companies that do publishing for games in the gaming industry. They're very hands-off with the game's development. And yeah, let's take a look at the new trailer for Hytale they released. Like, it was around the time that Arcane came out. This is part of like they started like hyping up the development of Hytale along with like their big hype up of Arcane a year ago. So let's check it out. Whoa, that's sped up. I think I sped up the video. Yeah, I did. There we go. My bad. All right. This is their studio.
So the story of Hypixel is a story of a collective of Minecraft modders who shared a dream of going pro and having their own game someday. Hypixel was very much driven in its ambition by the challenges that we faced as modders. So when we made the game, we knew that we were making the game for modders like ourselves. Since the announcement of the game and all the attention that we received afterwards, we started the process of making some pretty big changes on our path.
He's the one who sent me the little Quebec mini.
In order to ensure that we're going to meet our commitment to the players and realize their dream of what the game can be.
These are Quebecs, by the way. If you're curious what that means, these are little Quebec guys. They're a little race of tree people that you'll be able to meet and gain reputation for, or slaughter when Hytale comes out. They're cute. Do you think we slaughter these cute little Quebecs, or do we befriend them when Hytale comes out? What do you guys think? Sounds Canadian? Games developed in Northern Ireland, for the most part. Do not slaughter, don't kill them. Alright. I won't kill them.
It's pretty remarkable when you announce a trailer for the first time and, before the game is even out, you're getting fan art, you're getting tattoos, you're getting cosplays and props. Subreddits are developing, and the community is just showing you so much love. It's a lot.
Noxy, I love you, but I gotta sell my chat on the game, so I'm gonna skip to the gameplay portion. Here is the portion where an amazing man with a very thick Northern Irish accent is about to tell you about the game.
Making your creativity feel like magic, and to take everything we love
Along with
about the block
gameplay.
game genre and combine it with our favorite parts of classic fantasy RPGs. You'll go on adventures in a world called Orbis. Here you have the freedom to craft, build, explore, and take on challenges with your friends. Our goal is to build a world that feels immersive and inviting no matter what you choose to do. Beyond Orbis, you'll have the opportunity to compete and express yourself through minigames and other forms of social play. No matter what you and your friends are up to, we want to make sure that you'll be able to come together, hang out, share experiences, and establish your own identity.
This is my favorite part of the trailer because I feel like the best example of the difference in quality between Minecraft and Hytale is the clip you're about to see. I want you to imagine the most high-octane, amazing, powerful, awesome cinematic Minecraft PvP battle you ever seen. Now watch this PvP fight in Hytale. Now, classes in this game are dependent on your gear set. Your weapons that you have equipped will determine your class, or your basically your class and your move set. So you're going to see a 2 short dagger build go up against, yeah, like Terraria, go up against a large like hammer, like Warhammer build. So yeah, let's watch this. So there's like actual abilities and ultimates, and like you charge up your abilities by landing successful attacks, and you use your main ability, and you have like an ultimate ability that really lays down the pain that you have to charge up and everything. Is this an actual gameplay? Yes, it is. And the final and best news. A lot of people say, this is the next Cube World, this is the next yada 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 yada, whatever, right? This game is not available for purchase, and you cannot pay for it or offer money to the dev team for making it. The game is simply going to come out, and you will be able to buy it when it comes out. They're not going to do like some, pre-release, like buy it while it's in development, like DayZ type thing. You will be able to buy it when the game is done, and it will not be coming out until it is finished. They're not doing any crunch time. They've delayed the game multiple times in order to keep on improving on the game and make sure that it is finished in a perfect state when it releases. They've been very, very, very clear that this game is not going to be rushed. To not hold your breath for this game to come out next year, or to wait and be patient. Don't constantly think about the game. Don't constantly check the Reddit or check the Twitter for the game. Hold back and wait. The game will come out when it is ready and when it is done. They've given us time areas where they think that it's probably going to release, but they update that as soon as they realize this probably isn't going to work, or we can't do that, and they explain why. They do fairly frequent blog posts, which I'm a big fan of. Imagine Mojang doing this. They do blog posts to update us on the game's development. They've been doing it since the game was announced. Along with that, they do postcards and Twitter posts and everything, and they break down, along with gameplay footage and everything, basically different aspects of the game. The model maker, how modding's going to work, servers and community building with blocks, Zone 1 wildlife, new music. They've got really good music that they're having developed specifically for the game. They've already released quite a bit of the soundtrack. They've been funded millions, tens of millions, no doubt, by Riot to make the game even better than it was when it was first announced. The big reason for the delays was that it wasn't until after they announced the game and it blew up and everyone became aware of it that Riot came along and was like, holy shit, let's make this game even better. Here's tens of millions of dollars, hire literally 100 more people, and make this ship groundbreaking. And that's what's been happening for quite a while now. Riot is banking on Hytale being their next big game. There is no chance in hell this game fails or is dead on arrival or does not come out. It has the entire, not only power of Riot behind it, both in its, development and, like in its finances, but it's going to be advertised plenty. And there are big YouTubers, including Dream, Captain Sparkles, and like all the big Minecraft YouTubers are all like confirmed excited for the game and going to play it when it comes out and going to make content about it. So this game's going to be fucking big. I've been telling you guys for a while to keep an eye on it, because when it does come out, I don't want you guys to be like blindsided and be like, whoa, where'd this next huge game come from? I didn't see this coming. No, I've been warning you about this game. And when you see it exploding on YouTube and Twitch and Twitter and everything, you guys will know, holy shit, that's the game Xanderhall's been hyping up for years now. You guys know my history with predictions, okay? Don't try to deny me on this one. Don't try to say I'm wrong about this one. Will you turn into a Hytale streamer? Let me tell you guys something. You may have noticed it lately, I am in the path, or on the road, to becoming a different kind of streamer. You see, guys, I don't want to be a political streamer. I don't want to be a debate bro streamer. I just want to be Xanderhall. I want to have broad appeal, but for, among all of that, for me to have strong political influence. Every single large conservative figure markets themselves as something more than a political figure. Not to mention, I don't care really about the whole like hardcore political community anymore, because most of the people in this space don't like me. Most of my friends that I've made in this space, as far as content creators go, have not been political YouTubers. They've been drama YouTubers, commentary YouTubers, or like content creators that do just non-hardcore political content. Creepypasta YouTubers I made good friends with, you know? Like, there's a lot of different types of content I want to do outside of just the political stuff, for broad appeal. I want people to watch me not because I'm, you know, a political streamer talking about the stuff they agree with. I want people to watch me because they're interested in Xanderhall. And they want to see what I'm up to. A big part of that is like the Quail content, right? Obviously, politics is always going to be my passion. I started doing politics for a reason. Politics is never going anywhere. It will always be the glowing core of my content. I am a political activist at the end of the day. I care about making the world a better place, and you know, I'm never going to stop talking about politics. But I think adding extra content, things like the Quail, things like you know, just interesting, fun content, vlogs, collaborations with Vosh. Like, imagine if I do another collab. Like, we did the collab with Vosh doing the computer stuff last night. That was fun. I can do collabs with Demon Mama with the podcast. Me, Vosh, Demon Mama collabing up in Seattle. That sounds like some fun shit. Even if it's not, like, overwhelmingly political content. Like, maybe it's us going to, like, I don't know, a cool place or something. Wouldn't that be a neat video? A Xanderhall, Vosh, Demon Mama IRL vlog video? Now that sounds like some cool content. I don't know. Basically, my idea is that I think I want my content to just be more than me sitting at a chair talking about politics all day. I have a lot of interesting like passions, right? One big thing is like forging stuff. I like forging metal. I made a homemade forge for a high school project back in 2018. And I had a lot of fun with it. I melted down quite a bit of metal. I heated up some iron and twisted it up into some neat shapes to make some neat forged art. And there's really nothing stopping me once I move up to Seattle and I got my own like yard and everything to prevent me from doing that kind of stuff. How neat would it be if I just uploaded a random video where it was like, hey guys, I forged a sword. Want to see it? Like, wouldn't that be a neat video? Hey, by the way, if you like this video where I forged a sword, then maybe you'll like my other content, subscribe. And the person who watched my sword making video goes to my channel and sees that I'm a political content creator. But maybe they don't agree with my political views. Maybe they do. Who knows? Maybe they click on one of my political videos and they start getting influenced by it. I think the best example has to be Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate isn't like a political content creator. overtly. He's a lifestyle YouTuber. Like, people try to be Andrew Tate. People follow Andrew Tate not because he's the based anti-woman guy. At this point, people follow Andrew Tate because he's Andrew Tate, right? I'm not saying I want to be that. What I'm saying is that I think that a lot of content creators in this space, in the political space, need to start, like, broadening their content to be more than just guy on computer or person on computer talking about what is happening. I feel like, here's a good way of saying it. For a while now, I feel like lefty content creators in our sphere have spent too much time talking about what's happening and not making things happen. You know what I mean? Let's make things happen. I'm not talking about necessarily like big political events or anything like that. I'm talking about things that people talk about, right? Let's do cool shit. Fun, cool shit. Build a community, you know? We're doing it, chat. We're building the internet lefty army. Uncle Dingler. Zan, we might need to hang out when you move up to the Badlands. I've been casting metal lately, all aluminum so far, but hoping to get a cast iron melting furnace up and running soon. I can help you build a forge if we end up hanging out, absolutely. They're pretty fun to make. You can make them out of plaster of Paris if you don't need to fire them up that hot, or brick. A brick furnace is really easy and not hard. Like, it's hard to go wrong with a brick forge, right? You just buy some firing bricks online. They're a little bit expensive, but still. Use some fire resistant plaster to build yourself a covered furnace and cure it properly. And you've got yourself a furnace that'll last a forge and a smeltery. That should do the job just fine. Like, you can forge steel in that, and it'll hold up. Two streams ago, you said you'd debate me. Oh, do you want to debate about the lolicon stuff? Maybe later tonight. We'll see. Anywho, Xander Hall link. I think this would be good to cover. What is this? Listen, I gotta do research on this before I cover something like this. Oh shit, no, there are people that I'm aware of replying to it. Is this, like, full-on legit? I don't know anything about Rooster Teeth. All I know is that people that I'm friends with like Rooster Teeth. Did some bad shit happen with Rooster Teeth? It's true? Alright. We'll talk about it then. Oh boy. Rooster Teeth, Booster Teeth. Alright, hold on. First, I need to read donos, because you guys have been extremely generous this stream, and far be it from me not to give you guys the credit you all deserve for your enormous generosity. Dendrago, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that, my friend. Very kind and based of you. Says, Streamly WoW update. Warrior is in the low 30s, Paladin is in Duskwood, Mage is up to 20 and working on tailoring. Working on Rogue now to get better leather for better bags. Let's fucking go, Dendrago. You are grinding. I'm currently at level 79, and I think I'm like 3 pips of the way in. If we've got time, for my reaction segments tonight, I think I'll probably level in WoW. I'll quest in WoW while I do, like, the reactions. And maybe we can get to 80 tonight. I've got a flying mount now, which massively, massively speeds up my leveling speed. So I feel like it's possible that maybe I'll definitely get pretty far into 79 tonight. But once I hit 80, I'm grinding those heroics, and I'm getting my raiding gear. I'm getting my raiding gear fast. When are we doing the guild? As soon as I've got enough people who've joined the server and gotten up to level. Remember, we do need to get everybody up to max level before we split off and form our own guild, because once I've done that, there's not really any ability to, you know, raid with the Nox and Kuro guild. You have to be max level for raiding. Well, you don't have to be, but you should be. implying classic is hard. But good work, Dendrago. I'm glad to hear that shit. You are fucking amazing. Good work. I'm very proud of you, my friend. You are grinding harder than I ever could in WoW. Holy shit. Ada Lovelace, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. That's a very kind $10. I assume it's $10. Let me know if it's not. Thank you very, very much. You didn't even say anything. Thank you. It's very generous and kind of you. I really appreciate it. One Piece 34, thank you for the $5 donation. That's very kind of you. Says, hey Zan, this game might interest you. Link. Also, another thing you got right was the Chud siding with David Zaslav and his attack on animation. Another thing I got right. What do you mean? Oddworld Stranger's Wrath HD opening cinematic. So you want me to check out this opening cinematic? Azan's game might interest you. Also another thing. I'm not surprised that, like, who is David Zaslav? Is this not, or Zaslav? Is this somebody that, like, I don't know by that name? American Media Executive. Oh. President of Warner Bros. Going after Cartoon Network. Like, yeah, listen. I've said it for a while now. Cartoon Network isn't necessarily a sinking ship, but if it doesn't get some serious, like, you know, change in management soon, it's going to hell. Imagine you boot up Cartoon Network one day, and Ed and Nettie, or like Codename Kids Next Door, or Johnny Bravo is actually on the TV. Can you imagine? Can you imagine that? Or even like Regular Show or something. I actually recently rewatched all of season 1 of Regular Show. I really liked Regular Show. That was one of my favorites. Avalon of Babylon, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you, my friend. Says, get your ass up here already, you dork. Oh, I definitely do plan on it, my friend. I'm working. I'm working hard. We're grinding. Not only that, but we're also grinding. Chat, do you remember the Seamoth submarine, mini submarines I showed off on stream the other day? I'll very briefly show a clip just to give you guys an idea of what I'm talking about. So if you've ever played Subnautica before, then this should look a little bit familiar.
A lot of supercars, a lot of hypercars, a lot of weird cars, but this is a first. Wow. Yo, check this out. Wow.
I'm literally playing Subnautica right now. That's awesome, BCDoo.
Then you would hit the ground.
Are we gonna nosedive?
No, a little bit.
Oh yeah? Holy okay, I just realized we're leaning forward. Okay. This is so trippy, man. Holy crap. This is crazy.
So now we're officially underwater.
Is that them?
That's them.
So these things are fucking awesome. And I've been obsessed with them for like a week now, because I want one very badly. Now, for no one who knows, spoil it. No one spoil it if you actually know the price. Only people that don't know. How much you want to guess these things cost? Like base price, without any mods or anything, how much you want to bet this thing costs? At least $5? True. 100K, 800K, 400K, 2 million, 3 million, 100K. Lot of all over the place price tags. The real price starts at around 550K. Now that is a lot of money. That is an absurd amount of money. That is, for many people, for most people, enough money to live off of for a very long time. That is an amount of money that I could never afford to spend unless I was like a tens of millionaire, set for life, bougie motherfucker. I could never spend that for myself. However, However, I am 100% down, and I think Vosh is too, to split the price tag on one of these. It wouldn't be anytime soon. It would have to be years down the road, alright? But I'm definitely down, and I think Vosh is too, to split the price on one of these things 50-50 one day. And that significantly, like, makes this reality of where I own one of these things, or partially own one of these things technically, a lot more realistic. A lot more realistic. Let's run it out, Zan, for lefty causes. Listen, guys, ocean preservation is unironically a huge passion of mine. I grew up in Florida. You could buy a house with half the price still? Absolutely. This would be like 20 years down I don't know. Probably not 20 years down the road. This is like if I'm Hassan level size, or somewhere maybe even half Hassan size, you know. Listen, this thing was about a quarter of Hassan's house. So, a little less than that. So, yeah. Can't wait for the discourse. Dude, if I bought one of these things, I'd be using it for underwater ocean preservation. But regardless, I want one. I really do want one. This thing is so fucking cool. And, yeah. What would you name it? I haven't thought about that. Underwater debates? I would totally do a debate from inside one of these things. What's your favorite marine bio fact? Axolotls with cream? Tell me. In the meantime, though, I need to finish up reading donos because, yeah. Anyway, yes, I have a goal that within 10 years, I want to be able to afford one of those. Whether it be with my own money entire, or splitting it with somebody, probably Vosh, because he seems to want one of these too. Because goddamn, I really want one. Just wait until the Hightail content creation money. Who knows? Maybe I end up being the next Captain Sparkles, but with Hightail. Could happen. But yeah, thank you for that. Strawberry Shoko, thank you for the $5. Very kind of you. Very based. Says, howdy, how are you doing? I'm doing very well. Thank you very much for the dono. I'm doing even better after that. Exoskeletal Patchwork, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Crick Chirp. I really appreciate that. Very kind and based of you. Says, I'm riding a high of my favorite sports teams winning today, so I'm feeling generous. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the gifted sub, and congratulations on the Yankees. From what I don't know anything about sports. From what I can tell, the Yankees ate shit. So, congrats on the Yankees eating shit. Thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. And finally, Heavy Gretel, thank you for the $20. Everybody loves chat's favorite goth MILF. Thank you. Very kind. Very, very kind. All right. And then we also got a super chat, or not a super chat, a dono through Streamlabs from Supreme Present of $20. It is a media share dono, which I will show one day. We do have a media share coming up. Media share stream coming up. I do want to do one, especially because it'll help with raising money for the move. But I'm mostly focused on just producing really good content right now, and as much of it as possible, so forgive me if I have not done an e-begging stream in a while. I guess you guys will have to settle for content instead of e-begging. What a shame. I want a you laugh, you lose, Zan. I know, you guys want an e-beg stream. I love how you guys are begging. You're begging for a stream where I make more money. I do love you guys. That is very. It is fun, and I do enjoy those streams. And we will be doing one soon. I'm just yanking your chains a little bit. I'm just yanking your chains. Let me update that dono goal really fast so you guys can visually see how generous your donations have been and how close you've gotten us to today's goal for our war effort, I guess you could call it, in raising money for the move. I feel so jittery right now. Maybe is my monster energy just now setting in or something? I don't know why, but I feel like I'm a ball of energy right now that's like contained in my chair. This is one of those times where I feel like having one of those standing desks would be nice, so I could just kind of like move around a little bit on my feet and not have to I don't know. ADHD will kill you when your job is to sit in a chair and talk and stay focused for a long time. My grades were not good in school. I'm very surprised that I'm good at streaming. Or even if you think I'm good at streaming. There's questions about that. Anyway, this is the opening to the game that One Piece sent me. But after this, we're getting right into the politics, guys. I'm sorry, but as much as I do love just chilling out and ADHDing and stun locking with you guys for like an hour, yeah, about 52 minutes now, we do need to get to the content. I don't want to be here all night wasting your time. Let's check this out. One Piece 34 donated to send me this, so we're going to take a look at it. Cherry needs to buy a new car. Another Bugatti. Barnacles have a penis 8 times as big as their body? Damn. That's awesome. We have those here. I hate that bug. I played this game so much as a kid. I'd never heard of it. This is some very 90s video game animation. I'd say early 2000s. It looks cool for the time, though. It's an interesting animation style for the... Jesus. What are these things? Little lizard men. What the fuck? Was that a gun? Oh my god, it's a gun! This reminds me of the first cinematic for World of Warcraft. Like the original vanilla World of Warcraft cinematic. Oh, his own traps got him. Oh shit. Assassin's Creed stole that from this game? That was an Assassin's Creed Unity. The wrist-mounted crossbow.
Never liked guns. Oh man, why'd you have to do that? No, look, you don't need to do that.
Based. No reformative justice. I hate reformative justice. Kill all criminals, am I right, chat? In a video game. That was a joke. We love reformative justice. Dude, isn't it wild that, like, back in the day, we unironically just paid random people to go out and, like, usually kill criminals and bring them to a police station cold, and then they got paid for it, and that was their job? We just paid I mean, well, that's kind of what cops are now, but, like... Not really, though. You know, there's something unique about old school, like, Wild West bounty hunting that was kind of fucked up if you think about it. Yeah, they're just more organized these days. You mean like the Pinkertons? Well, the Pinkertons were different than bounty hunters. The Pinkertons acted as bounty hunters from time to time, but they were more of a private, they were more like a private security force, and they were oftentimes hired to quell, uprisings from unions and whatnot. A lot of union busting the Pinkertons were hired to do. But like, bounty hunting was more of like a trade that people engaged in. Oh, by the way, I have a cup of Cheez-Its that I'm going to occasionally drink. Oh yeah, death penalty for jaywalking. Death penalty for littering. Actually, I do think littering should get the death penalty. That's not a joke. In a video game. Okay, that was me joking. I was joking. Don't take that seriously. I'm also eating Cheez-Its. Fucking based. Seer, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. You're fucking awesome. Thank you. Says, hey, quick dono to help get the moth. You mean sea moth. Well, that's going to helping me move, but technically every dono you guys send is getting me a step closer to getting a sea moth. Not a big step, but a step nonetheless. Technically now, same goes for if you donate to Bosch. I'm going to lock him in on that. I'm going to lock him in on a confirmation that one day we'll split 50-50 the cost to get one of those. A little mini submersible. Because I think that's both our best chances of getting one of those. And we both want one, so. Run a GoFundMe for it? No! Fuck no. No. If I'm paying for one, or for like a rich boy toy. Rich boy toy? Holy shit. No, a rich boy toy. Like so. I'm not going to, like, e-beg in a GoFundMe, like, guys, I really want a mini submarine. I know some of you guys literally live paycheck to paycheck and, you know, are maybe even saving up for your first car, but, please donate to this GoFundMe specifically designated to buy me a submarine so you guys can watch videos of me having fun in it. Like, that feels so disrespectful. If I'm gonna buy the damn thing, or if I'm going to pay 50% of it to buy the damn thing, it's gonna come from money that I made through producing content for you guys. I'm not a big fan of charity in that way. I know that you guys donate to me, but I like to think that you guys donate to me almost as like a, I'm doing this because I enjoy your content and I want to see it keep being made, and that is why I'm donating, to keep it continuing to come along, right? In all seriousness, I do think it would be smarter to buy one of those things like 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, depending on the way the oceans go. Because, for all we know, in like 5 to 10 years, some other company will have made something that's basically the same thing, cheaper, safer, and more, like, you know, better looking, more features, more futuristic, because it's going to be made later down the road. For all we know, you might be able to buy one of those things for around 300k or 250k by the time we're looking at splitting the cost, and it may be way more reasonable. So, we'll see. The Nemo 1 and 2 are the first of their kind. So for all we know, those consumer submarines are just gonna get cheaper and cheaper. There's no way they're gonna keep getting more, they're gonna like get more expensive. Unless like, at least like the basic ones aren't. Anyway, Seer, I really appreciate the $5. It does in fact help with the goal of eventually getting a sea moth. Remember this when you are thinking about who to ride with you. Also, happy to make bags for folks leveling. I'm Pixie Spell on the server. I would absolutely be down to take tons of people that I'm friends with on the sea moth. Don't think I'd be hogging it for myself. The Tuskar are sus? God damn it. God fucking damn it, you're right. It's an Amogus. It's supposed to be eyes and a nose and walrus tusks. Because they're the Tuskar in WoW. But it's an Amogus. The Tuskar are indeed sus. The eyes are like a little Amogus hat? That's true. The eyes can be a little Amogus hat. Thank you for that, Seer. I really appreciate the $5. You're very kind. Alright, let's update that dono goal and get the fuck to work. It's time to work that shit. Let's see. We'll start with the segments that are not React. Probably that one. Believe it or not, a lot of this stuff's actually going to be, video reacts. That's pretty cool. Alright. Let's start on my first spot on the list. I've been distracted. Do you see my dono? Yes, I believe I did exoskeletal patchwork. I did, in fact, see your dono. I think you might have missed me reading it, though, sadly. Okay. Oh, Alex Pizza for the win. Thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Says, although I like other lefty content streamers too, Vosh, Hassan, etc., but you are the most personal because since your channel is smaller, but I love that because I'm able to chat with you and you read them. I understand that. Thank you for the $5. That's very kind. As much as I do aspire to have a chat that literally zooms by at the speed of light one day when I'm live, I really do like having a smaller community, especially at times like this. When I do these late night streams where I have like a lot of people for sure, like 225 people right now, which is a lot of people, don't get me wrong, but it's still chill, you know? It's enough people that I have a lot of viewers and I'm, getting by, but it's not so many people that it feels as though the community can't exist anymore. You know what I mean? You have cool older brother energy. I'm glad to hear that, Apillo. I'm everyone's older brother. I'm actually everyone's dad, but we won't get into that. We won't get into that here. By the way, if you're watching right now and you would like to support this stream, if you like the content and you want to see more of it, please consider dropping a like. It really is the most simple, easy, and free way that you can support my content. It literally takes half a second, and it's as simple as just clicking that little thumbs up button right there next to the video title. A lot of people have this conception that liking the video doesn't really do anything, but when you like the video, it actually forces the YouTube algorithm to push whatever it is that you've liked to more people. And more people seeing it in their recommended means they might click on it, which means more viewers, which means more likes, which basically causes a cycle where the stream just performs better and better and better as more time goes on. So, yeah, I really appreciate all the support, everybody. You guys are awesome. Alex Pizza for the win with another $5. Thank you very much. Says, yeah, I'm gonna hate it when your chat zooms by at the speed of light. Don't worry, my friend. I will still be doing random content that won't bring in as many people, that has like a more niche appeal from time to time, so that if you want to just come and watch my content because you like hearing from me and you like engaging with me, that will still be possible. I got a very exciting and unique plan ahead. You guys are just gonna have to wait and see how it works out. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. And thank you, of course, for the likes. I'm gonna go ahead and update that dono goal and let us begin. All right. So, you guys know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. Today, we're going to be talking about something that, when I stumbled across it on Twitter, I was kind of confused at first. Because, while I know that Joe Biden, I mean, he's the president, and he's a Democrat president, the right will take any excuse to attack him that they can find. This particular drama, I guess you could call it, this particular call-out on Joe Biden really stood out to me as particularly ghoulish. The kind of complaint, the kind of criticism that only the worst among the right would even dare to make. Because it's just an example of a Democrat that they don't like, honestly just being an objectively good person. Now, many of you guys might be familiar of the fact that Joe Biden has a son named Hunter Biden. And Hunter is a really cool dude. He's just out there partying and having a great time. Now, the problem is, though, all jokes aside, Hunter Biden definitely has a drug problem. It seems like many aspects of his lifestyle may be unhealthy, and perhaps, a sign of poor mental health at times. There's been evidence that Hunter Biden is depressed and what have you. But overall, it doesn't really reflect poorly, in my opinion, on Joe Biden. Like, nothing about Hunter's behavior, his addiction, or him getting his dick wet, in my opinion, should reflect poorly in any way on Joe Biden, but the right is desperate to make it so, and it appears especially ghoulish when videos like this are coming out, and they're finding excuses to attack it. So what you're about to hear is audio. I believe it's a leaked audio. I don't know if it was leaked or if it's just been, made public, but it's from a voicemail from back in 2018. This is a voicemail that Joe Biden left his son Hunter Biden that they are getting mad about. Get ready, guys. Get ready for something unbelievable.
It's Dad. I called to tell you I love you. I love you more than the whole world, pal. I gotta get some help. I don't know what to do. I know you don't either, but I'm here no matter what you need. No matter what you need, I love you.
Sounds like he's crying. How disgusting for a father to love his son who's going through a drug addiction and depression and a bad time. How horrible for him to be there for his son and to offer him support. Clearly crying. Wow, I hadn't heard the audio. He clearly loves his son and is very upset about what's going on and cares for him and wants to be there to support him. He's actually being a very good dad here. And of course, Republicans are finding an excuse to shit on it because naturally they need to justify all of the ghoulish behavior they engage in by making it seem as though everybody else is morally inferior to them. More notably, the right, or the left, is morally inferior to them. Because they are so morally bankrupt, they have to find an excuse to justify their actions. So their excuse is, everybody is bad. In fact, the left is worse than us, and they're just hiding it. At least we're open with how evil we are. That's basically the subconscious, undertones of conservative, messaging. So here we have Joe Biden being a good father, and these supposed Jesus-loving Christians, who are not in favor of absentee fathers that give up on their children and leave their lives or whatever, now all of a sudden finding this as an excuse to crap on them. In reality, they would find any excuse to shit on our boy Dark Brandon, okay? They'd find any excuse, all right? And there are valid reasons to shit on Dark Brandon, okay? Every single American president in history has been a pretty shitty dude. I think that's a pretty safe bet to make. In the grand scheme of things, American presidents tend to be bad people. For some reason or another. Clearly, though, Joe Biden is not a bad father. A bad father he is not. That is not something it is worth criticizing him for, in my humble opinion, as a lefty content streamer. Now, next I want to read you guys an article from The Insider. How the White House is bracing for potential charges against Hunter Biden. Love butchering the first word of the article. President Joe Biden has stood by Hunter Biden and expressed pride in how his son has overcome his drug addiction, even as possible criminal charges await him. Okay, a little weird framing at the beginning here. But the White House faces a complicated communications challenge if federal agents investigating Hunter Biden move forward with charges against him on tax crimes and a false statement on a gun application. Biden's likely response would be to try to walk the line between being a father supporting his son while being the president who must not publicly criticize or challenge the indictment. So basically, Joe Biden does have to walk a pretty thin line here, and a pretty complicated one too. A family member, one that is in fact his son, and you have to understand that in the conservative worldview, parents should control their children. In the conservative world, like, no child would ever be free of the control of their parents. Ideally, not even once they're dead. That, like, conservatives wish to instill an abusive, hardcore worldview into their children. So once they're dead, that worldview is, hammered in enough that there's no getting that nail out of the wood, so to say. Why should a master bow to their slave? That's their mindset? Yeah. They have a very hierarchical worldview, and the average household in which the father or the parents are sort of a godlike entity that can do no wrong in regards to their children's development, that is the perfect example of a kind of like a bottled version of the hierarchy they want to create a larger version of for the entire world. And that's why they're so in favor of, like, the abusive, family, nuclear family, right? They want to get rid of abuse. They don't like the idea of CPS being able to take away children from abusive households unless the child is, like, trans or something and the parents are letting the kid be trans or gay or whatever. Like, it's very, very ghoulish. But yeah, so Joe Biden's in this situation where he has to, like, be the president and uphold the rule of law and, insofar as it is moral, and right now I think most of America would consider laws against most of the things that Hunter Biden did justified. So he can't really challenge the law. He can't really, like, do this bizarre, what's the word for it? Why am I blanking on this particular word? It's the word for when somebody gains some type of benefit through a family connection. Usually from a father or a mother, passing down to a child. I'm forgetting the word for it right now. Nepotism. Thank you so much, Ellen Degenerate. Yeah, so they try to go about this, like, nepotism route and say that, like, oh, yeah, Hunter Biden's benefiting from his father. You could argue that through some tangential way that's happening. It doesn't really seem like there's any, like, legal loopholes Hunter Biden has taken because of his dad's, like, position as president. It doesn't really seem like that's happening, but yeah, he does still have to support his son while also upholding, the rule of law. It's a complicated situation for him, for any man, really. Said Adam Goldberg, special associate counsel to former President Bill Clinton in the late 1990s, in an email to Insider. If Hunter disputes the charges, Biden's answer to the question about whether he believes his son will need to be supportive while publicly expressing respect for the prosecutors and the court system, not an easy message to craft, said Goldberg, who co-founded the strategic communications from Trident DMG. In a CNN interview that aired Tuesday, Biden responded for the first time to reports from the Washington Post that federal agents think they have enough evidence to charge Hunter. I love him. He's on the straight and narrow, and he has been for a couple years now, Biden told CNN host Jake Tapper. The U.S. Attorney in Delaware, David C. Weiss, who was appointed by former President Donald Trump, will decide whether to press charges, and I'm sure he will decide to press charges. The White House on Thursday declined to comment on an ongoing investigation. Experts say one thing the White House must not do is contact the Justice Department about the case. DOJ has standard processes for tax investigations, and this should be handled the same as any other tax investigation, free from even the appearance of political intervention, said Walter Schaub, former of the Office of Government Ethics. I think that's fairly reasonable. This should be, investigated as any other case would be. Goldberg said such communication would be unthinkably unethical and stupid. It's possible that Attorney General Merrick Garland could give the White House counsel a heads up immediately before an indictment, but that's unlikely, he said. The White House is most likely to learn about an expedited indictment from Hunter or his lawyers, he said. So it doesn't seem like the White House is going to get any warning. Biden's not going to use isn't going to be able to use his position to get a warning hours ahead of time about an indictment coming for his son. Biden and the White House will probably find out about it by the looks of things the same time Joe Biden we all do, really, when it becomes public and Hunter has been cuffed, presumably. Or just generally indicted. They've done all the things they're claiming Hunter did. The things they're going after Hunter for are only illegal if you're poor. Realistically, that's the case. And Hunter is wealthy. Fairly wealthy from his dad. That doesn't change the fact that, there's no divide between rich and poor people, okay? Rich people are out there doing drugs and doing shit that the right considers degenerate all the time. They try to label these things to be poor people behavior. What they mean by that is brown people behavior. But there's no separation there. Rich white people are out there snorting lines of coke and smoking crack and having sex with sex workers on their goddamn yachts in the middle of the ocean off the coast of Dubai. Plenty, all right? There's just been stereotyping done around lower income people around these things. And so basically they're trying to frame it as though what Hunter Biden is doing is a low-class mark on Joe Biden's legacy. How could we have the father of a drug addict, of a peasant, in the White House, But of course, if you even look at Donald Trump's behavior, or his kids' behavior, or anything like that, or his friends' behavior, you'd see that there's a clear double standard. Republicans don't have sex with sex workers; they have sex with underage sex workers. Get it right? No, they rape children. Republicans rape children. Usually. Not all. Hashtag not all, but a lot. More than 30 Senate Republicans, in a letter to Garland last month, demanded that Weiss be extended special counsel protections to, quote-unquote, investigate an appropriate scope of potentially criminal conduct. If there is a special counsel appointed, there would be a, quote-unquote, hellish political fight over who should be appointed, and the investigation would likely be long and ever-widening, Goldberg said. Well, I mean, this investigation is very clearly being pushed by the Republicans as a political attack. This isn't a legitimate attempt to ensure the rule of law is enforced. By the looks of it, Hunter Biden is clean. He's not he's on the straight and narrow, as Joe said. So by the sounds of it, this is literally just an attempt to try to take down Joe through his son, despite the fact that his son is, by the sounds of it, no longer engaging in criminal behavior. Didn't he have a laptop or whatever? Wasn't the stuff on the laptop from, before 2018 and shit? The fact that Weiss is a Trump appointee would potentially give Biden the political option of defending Hunter and criticizing the indictment, but the president would be unlikely to do that, he added. If there's going to be an indictment, the best thing politically for Biden, though not necessarily for justice, would be for Hunter to plead guilty, which allows Biden to fully support him without risking being seen as undermining the DOJ. Goldberg said. I can't fathom political considerations playing into Hunter's decision on that front, if there needs to be one, in part because I don't think Biden would ever want Hunter to worry about that. I don't think that Biden's going to call his son and be like, listen, now listen, sport, I need you to plead guilty so that I can support the decision of the DOJ and you, and it looks good for me, and you just take the fall. Like, I can't see Biden doing that. I don't think Biden values, like, not being shit on for some underhanded political attack enough to completely, like, ditch his son. Have a good night, a pillow. And just throw him to the wind. And condemn him to, like, pleading guilty to... I mean, for all we know, he might take a guilty plea. It's a good chance that's what Hunter will end up going with. He is facing federal charges, after all, and whew, that federal conviction rate is pretty damn scary. Republicans are itching to investigate Hunter Biden if they win control of Congress in the midterm elections. Mark Corallo, a Republican and former Justice Department spokesman during the second Bush administration, told Insider the Hunter Biden investigation reeks of politics and blamed the national media for a disgraceful lack of interest. Ah, yes, a disgraceful lack of interest. But Eric Schultz, who served as deputy White House press secretary during the Obama administration, said Republicans had nothing to show for their previous Hunter Biden investigations the last time they had subpoena power. If Republicans want to continue down that road, I think it's disgusting and cynical, especially given their approval of the last president's kids profiteering while serving in White House positions. It's all hypocritical. But I mostly think it's a foolish use of their own time since we already know how the story ends, he said. Which is just about the best and most base take I could have possibly hoped for out of this entire situation. Really doesn't get more better worded than that. So, at the end of the day, this was all just an underhanded political attack to try to make Joe Biden look bad by association for supporting his son who he loves, because they're ghouls who can't possibly imagine supporting your kids, even if they lose their way, and loving them. Of course, they'll still love their kid and support them if it turns out their kid, like, raped a woman or something, but if it turns out their kid is, like, a drug addict or gay or something, well, now the kid could go burn in hell for all they care. That's what God told them. They'll hope for a better one next time around, I guess. One a little bit more, accepting of their ideology and their brainwashing. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video, please consider leaving a like. It helps the channel, my stream, and my content out more than you even imagine. Whether you're watching live, the VOD after the fact, or the video when it goes up as its own segment, definitely consider hitting that like button. And if you want to see more from me, and you want YouTube to tell you when I go live or upload a new video, consider hitting that subscription button and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications. And of course, if you want to see more from me online in general, you can follow my social medias, which are all linked down below in the description, including my Instagram, my Twitter, and my fan Discord, which is without a doubt probably where all the most spicy, popular memes happen. We get together, we do watch parties, might even do a watch party of the Rings of Power tonight after this stream. And we make memes in there. All the funny memes come from there. We got all sorts of fun inside jokes and stuff. So come to the Discord, join the watch parties, join the World of Warcraft guild and all that. We got all sorts of cool stuff going on over there in the community. And of course, finally, if you want to support me financially so I can continue to produce this content and, hopefully afford to move by the end of the year or early next year up to Seattle and rent a house and start producing, some poggers new types of content, then consider donating, subscribing, or perhaps even gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or even supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. With all that said, regardless of how you support me, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for watching, and as always, have a good one. That was a good segment. Alright, I'm gonna have to grab another water. And honestly, probably a Monster Energy. Probably gonna give myself a nice hyper nitrous boost for the rest of the stream. Alex Pizza for the win. Thank you for the additional $5. Really kind of you. Says, you gonna move to Seattle because you and Vosh are gonna be like Walt and Jesse? Zanny, we need to stream. It'll be pretty funny. No, I've got a lot of friends that live up in Seattle, and I also think the weather is quite agreeable for me. I'm a really big fan of cold weather. I like the snow, and I've never lived anywhere that it snows before, so that's a big part of it too. And not to mention, they've got a specific program set up in Seattle and in that area to help streamers not get swatted, which is pretty big for me, because I do think I'm at a pretty high risk of being swatted. I think there's a lot of people out there that like to do that to me. And on top of that, There's a lot of extra bonuses, such as they got fiber internet they're rolling out there. That's going to be really beneficial. The laws in regards to raising quail and doing a lot of the other content that I want to do are very much agreeable. There's just a lot of check boxes that I set up specifically for like where do I want to move, and Seattle checked the most of those boxes. Convinced Denims to move to Seattle too? I don't think that's happening. You can own Cocoa, not doggos. You can own Cocoa, not doggos. Yes, I can in fact own coconut doggos in Washington State. I cannot own them here. So owning capybaras, if I want to have pet capybaras, is another thing Seattle, or just generally Washington State, has going for it as well. Oh my god, Zan and Vosh are like Engels and Marx. How the fuck do you take care of a capybara? You give them lots of belly rubs and hay, and give them a nice big tub to shit in, and basically everything else is the same as taking care of a guinea pig. Are capybaras edible? I see no reason why they wouldn't be. Here, really quick, I'm going to turn the lo-fi back on, the lo-fi. I'm going to erase that topic off the board, because we got that one done. I'm going to take a nice, fat, thick, frothy, high-pressure piss. That's going to be very satisfying, no doubt. And then I'm going to grab a Monster Energy, come back, and we're going to get back to the politics. Yes, frothy. When you drink enough Monster Energy, your piss gets frothy. Grand. Muted? I'm muted? I am not muted. I know you're pranking me. I can see that my thing's popping up right now. Chat's trying to prank me. Look at them. Look at them failing. Oh. Oh. My boomer juice. It's like drinking... It's like a vampire drinking blood for the first time. In like a very long time. And, being rejuvenated by it. It really is... Monster Energy really is my lifeblood, okay? If you cut my wrist, I'd be bleeding out green blood. Oh, yeah. It's like they liquefied green Jolly Ranchers. Monster isn't green, though? I choose to believe that it is. Fuck you. Ah. White Monster opinion? I've never had it. Do you think I'd like it more? I feel like you can't beat good old green Monster energy. But maybe I'll try White Monster for the true boomer juice. White Monster is good, but not as good. I see. White Monster is supposedly the true boomer juice, from what I've heard. Zero sugar, no shot. There's no way there's zero sugar in this. Zero fat, 370 milligrams of sodium, 58 grams of carbohydrates, 54 grams of total sugars. So yeah. There's plenty of sugars in this. It literally makes your hands tremble a little bit too. Oh, the White Monster is sugar-free? That is cringe. ROP, ROP? Rings of Power? Oh, we're about to talk about Rings of Power. We're about to talk about it. You better believe we are. We are about to. I just gotta set a few things up first before the segment. All right. Almost ready. There will be spoilers in this. Whoa. Nice. Okay. Let's see. Whew. Alrighty then. We got a lot to talk about in this segment. Gonna dip, don't want spoilers? Alrighty then. I appreciate the support though. For those of you guys who did come in and enjoy their stay, thank you for the $5. As by the way, Alex Pizza for the win. I really appreciate it. Let me update the dono goal and then we can start up the segment. All right. Okay. All right, you guys know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So, I have been a Lord of the Rings fan my entire life, pretty much. I've said this before on stream many times. I genuinely can't remember a time before I'd seen any Lord of the Rings movie. I was very young when they came out, young enough that I wasn't able to form memories yet. So I was watching the Lord of the Rings Peter Jackson movies before I could even form memories. And, well into that. It's just always been a consistent aspect of my childhood being a huge Lord of the Rings fan. Now, obviously, I started out as a little kid only really having the movies, right? The Peter Jackson movies. But as I got older, I was able to read the books. Everything from the Silmarillion to the Hobbit to the Lord of the Rings. Main 3 books to, of course, the Unfinished Tales. And there's a bunch of other stuff that Christopher Tolkien also published that I took a look at as well over the years. And, after many different book collections as well with Lord of the Rings books in them, I'd certainly consumed the story many times. And it's gotten to the point where, if you're a fan of me, Lord of the Rings is just my favorite franchise as far as fandoms go. It's just at the top of the list. When I think of comfort and like a paradise-like setting, I can't help but think of the Shire theme. Like the do 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 do. Yeah, I'm listen, I'm not gonna do the whole thing, but like the music, the visuals, the acting, the everything about the Peter Jackson movies, everything about J.R.R. Tolkien's expanded universe, that you can read about in all of the books and everything. There's just something so comforting and familiar about it, you know? And even The Hobbit, for all of its problems, and I could rant about The Hobbit's problems. The Hobbit, I think the first movie came out when I was 13. When that came out, I was obviously very excited for it. I loved everything Lord of the Rings. I believe that Middle-earth, Shadow of Mordor had already come out or was about to come out, and I was also very excited for that and did enjoy those games, the Middle-earth games. I obviously played Battle for Middle-earth. I obviously played the PS2 games and stuff, Lego games, all that. Yeah, don't need to go into the Lord of the Rings video games. I had the Lord of the Rings Risk game, and you would like. I had this big Risk game, but it was Middle-earth, and I would unfold the board, and just I would hold. It came with a replica gold ring, and I always, I obviously loved that thing, but I would just stare at the map of Middle-earth for hours, just wondering about places, reading portions of the book and then pointing them out on the map, just stuff like that. Going back as long as I can remember, I've been a massive fan of Lord of the Rings. So as you can imagine, when I heard about a Lord of the Rings TV show being in production, well, frankly, I was kind of worried. In fact, I was very worried. I'm going to be honest, I did not think that any human being on Earth was capable of recapturing, to any degree, the magic of Middle-earth that Peter Jackson was able to in his movies. Nothing else has really quite done it. I didn't think it was possible. And from the get-go, when I heard about it, my opinion immediately weighed towards negative. I will not deny that. When I heard that Amazon was making it, it weighed a little bit more towards negative. But then I started hearing news that kind of made me excited. A little bit. I heard that there would be a heavy emphasis on practical effects. That it would be filmed in New Zealand. I learned that it would not be a TV show adaptation of The Lord of the Rings, and that The Lord of the Rings was simply a main title type thing they added to it for no real reason, and that the true show would take place during the Second Age, depicting possibly one of the most awesome and exciting stories in all of Tolkien's story, or Legendarium, I should say, and that is without a doubt the story of Sauron deceiving Celebrimbor into making the Rings of Power, Sauron crafting the One Ring, and his whole initial domination, or attempted domination of Middle-earth. Everybody knows the main story of Lord of the Rings. I mean, besides the aspects of the book that are a lot less unknown, I imagine the average, casual Lord of the Rings fan doesn't know who, they probably know who Tom Bombadil is, because Tom Bombadil has been memed so much, but, Glorfindel, for example, average casual Lord of the Rings fan probably doesn't know who that is, right? There's a lot of changes that were made, to be sure, for Peter Jackson's movies and stuff like that, but to be clear, I did not know what to expect going into this show. All right, I didn't know what to expect. I eventually decided, before trailers even came out, I would deprive myself of just about everything about this show until I was able to see it myself. I decided, you know what? I'm a huge Lord of the Rings fan. Why should I join the naysayer hate bandwagon for this show? I want this to be good. Why should I want this to be bad? Why should I jump on board with these people that seem to want this show to be bad? And I'm not even talking about the people complaining about the wokeness. This is before that was even a thing. This is just back when people were complaining about the existence of this show being in production. They were immediately mad about it. And I was immediately skeptical about it too. So I decided I wasn't going to look at anything about it, and I would just kind of try to avoid anything about it and just watch it myself and enjoy it as if I was watching, frankly, like I was watching The Lord of the Rings for the first time as a kid. And that's what I pretty much ended up doing. I think I covered a few reactionary YouTubers that called out, like, the trailers and whatnot because of, like, diversity in the cast or whatever, but I don't think that spoiled me very much. Going into the show, I was pretty damn blind on everything. Obviously not the lore that it was built off of, because I'm very familiar with the books, but as far as what the show was going to cover, how it was going to cover it, the changes they would make, how it would look, most of the plot and everything, I didn't even watch trailers. I wanted to go in without any expectations. And that's exactly what I did. They released the first 3 episodes in the same night. And by the time I finished the 3rd episode, I was hooked. I could not believe what I was seeing. So for starters, The Rings of Power is the most expensive TV show ever made. And it shows. Every single I believe, I watched Corridor Crew's video breaking down the VFX of the show earlier today. I believe they said that just about every single known big VFX studio ever worked on this show. All of their individual skills came together to make one of the, like, I'm just gonna say it, the most visually stunning, show or thing brought to film I've ever seen. The show's downright fucking glorious in its visuals. Shots where it's just 2 characters talking look amazing. Shots where we see the massive sprawling mountains of New Zealand, they look better than ever. I don't know where to go next, because I have so much stuff that I want to talk about, but I don't know if I should, like, explain my impressions going through the show bit by bit, or if I should break down what I love about the show, what I disliked about the show, because there were a couple things that I think I'm definitely a little bit iffy on. Let me think. I think we'll move on to the music next. First, actually, let's watch the trailer. Let's watch the Lord of the Rings of Power official trailer Prime Video. I'm going to say right now, this video has 15 million views and 62,000 likes to, no doubt, way more dislikes. This show, of course, was very, very much, lambasted with hate before it even came out, which is very unfortunate, but I don't think it's going to play a very big part in, whether or not this show succeeds in the end. I mean, if the show's good and people like it, as I have, the show will continue to go on and be successful. So, let's watch this trailer. Give a little bit of an insight into how it looks, at least. I hate trailer stingers. Why do they do that?
My brother gave his life hunting the enemy. His task is now mine.
I will say, this music selection seems a little bit misleading for the general tone of the show. I can understand how people would feel that they kinda, quote-unquote, butchered the tone of this show just by going off the trailer, or the trailers. I literally watched none of the promotional material for the show going into it. I just watched the show itself. But as you can see, visually stunning. I love her, I would die for her, I would kill in her name. Listen, if Morpheed Clark ever wants to slide into my DMs, then, I would jump off of a cliff for her.
Stand with me. Ours was no chance meeting. Not fate. Nor destiny. Ours was the work of something greater.
Hi, Sauron. Hi, Gandalf.
Each of us.
Damn, just spoiled the shit. Just spoiled the shit out of the finale there.
Everyone
I said there'd be spoilers.
must decide who we shall be.
I am not the hero you seek.
True.
Whatever it was you did, be free of it.
No.
One day this will be your kingdom.
Raise your sail and then let go.
Choose not the path of fear, but that of faith.
God, it's so visually stunning.
One thing we can do, better than any creature in all Middle-earth. We stay true to each other. With our hearts even bigger in our feet. We can survive this. You and I.
Is the Isildur from the show the same guy who killed Sauron the first time? He didn't kill Sauron. He just cut the ring from Sauron's finger, but yes. I will get into what I think, or I should say kind of know is going to happen in the show in the future, once we get into, like, the end part of this review. I mostly just want you guys to get, like, a look at the show a little bit. Very visually stunning, very beautiful. I will admit, this trailer music and editing is just not reflective of, like, the feel of this show or Lord of the Rings, so I can see how, if you just watch the trailer and we're like, ooh, easy skip, I can see that. Regardless, though, it is not an easy skip. It is, in fact, an easy rewatch, if you ask me. One of the few things I saw going into this show, actually, that was promotional material, was an image of an orc. This orc right here. Now, if you've seen Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, this orc should immediately make you excited. Because The Hobbit did something that I think most fans can agree was pretty shit. All the orcs were CGI, and they looked all the same. It just wasn't really... There was this level of personality that every orc had in the original Lord of the Rings movies by Peter Jackson, how they were all practical effects and makeup and everything. They definitely had some visual effects they added in, especially to make the orcs' eyes bigger. Like, there were some goblins, as they would be called, nicknamed, but they're really just smaller orcs, that had, like, the big eyes with the slits. That was definitely visual effects doing that. The mouth of Sauron, if you look really closely, the visual effects to make his mouth bigger are a little bit sloppy at the Black Gate. But, like, overall, most of the effects are heavy practical in the original movies. So seeing this motherfucker, this practical-looking motherfucker, made me happy. So I will admit, I came into the show with a tiny tinge of, like, okay, I know the show will look beautiful, and I know the orcs are going to look cool. So at the worst, this show is going to be some nice eye candy to get stoned to and just get re-immersed back into Middle-earth. And you better believe there was eye candy that I got stoned to, and I did get re-immersed back into Middle-earth. But it was not only that. I genuinely found a lot to love from this show, outside of just the visuals. Now, the characters. The main character of the show, if there was to be a central main character, is Galadriel, who J.R.R. Tolkien described himself as, quote-unquote, the fairest and mightiest elf in all of Middle-earth. She is the Lady of Lothlorien, and she is just an absolute fucking badass. Now, you'll, of course, know her if you've watched the Peter Jackson movies, as, she was played by Cate Blanchett. And when we see her, she's this fair lady, is really the only way to describe her. She doesn't really seem an intimidating adversary. In Rings of Power, however, they've made what is definitely a bit of a creative change, but one that I think is permissible. One, however, that I think a lot of Tolkien fans have decided is not permissible, though, which I think is a little bit ridiculous. In Rings of Power, young Galadriel is a plate armor-clad, sword-wielding fighter. Now, in the story, written by Tolkien, most of her power comes from a mostly left up to the imagination essence of magic and power that she had kind of innately, but was heavily compounded by her possession of Nenya, the elven ring of water. This, of course, allowed her to preserve her kingdom of Lothlorien, but it also granted her a lot of other abilities. So, at no point is it really given... Are we really given the idea that Galadriel was ever this plate armor-wearing warrior princess? But at the same time, it just works better for me. And it looks cool, and I like it. It makes sense, as far as, like, creative decisions go, to have a character as powerful as Galadriel, who certainly could probably pick up a sword and fuck some people up with it if she wanted. Though she would probably, at least by the point of the Third Age, see that as pointless. I don't really have a problem with that change. I thought it was cool. Her fight scenes are cool, and it's awesome. What I was worried about, though, was that Galadriel would be a Mary Sue. Some people will get mad about me saying this, but Rey in the Star Wars sequel trilogy is a Mary Sue. Not because she's a woman, but because I don't think they did a very good job of writing her character arc. There is a good case to make that she doesn't really have many flaws or fuck-ups like most compelling characters do. Most compelling characters tend to have huge flaws, fuck-ups, or failures that allow us to connect with them, because nobody is flawless. And I'm happy to say that Galadriel is not a Mary Sue in this show. While she may be physically able and quite powerful, her decision-making and personality is, well, it is a huge part of the story that she is not perfect in that respect. She is the cause of pretty much every bad thing that happens. And they state this outright. She's told by her king, Gil-galad, to sail west to Valinor, to leave Middle-earth and to stay in Paradise and to give up her mission of hunting Sauron, because if she continues on her path, she might enable the evil that she is trying to fight. She doesn't listen to him and jumps into the sea and ends up running into Sauron in disguise, bringing him the power and giving him all the means he needs to do what he ends up doing. His Sauron shit. So she fucks up in that respect. She's deceived by him the entire time. Even after the deception is lifted, she's tempted momentarily by him with the promise of power and ruling over Middle-earth. She still fails in her goal of stopping him because he's still he's still now going to become the Lord of Mordor. She failed in preventing Mount Doom from erupting and the Southlanders from getting wiped out and the land of the Southlands from becoming Mordor. She failed in her task to hunt down Sauron. Literally every task that she's had from the start of the season to the end has been a failure. Every single one has been a failure. But not in like a poor writing, oh, she's a shitty character kind of way, but in her decisions and her mindset is not perfect, and it's causing conflict that she has to deal with, and that's good writing. In fact, something I noticed on, I believe it was episode 7, after Galadriel wakes up in the ashes of Mount Orodruin, blowing up and erupting, she finds Theo, and they're walking through the forest together, and just the entire sequence of Galadriel finding Theo in the burning village and bring him to safety felt very classic Galadriel. It felt as though when Mount Doom erupted and she saw her failure and saw what her headstrong desire to fight the enemy and just fight, no talking, all that shit, right? All of these poor aspects to her personality have caused this. And when she wakes up, she realizes, at least in part, she's not there quite yet, but she's definitely taken a step in that direction, that her current strategy is not working. And that whole sequence where she's walking with Theo really reminded me of classic Galadriel from the Third Age. Just in demeanor, how she's just constantly giving wise, uplifting advice, Scenes where, characters see her and they're, blown away by her beauty, which is literally every time she appears in the books, It's a very, very important aspect of her character is that when she walks into the room, everyone's like... Yeah, so, they carried that through and everything. Really like Galadriel. Excited to see her character arc as she becomes the Galadriel that we know in the Third Age. Next, we have Arondir and Elrond. Elrond, I don't really have much to say. Fucking amazing. I think everybody, even people that don't like the show, agree. His acting, along with the actor who plays Elrond, along with the actor who plays Durin, the fourth, I believe, amazing. Their relationship, their dynamic, their friendship, Elrond and Durin, amazing. Everybody liked it. Everybody loved it. There's really not much I can say besides that. I feel it was just great. They did a really good job of embodying, like, this concept that I feel like is really realistic in this world. You see, elves, barring outstanding bad circumstances, are pretty much ageless and immortal. They can die, but they don't grow sick, and they don't grow old. And so this means that time, they perceive it differently, right? Like, a couple decades isn't really a big deal to them. Not seeing their friend for a couple decades is like, oh yeah, what do you expect me to do? What do you expect me to constantly be up in your... It's been 10 years since we spoke. You can't just always be up in my face, you know? Give us some time since last time we hung out. It's like yesterday to them, right? So Elrond and Durin hadn't spoken for like 25 years, and obviously Durin was quite upset by this because while dwarves live quite a while, elves, you know, live a lot longer, and dwarves are comparatively still quite short-lived. So, you know, Durin's had kids, he's gotten married, he's built up a kingdom, and become like a pretty, you know, well-known and well-respected prince in that time. So it's definitely an interesting dynamic to see them mend their friendship and get to work with Celebrimbor, who is another character we'll get into in a minute. I forgot, we have another third elven character. Celebrimbor we'll get to him in a minute. Next we have Arondir. Arondir is a Sylvan elf, I believe, who lives in the Southlands, soon to be Mordor, and his job is basically to watch over the men of the Southlands who once sided with Morgoth during the War of Wrath. And it's been thousands of years, and for the humans living there, they're like, my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather served Morgoth, okay? I don't even know his name, all right? I don't even know what his name was, all right? Why are you elves that were around for it judging me for my great-great-great-great-great... Like, yeah, so the elves were alive when these humans' ancestors served Morgoth, and they're getting, you know, treated kind of badly for it. And it's feeding into this cyclical loop of, you know, bad will from the Southlanders towards the Sylvan elves watching over them, leads to more, you know, degradation by the elves, which leads to more hate towards them by the Southlanders, and it just feeds into itself, right? All the while, orcs are spreading through the Southlands, digging tunnels through the lands underneath the villages and houses and all that kind of stuff. The orcs look amazing. You know, they're scary, they're spooky, they're coming up through floorboards, they're attacking people. It's great. I'm loving that shit. We get a fight scene where one orc is an actual threat to a couple of villagers, Theo and Bronwyn. And that scene was fucking great. One orc was like a scary threat. I loved that, because they would be, right? I've always thought that, like, you take an orc from Lord of the Rings and you put it into like a haunted house with a bunch of teenagers and you got yourself a horror movie, right? Like, just because those orcs get slown and masked by the main characters in Lord of the Rings doesn't mean those things wouldn't be terrifying to run up against in real life. You know, Aragorn and Gimli and Legolas are literal, like super soldiers of Middle-earth, okay? Like, the average guy going up against an orc is scared, you know? And I really like how the show depicted that. The orcs really did feel like a genuine threat to the average, you know, even trained fighter among men, which didn't really feel like something that was made as clear, I guess, in the original Peter Jackson movies. It really felt like most of the human characters, at least that we follow, were so badass that they were invincible. Plot armor is actually something I wanted to get to before I get into Celebrimbor. It didn't really feel like, besides the characters that I know live, it didn't really feel like characters have plot armor. We didn't get a ton of main character deaths or anything, but I feel like the characters they're introducing, like Theo, Bronwyn, these characters that are not in the books that they're adding to the show, these characters feel like their fates, anything can happen with them. And there are characters that we know are going to die. Brutally. Very brutally. Alright, close your ears for 10 seconds or so if you don't want future spoilers. You've got 3 seconds. This is going to be spoilers for the show in the future. When I make a thumbs up, you guys can uncover your ears, okay? So, thumbs down is while the spoilers are still happening. 3, 2, 1, spoilers happening. Okay. In season, probably late season 2, maybe early season 3, it's hard to say based on the way this show is doing the timeline, Sauron is going to come to Eregion, and he is going to fuck that shit up. He is going to take Celebrimbor and impale him on a spike and turn him into a banner that his armies are going to march with. That is all. So yeah, we're gonna... You're good now. You're good now. No spoilers. We're good. So basically, that is the kind of shit that we have to look forward to in the future. Yeah. It's gonna be pretty damn awesome. Spoilers, I literally warned you. You have no one to blame but yourself. With that said, I don't know where else to go. Celebrimbor, yeah. Celebrimbor, and his goal to craft the Rings of Power, amazing storyline. I loved that. The actual sequence of crafting the three Elven Rings was amazing. I think it's time to get to the final part. The final part of my review, okay? I know this wasn't very structured and it was just me gushing for a while, but I just loved it. I'm just talking about something I enjoyed. So, go ahead and ban that bot. So, the next thing to talk about, the final thing I want to talk about, is the music. You see, for me, any Middle-earth production, particularly anything Lord of the Rings related, needs to have the music on point. The Lord of the Rings Peter Jackson movies had amazing music. The Hobbit Peter Jackson movies also had amazing music. This show did not disappoint when it came to the music. I was worried. One of the things that I genuinely believed would be near impossible to recapture was how iconic and amazing to listen to the music of the Peter Jackson films and the Hobbit were. And frankly, I wasn't disappointed. So the composer they brought on for the music of this show is Bear McCreary, who you may know from the soundtrack of God of War 2018. That's right, he's the lyrical, musical, whatever you want to say, genius behind this. So that is from God of War 2018. And that same composer is behind the music in Rings of Power. So as you can imagine, the music does not disappoint. I worry about how much of this music I can play in my video without getting copyrighted. So, Cherry, if the video gets copyrighted because of the music, just cut out the music bits and whatnot, but hopefully the small amounts that I show or play for you guys won't be a problem. So this first segment here, this came out 2 days ago in the most recent episode. This is called True Creation Requires Sacrifice. It's on Bear McCreary's YouTube channel, and this is the track from when they were crafting the 3 rings. All right, get a listen to this, and you guys let me know if this music you think holds up to the legendary score established in Peter Jackson's movies. I like it a lot. I'm a big fan of the soundtrack. It goes very hard. That is as much as I'll play of the true creation requires sacrifice bit. That is the opening of the theme when they're crafting the rings. So, if you're a fan of the original Peter Jackson movies, something you'll know is that a repeated motif that he would constantly do is a lot of characters or character relationships, kingdoms, places, etc. had themes. They had musical themes. And depending on the context, the hype of the theme would change, right? So, for example, in a scene where, like, the Fellowship were just kind of, sitting around, and it was sort of a solemn moment, you might hear the Fellowship theme come in, and it's like, dun, 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 dun. And that's the Fellowship theme, kind of just slowly kind of going in, right? But in a scene, for example, in the Fellowship of the Ring, where the whole Fellowship is leaving Rivendell, and we see that amazing shot where they're all walking together, and it's like one of the most triumphant scenes in the whole movie, we hear it at its full version, right? With the horns and the trumpets and everything. It's like, dun, 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 dun. Yeah. That is one of my favorite aspects of the Peter Jackson movies, is the musical motifs correspond not just to different characters, ideas, groups, or things, or kingdoms, or whatever, but they're circumstantial. When we first hear the Rohan theme, for example, it's when Edoras is in sort of a fallen state. King Theoden is currently under Saruman's mind control and the influence of Grima Wormtongue. And so it's just sort of a gloomy scene when Gandalf, Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli first show up. So we hear the Rohan theme like do 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 on the violin, one single violin, very drawn out, almost pathetic sounding, like a choking whisper. But then at the Battle of the Pelennor Fields, when the army of all of Rohan's army, the Rohirrim, show up on the Pelennor Fields to save Gondor from Sauron's forces, we hear the full the full Rohan theme blaring in all of its glory when Rohan is at its peak. We hear dun 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 dun. It's all the horns and everything, right? This show and Bear McCreary and his, music production for it did the exact same goddamn thing. I think the best example of it has to be the Numenor theme. So here is how we hear the Numenor theme for the first time. By the way, could not be more, this sounds perfect for Numenor. When I imagine Numenor, when I read the Silmarillion and everything, this music fits so well with the vibe that I imagined for Numenor when I was a kid and I read the books. Listen to this. So that's how we hear the theme for the first time. The reason why I drew the Rohan comparison is because we get a very similar through line there. That's like the way we hear the theme for the first time when we first see Numenor in the show. But then, at a later point in the show, when we see the cavalry of Numenor with Galadriel and who they don't know to be Sauron riding up to a village in the Southlands to clear out the orcs, we hear this version of the theme. That's the good shit. That right there is the good shit. I like when different things have musical themes in media, and the hype of it changes based on the context. That has always been a key aspect of any Middle Earth, I guess, productions on screen for me, and this show did not disappoint. So, I really don't know what else to talk about without just, like, basically just ranting about all the things that I liked any longer. Isn't it weird how, in retrospect, that Sauron convinced Galadriel not to kill the Orc King? Oh, no, it is not weird at all. You see, Sauron is, well, kind of an egotistical douchebag who wants to kill that motherfucker himself. Sauron wants to, like, Adar. Season 2 is probably going to start with Sauron ripping Adar apart. Like, the things that Sauron's going to do to that motherfucker, if the story he told where he tried to kill Sauron and thought he did was true, he's in trouble. His orcs aren't going to be able to protect him. He's fucked. Adar's going to get cooed out of power in Mordor early in Season 2, and Sauron's going to take control. And we're going to see the Dark Lord on his Dark Throne towards the beginning of Season 2. Now, Isildur, who got lost after the eruption in the Southlands, or in Mordor, is also still there somewhere, most likely, unless Beric managed to save him, like, fast, which I think will happen. Seems like Isildur's horse Beric is going to save him. It has sort of... there's like a line they pulled this from in the Unfinished Tales, where riders of their horse, like, horses and their riders from, like, Numenor and like Arnor and in the west and whatnot could supposedly form sort of a psychological bond with their horse and call them on command just by thinking. That was in the Unfinished Tales, though, so, like, the level of canonality of that is questionable. Regardless, though, that seems to be where they pulled that from. So it seems like Isildur is going to summon Beric, and he's going to save him. And hopefully he's already been saved by the final shot we see in Rings of Power, because Mordor is looking Mordory by the end there. Like, is Isildur still there somewhere? Is he captured by orcs? Like, he's in trouble. We're going to have to see what happens there. Chronologically, Elendil should be founding Arnor in the west, if I'm not mistaken, and Isildur should be founding Gondor in the southeast, where we obviously know it to be. We already know that many of the people from the Southlands went to the Peligir, the river Peligir, for the to set up like a sort of survivor camp, like a refugee camp. That is probably where I think Isildur is going to end up. Yeah. Didn't the same thing happen with Aragorn? Yeah. Isildur founded Gondor, if I remember correctly. I haven't read the Silmarillion in a long time. He ended up very quickly taking control of it. His father did. I thought Isildur founded Arnor. Hold on a second. Elendil founded... Elendil was welcomed to Eriador by the Elven King Gil-galad, and he founded the Kingdom of Arnor, building the city of Anuminas as its capital. That is one I'd love to actually hear pronounced. So yeah, no, I was right. Elendil founded Arnor. So Isildur and Anarion were carried to the south, arriving all... okay, so Anarion seems to be gender-swapped in the show, so we'll see whether or not his sister ends up helping him found Gondor. Doesn't seem likely, though. Isildur and Anarion were carried to the south, arriving at the mouths of the Anduin. They ascended the Great River and founded the realm of Gondor, while the exiles were establishing their realms in exile in the south. In 3320, however, Sauron had also escaped and reestablished his power in Mordor. Cool, yeah. So that probably works out for Season 2, then. It seems pretty likely we might see the founding of Arnor and Gondor in Season 2. So that should be pretty neat. That'll definitely be pretty neat. What else do I predict is going to happen? The 16 Lesser Rings have to be made. unless they've already been made, which some people have theorized that, like, this show is a massive mystery, and that, like, Anatar is a form Sauron's been taking and fucking with the elves behind the scenes with. I don't think that's the case. It seems like to disarm us from, like, the knowledge that, oh, this is clearly Sauron, mostly for casual fans, because when Halbrand walked into the fucking foundry, or walked into the workshop of Celebrimbor, I knew it right away. That was when it was 100% confirmed for me. When that motherfucker walked into Celebrimbor's workshop, I was like, that's Sauron. And when he said, consider it a gift, I was like, the Lord of Gifts. There he is, the Lord of Gifts in the flesh. So, there's a lot that's got to happen. Somehow, yeah, Elendil is not going to be a petty ship captain by the end of things. I'm just trying to think of what they'll do in Season 2. Oh, Gandalf! I forgot! Oh my god, Gandalf! Okay, Daniel Wayman as Gandalf. I'm really liking him. And I am on team he's Gandalf. He is so fucking obviously Gandalf. From the way that he is imitating Ian McKellen's mannerisms playing Gandalf, to the quote, when in doubt, always follow your nose, to, like, just the way that it works better for it to be Gandalf, hanging out with these Harfoots, because, well, they could still roll with him being a blue wizard. That is still something they could do. And it would work considering the fact that Gandalf has not been to Rhûn, out to the east, and they're sending this Gandalf out to Rhûn in the east, and he's arrived earlier. They could make him a blue wizard. Doesn't seem likely, though. It seems very likely he's Gandalf. I automatically knew since he befriended Nori. The fact that the first life form he came into contact with was a hobbit, or a proto-hobbit, so to say, the Harfoots, definitely was a good sign from the start. Definitely a good sign from the start. That does not necessarily mean, though, he's not a blue wizard. Though I will say, if he was a blue wizard, it does feel like they would have given some hint to there being another one around, right? Because there's 2 blue wizards. And you'd think that there'd be some hint to the idea that there's another one of him out there he needs to find. What's a blue wizard? There are a total of 5 wizards in the order of Istari sent to Middle-earth. Saruman the White, Gandalf the Grey, Radagast the Brown, and the 2 blue wizards. Now, they all go by different names, and they are in reality sort of angelic beings called Maiar, sent by the Valar, which are like demigod beings, which are subservient to Eru Ilúvatar, who's like God, sent to Middle-earth to fight evil and to generally help the free peoples of Middle-earth to fight against Sauron's forces. So yeah, 5 basically demigod angels sent to Earth in the form of like old men wizards to help out. It's pretty much their whole deal. Are Harfoots not hobbits? Anatomically, they seem like they're pretty much hobbits, but like they're pretty much proto-hobbits. Like the vibe that I get is they're gonna like move out west to where the Shire is someday, and establish the Shire, and become less of like a traveling race and more of like a sedentary, homely, hobbit people, right? Anyway, Daniel Wayman, who is playing the Stranger, a.k.a. who I believe to be Gandalf. Amazing, all right? I don't know if I've ever said this before. Gandalf is my favorite character, period, in all of Middle-earth. In all of Tolkien's Legendarium, Gandalf is my favorite. I really couldn't tell you why. I mean, I could, but I'd be going on for too long. He is simply just my favorite. That is just how it is. And Ian McKellen's portrayal, to me, is fucking flawless and unbeatable. So far, though, Daniel Wayman's portrayal is very respectful. It feels like a love letter to Ian McKellen's portrayal of the character. I specifically went back and rewatched the scenes with him already from the finale to see like how Gandalf-like he is, and he really does. Like there's scenes where Nori says something to him, and he realizes something, and he copies Ian McKellen's facial, like, thing. You know how Ian... So, when Gandalf will learn something, he'll sort of do this little eye twitch type thing, you know, as his mouth widens a little bit. He mimics that several times, mimics the mannerisms, the ways of speaking, repeats lines from Gandalf. I really liked it. I really like his portrayal, and frankly, I'm really, really excited to see where they go with this character in the future. I'm excited to see him more Gandalf-like. It's so subtle, but so good. It's very subtle, which is good, because if it was too on the nose, then it would feel desperate. You know? He shouldn't just be the Gandalf we know and love. Boom. He's him. He's got a long journey to go on. He's got thousands of years ahead of him before he's going to be meeting Bilbo or Frodo in the Shire and sending them off on their grand adventures. All that said, I fucking loved it. If you're a Tolkien purist who feels as though any adaptation of Tolkien's content to the screen that is not 100% faithful is thus bad, you might not like it. You might get triggered by changes they make, which in my opinion are quite small and inconsequential. You might get pissed off by it, but at the end of the day, every change they made from Tolkien's Legendarium, for me, and in my opinion, improved the story. That is just my opinion. I personally do not view everything that Tolkien wrote as unchangeable gospel. I don't think that, like, every word that Tolkien put to paper was fucking gold, was fucking mithril, and, you know, any change to it would only tarnish it. There's no improving that. I don't believe that. I do think that adaptions can make changes to Tolkien's original work, and it can work better, especially on screen. And so far, with season 1 of this show, I have fucking loved it. And I have no complaints. Well, I do. Well, why did I say I have no complaints? I do have a couple of complaints. My first complaint was about the first episode and its editing. I think they went back and changed this. I think Amazon unironically edited the episode after it came out, and now it is a different form of the episode than originally. When I watched the episode, the first episode on release night, I noticed several jarring cuts. And it was only in the first episode. They weren't in any of the other episodes, but when I, for the first time, watched episode 1, there were several jarring cuts that I noticed. They didn't ruin it for me. They were just jarring, you know, like the cut just kind of, boom. We were in another scene. It was like, whoa, okay, wow, all right. Like, and characters would just start talking immediately, and it was like, wow, that was a weird cut. Going back and rewatching the first episode, though, multiple times now, those cuts aren't there anymore. They smoothed out those cuts or changed the editing or whatever, because, like, that problem isn't there anymore, which I don't know if you could say is dishonest. It just seems like something good, but my vibe is that they actually went through and re-edited the first episode and like updated it to make the edits a bit more smooth on that first episode, because there were some jarring cuts between, like, scenes in episode 1. One benefit of online streaming, that is a nice thing about the show being streamed online, is they, like, if there's a thing like that, like, oh, hey, this scene is too dark and we can't see it, they can go into post-production and lighten it, and then update the video on the streaming service so that it's seeable, right? Like, they can, like, HBO Max could do that with Game of Thrones, season 8, or, yeah, season 8, right? Yeah, season 8. They could do that. They could go through and, like, get rid of, like, the coffee cups and the, make the scenes lighter and stuff like that. People complain about House of the Dragon having really dark scenes, and, they're full of shit. I watched those scenes on my, like, the scenes they complained about on Twitter, I watched them on my monitor. No problems. No problems whatsoever. Learn how to configure your display settings. Please, for God's sakes, turn off motion smoothing. Anyway, with all that said, if you enjoyed this segment of me basically completely unstructured, just ranting about how much I liked this show, then consider leaving a like, because it does help out the channel more than you even realize, both if you're watching this live or if you're watching this segment at like in the VOD after, you know, I've ended stream, or if you're watching this as a segment when it goes out on its own. Leaving a like helps out more than you even realize. It's not just a hollow show of support. It actually forces YouTube to push my content to more people in the algorithm, which means more people watching my videos, which means good things, in my opinion. And of course, if you want to support me and see more from me, you can subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so YouTube tells you when I go live or I upload a new video. And you can also follow my social medias, linked all down below in the description, including my Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, fan Discord, and so on. And finally, if you want to support me financially, directly, you can do so quite easily by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me in the form of a donation through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Streamelements, or even through Patreon. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it, and have a good one. Let's go! Good segment. Ah. Did she play Bronwyn in the show? Wingo, who'd she play it? Yeah, Bronwyn? Oh, absolutely, yeah. Listen, if Bronwyn from Rings of Power slid into my DMs, whew! Good God. Just keep the CGI out of your freaking mouth? Wait, why are you guys... Wait. Why are people mad about the CGI? Wait, are people in chat mad about me talking about the CGI? Or the effects? The effects looked amazing. Dibs on Gladriel, okay? She's mine. If Celeborn is alive, he can watch. Celeborn's definitely alive, by the way. Oh, hey chat. Should we do a watch party of Rings of Power after stream tonight? In the Discord? How many of you would be down? Rings of Power watch party in the Discord after stream. It's 4 a.m., pussy. Hell yeah? Hell yeah. Fuck, it would be if it wasn't 4 a.m. Damn. We got a lot of pussies in chat tonight. Good God. I have work at 2 p.m. Listen. Some days, true creation requires sacrifice. Have you heard? Oh, by the way, I wish I included this in my review. Within the next couple years, the hate wagon for the show is going to be gone, and there's going to be overwhelming praise for it online. Within, like, I'd ballpark, like, 6 months to a year, when, like, the financial incentive to shit-talk the show for being woke and having diversity in its casting is gone, there'll actually be a, like, the ability for a community to talk about and enjoy the show to exist. So that'll be exciting. Because right now, every community I see, like, on Reddit or whatever that tries to, like, form a fandom around the show gets raided by people who, like, hate raided by people that want to, like, shit on the show. I saw a bunch of posts on the Lord of the Rings subreddit talking about how, quote-unquote, they need to hold the creators of Rings of Power accountable for butchering Tolkien's legacy, quote-unquote. Just the most,
listen, Reddit, we gotta get together and hold them accountable, Reddit. Come on, Reddit, come on, Reddit army. Come on, Reddit army, let's do this.
The most soy shit you've ever heard. Come on, Reddit. Good night, Lil Bass 82.
Come on, Reddit.
Amazing. Just woke up and having breakfast? Amazing. Alright. What next? Let's talk about the Jesse Gender thing. We did it, Reddit. We found the bomber. Hey, chat. Guess what? Guess what you should do if you're watching and enjoying the content right now? If you're watching and enjoying the content, you should consider slapping the fuck out of that thumbs up button. They call it the like button in the YouTubing industry, but I'll just call it the thumbs up button. Hit that motherfucking like button, and it make channel go and make channel go bzz. Make channel go burr. Hit that like button, guys. Let's see it hit 200 likes. We're at 186. We're 14 likes away from 200. I know you guys can do it. I know you have it in you. Hit that like button. We aren't moving on till I see 200. I know you guys have it in you. 10 more. Come on, guys. I know you can do it. Just cracked the shit out of my back. That was amazing. 199. One more, guys. Come on. Hey, 201. We did it. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, chat. You guys are fucking poggers. Oh. Let me burp for a second, chat. Nah? Not gonna do it? Okay. Sure. All right. Don't burp then. Do you see what Kanye said about George Floyd? What did Kanye West say about George Floyd? I don't know. Kanye West says George Floyd passed away because of fentanyl and that the cop's knee, quote unquote, wasn't even on his neck like that.
George Floyd documentary that Candace Owens put.
Reality is becoming parody.
I watched the George Floyd documentary that Candace Owens put up. One of the things that his two roommates said was, they want a tall guy like me. They want a tall guy like me. And the day when he died, he said a prayer for, 8 minutes. Mm-hmm. He said a prayer for 8 minutes.
Okay, so what I imagine he's about to do is be like, they're trying to frame George Floyd to be this amazing guy, when in reality, he was a horrible person, and it makes the black community look bad to martyr him. Is that what he's about to say? Is that what he's about to say? I can run an emulation of the average conservative brain in my own brain, so it's not that hard to predict what they're going to say.
They hit him with the fentanyl. If you look, the guy's knee wasn't even on his neck like that. When he said mama is his girlfriend. They said he screamed for his mama. Mama was his girlfriend. It's in the documentary. But something that hit me, that fucked me up when I was watching the...
I like the idea that, so, for one, the knee was in fact on his neck, but even if it wasn't, can't you, collapse someone's lungs and, air passages by kneeling on their neck? Or not on their neck, but on the nape of their neck, between the shoulder blades. The image they like to share around is a particular shot where the knee is around here on George Floyd's back, but not only can that crush your spine, and probably one of the most delicate and easy to break parts of your back and spine, but that I'm pretty certain that can collapse your lungs and your airways. And I'm pretty certain I'm saying I know that can in fact collapse your lungs and airways. Who's they, Kanye? The Jews. He means the Jews. If you're curious how the broader, normie world is responding to Kanye's tweet, they think it's trolling and a joke. One of my favorite podcasts is the Painkiller Already podcast. I do not watch them for their political takes. I usually cringe my way through any time they talk about currently happening political events. But something that's very something that I do gain from watching it outside of just entertainment and laughs sometimes is a perspective on like the average edgelord normie, uninformed, like thinks they know what they're talking about dude bro, and what they think of currently happening events, and how deluded the left tends to be about how the things the right does looks to the outside world. Kanye West's DEFCON 3 tweet, a lot of the normie types took that as him like memeing and joking. Like, oh, he knows what DEFCON is. He's just joking. These are memes. He's trolling. Kanye West is a master troll. That's what I've been seeing a lot of, if you're curious on how the normies have interpreted what he said.
Documentary, and it said they want a tall guy like me. When I looked at that image of him, this tall black dude with the bald head, he reminded me of somebody else. Who you think he reminded me of?
Virgil.
He reminded me of Virgil. You know what I'm saying? I'm not finna cry in front of y'all because that's how they get me, right?
Who's Virgil? Is this lore I don't know? Is this Kanye lore I don't know? Who's Virgil? Lore? Who knows? Who deep lore? Virgil, Texas? I can only assume. Virgil's the guy who said Louis Vuitton killed the cancer gun? Was killed with a cancer gun. Virgil Abloh. Okay, someone Google Kanye West Virgil, I guess? I don't know. Fashion designer? Dante's Inferno? Dante's Inferno, maybe. Yeah, maybe that's who he's referring to.
But I know that we lost him. And I know that this white company, Louis Vuitton, is now making statues of him, like as a martyr. And we don't know why exactly. We say it's cancer.
But I mean, all right. I want to be careful with this subject because.
Wait a second, but tell me, could you even really run this interview? Because Mav didn't run my interview.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They blocked me out. The Jewish media blocked me.
He's just trolling, guys. He's just trolling.
Out. This shit lit, right? I'm lit, right? I'm lit. I'm lit. You know what I'm saying? JP Morgan, I put $140 million into JP Morgan, and they treated me like shit. So if JP Morgan Chase is treating me like that, how they treating the rest of y'all?
That's outrageous, yeah. And this murderers with Chase accounts. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Hey, by the way, this is Nazbol Vortex shit. In case you're curious, this is massive Nazbol Vortex shit. The like appealing to this like pseudo-lefty, anti-bank, anti-bourgeoisie, anti-wealthy perspective, but in reality you're just using it as a cloak for anti-Semitism. Massive Nazbol Vortex vibes. Tons of people that are absolutely amiable to lefty ideas are vulnerable to this like propaganda. Don't even think for a second they're not.
I am outraged. By the time people they want to calm it down.
Because no matter what, you didn't break no law.
I didn't break a law.
No matter
I didn't
what,
break a law.
The bank shouldn't be a judge or jury on anything that's
but
going
this
on.
is it's like a social contract. Candace Owens has a word for it, I'm forgetting it. But it's basically like they told Candace Owens she couldn't hang out with me. You know, I'm here.
So basically these private companies deciding how they want to who they want to work with and whether or not they want to support them is 1984. Damn. Yeah, the interviewers are definitely on Kanye's side. There's a reason they're having him on. I have no doubt that Kanye is going to become like the next big conservative dumb fuck figure, right? I mean, it's very fitting that Elon Musk and Kanye, two divorced and sad middle-aged men who spend their time on Twitter and Instagram literally having mental breakdowns over their lost relationships and trying to cope about how awful women and feminism in the left are because they gave their wives the freedom to leave them. That's more or less what I expect to see a lot of these coming days. I'm going to quote tweet this, though. I'm going to quote tweet it. What can I quote tweet that with? He just says he just JQs. Actually, I know exactly what to quote tweet it with. Nazbol Vortex shit. Don't think for a minute. Brain dead people who are even a little amiable to left-wing policies and ideas aren't vulnerable to this propaganda. Noticeable vortex shit. Don't think for a minute brain dead people who are even a little amiable to left-wing policies and ideas aren't vulnerable to this propaganda. Should I get rid of the brain dead aspect? Because I don't think it... we'll say well-meaning. Well-meaning. I expect to see a lot more stuff like this as pseudo socialist ideas get diluted with right-wing populism. Noticeable vortex shit. Don't think for a minute well-meaning people who are even a little amiable to left-wing policies and ideas aren't vulnerable to this propaganda. I expect to see a lot more stuff like this as pseudo-socialist ideas get diluted with right-wing populism. He vortex boiled the Nas. Okay. So some people say this is just Nazi shit, but the appealing to like, oh, the banks, how are the banks treating you? If the banks treat me like this, how do you think the banks are treating you? Like, that stuff is hardcore an attempt to appropriate left-wing, like, socialist, very commonly anti, like, national bank, like, anti-big bank, like, messaging and weaponizing it and sort of diluting it and twisting it in with some right-wing populism to turn it into something different. It looks good, it looks progressive, it looks pro-worker, but it is only being weaponized to push at the end of the day, fascist ideology, right? And fascism, of course, you know, thrives under capitalism. Typically. Vosh versus Kanye debate when? One day. One day it will happen. We'll see it. We can only hope. Okay. What do we got next? I think I should talk about the, Ooh, this will be good. Rooster Teeth segment? Maybe. I'm deciding on that now. Actually, no. I think we'll do the Jesse Gender segment. Because the Jesse Gender segment is pretty important. It is pretty important. It's pretty spicy. It's pretty important. And I want to get that out pretty soon. Because the sooner that YouTube is kind of bullied into fixing that problem, the better. Duplicate tab, please. And... all right. Guys, you know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So, for a while now, I have been making almost weekly videos on a content creator by the name of Matt Walsh. And my reason for that is that his popularity has exploded massively over the last few months. And he is without a doubt probably the most unapologetically hateful conservative propagandist on all of YouTube. And he recently made a documentary to talk about how trans people are delusional freaks and they need to be denied the ability to transition, denied their rights, denied respect, and denied any recognition as the gender they identify as. He basically pushes the idea, documentary, I know, it's a propaganda piece, but he pushes the idea that, like, being trans is a mental illness that is being pushed through some social contagion. Every single idea he presents throughout the movie is completely contrary to all of the overwhelming data, studies, facts, meta-analyses, etc. that we have on the entire trans, issue, right? He does not care, though. He is making lots of money, and I mean lots of money, with his videos and with all of his anti-trans propaganda. And he actually announced at the beginning of the year that this would be his year of the war against trans ideology. He actually declared at the beginning of this year that he was going to be going harder than ever against the trans community and trans people with his YouTube channel and his content. So since the beginning of the year, YouTube has known that he would be going harder than ever against a protected minority class by their own platform and TOS, and using YouTube to do it. Not only using YouTube to upload the content and host it, but also using YouTube's ad service, like AdSense service, to advertise his content. You guys have probably gotten a lot of Matt Walsh videos in your recommended, perhaps even ones that outright, within the first few seconds of the ad, outright break YouTube's terms of service. Naturally, though, Matt Walsh is a massive YouTuber. He brings in a lot of money and a lot of views and a lot of, just constant traffic, right? So YouTube is motivated not to ban him, or at least to hold off banning him for as long as they can, or at least for as long as it is more financially beneficial to keep him on the platform. But once that stops, they'll get rid of him. By the time Matt Walsh has become irrelevant as far as content creators go, they will ban him. But they won't ban him first. Not before that. Unless a massive social media brigade is sent against him and Google is left with no choice but to uphold their TOS, even against such a massive YouTuber. However, I'll tell you who isn't, or who is getting punished by YouTube's TOS and their moderation system. Not the people who are actually breaking the TOS, such as Matt Walsh, but the people calling out Matt Walsh for breaking YouTube's TOS. A notable example of that is, Jesse Earl, aka Jesse Gender, a pretty well-known left-wing YouTuber who made a video on Matt Walsh called The Unending Lies of Matt Walsh, fact-checking him. And, YouTube striked the video for sex and nudity, apparently. There is no sex or nudity in the whole video. It's just a false strike. A false strike specifically against a left-wing content creator calling out another much larger content creator that YouTube is so well aware of, they run his advertisements on their channel, who is in every video breaking their TOS openly, proudly, and announcing they are doing so. Matt Walsh literally says, YouTube could ban me any day now in all of his videos, and uses it as an excuse to e-beg his fans for money and donations and more support. So he knows that YouTube knows of his presence. He knows he's breaking TOS. YouTube knows he's breaking TOS. This is basically just a game of chicken that is happening with the media at this point, where YouTube has an incentive to suppress anyone trying to make a big stink about this massive YouTuber on their platform who's using their platform to spread hate and break their, TOS without them doing anything about it. Once that gets a bunch of attention and enough people know about it and it hits mainstream media, that hurts the company. So I would not be surprised if YouTube didn't necessarily drop this strike on the video to suppress any negative criticism of Matt Walsh, but if YouTube is motivated not, I do think YouTube's probably motivated not to do anything about this. Now, we're going to go ahead and take a look at her video where she basically talks about, why she's upset and what happened and everything. But first I want to clarify why I think that YouTube has no reason to fix this and why they will only double down. And that is this tweet. Wow, so I still have yet to hear about my appeal for my video that got community strike yesterday from YouTube, but I did just get an age restriction on a video from 4 years ago. Yay, thanks YouTube, really feeling the love this week. So when YouTube age restricts a video, it basically means you're going to lose a lot of revenue, a lot of views, and it basically limits the reach of that video significantly. So YouTube's auto-moderation is actively age restricting and taking monetization away from her videos, even ones as old as 4 years old. Well, we can't be actually upholding TOS towards a massive YouTuber who makes us a lot of money and breaks the rules in every video. Anyway, false strike on a video calling out this content creator who, oh, by the way, Matt Walsh was also recently outed as a groomer. Like a bunch of clips came out where he said things such as if his son had, if he'd found out that his son had been raping his underage daughters, he would not turn his son into the police. He said that we need to go back to arranged marriages and that the age of consent has been made too high and that it needs to be lowered to around 16 years old, and that women should not ideally have any say in whether or not they can leave a relationship or a marriage, that they should get married younger and have kids younger, that he talked about how he thinks 16-year-old girls are the most fertile and that's why they need to be having children and everything. And the right has come out en masse to defend these statements, all these pedophilic and groomy statements, because they are all pedophiles. They do want to hurt and rape children, but they will weaponize the idea of like, you know, people being out there trying to hurt kids and project that onto the left. That's where the whole, like, the trans people are groomers, the gays are groomers thing came from. Anyway, let's go ahead and hand the mic over to Jessie Gender and let her take it the fuck away. Let's hear it.
Hello, interwebs. I hope you're doing well, and please excuse my slightly disheveled look, because I wasn't expecting to be on camera today. I was expecting today to be the day that I released my 4-hour-long video on Matt Walsh that I was really proud of, and honestly, more than that, just relieved to have done and off my plate, because quite honestly, with you having to sit in the stew of talking about right-wing reactionary nonsense has been really frustrating and deeply harmful to my mental health these past few weeks, if I'm gonna be quite frank. So I was...
That's my whole life.
Really looking forward to just like putting the video out, seeing the comments that I got on it for the first few hours, and then relaxing tonight, watching a movie or something like that, and maybe playing some video.
That's also her whole life, though.
Games. So this was supposed to be a relaxing Friday for me. Unfortunately, that is not...
It's my whole life because I'm a YouTuber. It's her whole life because she's trans.
Not the case, and I am absolutely livid right now because, and I'll show you the email in just a second. The video got taken down for nudity.
Wait. There was a joke I came up with before I went live today. I was going to say, now that we have found Jessie Gender's channel, we can no longer say gender. I hardly know her. Can't say it anymore. We now know gender.
And sex. And when I say it got taken down, I mean YouTube removed it. This is the first time that this has ever happened to me in my life, and I am absolutely... I so rarely get angry. I am angry at this one.
And you have every right to be.
There is absolutely no nudity or sex in the video. Now, I'm going to show you some of the stuff that YouTube has sent me because of this, and I'll talk about what I'm going to be doing about this in just a second, but I really want you to know how deeply frustrated I am at this. Now, more than likely what this was someone from, because the video was about Matt Walsh, our lovely friend Matt Walsh, and taking down his horrible transphobic nonsense, more than likely this was someone from Matt Walsh's community who came into the video, tried to find anything that they could or any way to report the video that they could to try to get it, number one, taken down, because in the marketplace of ideas, I guess you can't have just someone who just disagrees with somebody. I thought that was the whole point. But anywho, I guess that isn't allowed to happen when it's trans person speaking about...
Actually, to be fair, the right has completely abandoned the marketplace of ideas thing. They say now that because the left wants to get them banned, that any of those same actions they take on their part are justified. We saw it with the whole like propagandizing the kids thing, where they were like, the left is trying to propagandize their narratives and their worldview to kids. So to combat that, we're gonna all release children's books where we tell them that gay people are bad and America is the best and conservative values are the only good values to live by, to combat the left, who's definitely doing this en masse. Well, this is a response to the left doing the same thing, and it's bad when they do it, but it's good when we do. It's the same fucking logic.
About the actual facts of things, but also to attack my livelihood as a YouTube creator, because not only does this strike give me, because not only does this nudity and sex flag Because not only does this nudity and sex flag stop the video from going up, it removes the video, which again is the first time I've ever seen YouTube use that language for a video. Usually they said we've removed visibility on it, we blocked it, but the thing says literally removed, and I'll show the email to you in just a second. But also,
yeah, YouTube went extra hard in this video. YouTube, like, when they drop a strike on me, like, it's always a false strike. I've gotten many false strikes myself. Most of these right-wing, like, conservative figures, you'll, like, rarely see them complaining about getting a strike or a false strike or anything like that, because they rarely ever get them. The auto mod system for these larger channels with millions of subs operates very different than for smaller channels that are, you know, anywhere in the range of where Jesse Gender is, which is a few 100,000 subs, to where I am, which is, like, you know, up in the 75,000, 70,000 area. We definitely get treated a lot worse than larger YouTubers do. And the right has always had the benefit of overwhelmingly having larger channels than left-wing figures, because they've always been better at weaponizing and propagandizing off of whatever is going on. And most people who are not educated on politics and, you know, any issue happening in the world will generally just base their opinions off of common sense. And common sense tends to be poorly informed and poorly thought out. It tends to just be what people call their instant go-to opinion on something that they haven't really considered or anything like that, and haven't researched, and that's generally what informs a lot of the people that leads them to conservative content. Conservative content thrives off of the idea that everybody has common sense. Don't do your own research. Don't look into any of the topics that you feel. Don't look into any things. Just take our word for it. Sex and gender, those are the same thing, because you feel like they are. That's always been how it's been for your whole life. Don't look into any of the studies or any of the theory behind that, or any of the data behind the validity of trans people, and don't look into any of that. Men have penis, women have vagina. Just go with your common sense, guys. There's no need to research things and learn. Just listen to your favorite right-wing content creator just spew the same garbage to you every single day about how insert new thing is woke and bad and it must be hated.
So it puts me in a
You must consume. You must consume.
Dangerous position as a creator. This is my livelihood. This is what I do to pay my bills. And the email and the community notifications that I got on this say that because of this is a warning, and if it, quote, happens again, then they will stop me from being able to upload videos for a week, and then possibly...
That is a warning not to cover Matt Walsh again, is how that should be interpreted, by the way. I would actually like for Jesse Gender to make another video on Matt Walsh, see if YouTube strikes that too, and then we know. I wouldn't want her to do that, because that would be sacrificing her channel, but, like, it would be nice to know if this is YouTube actively trying to cover their ass, because one of the largest, like, conservative propagandists they've platformed and allowed to break TOS unpunished for years now is starting to get a lot more attention, and negative attention at that, especially with the weird groomer pedophile clips of his coming out. Like, YouTube definitely has a reason to cover up the pedophile clips of Matt Walsh, like the shit about him talking about kids and stuff. That stuff they've got a reason to hide. I wouldn't be surprised if my videos about that get striked.
Even longer, depending, because it is considered a community strike as opposed to something like a copyright strike or something like that. That is absolutely terrifying for me, because again, this is my livelihood, and it also puts me in a position of, like, can I re-upload the video or something, because then I might actually get that strike or that that beyond that warning to try to rectify the situation. Which, again, by the way, the video has no sex or nudity in it at all. Period. Full stop. So I am angry.
Oh, reminder, by the way, it is not out of, like, the realm of reasonability for YouTube to act unfairly towards LGBT content creators and to suppress them for the sake of like monetary gain. For a while, YouTube had basically demonetized any keyword that had to do with anything LGBT. So coming out videos that are like about LGBT, like lifestyle advice for like anything like that, anything involving LGBT, gay, trans, anything like that, YouTube demonetized it in a heartbeat. Meaning that a lot of LGBT-centric creators basically lost their livelihoods. And the reason YouTube did it was because it was easier than moderating and separating out content that was clearly pro-LGBT and anti-LGBT. They just wanted to make money and not risk losing their advertisers. So they just flagged everything relating to it as being non-advertiser friendly, which blew up in their fucking faces badly. YouTube has a bad track record with this shit. A really bad track record with this shit.
the people who reported this. I'm even more angry at YouTube for letting it go through, number one. And number two, the way that this has been messaged to me, because I kind of want to show this to you, not just in the email, but in the way that it has me look at the content. So we're just going to quickly look at this. So this is the email that I got today. It says, "Hi, Jesse Gender, our team has reviewed your content, and unfortunately we think it violates our sex and nudity policy. Remove the following content from YouTube. The Unending Lies of Matt Walsh." That's the name of the video. You know you might at this point support us that YouTube is a safe place. Yeah.
By the way, she lost her warning. I lost my warning due to a false strike too. Unless YouTube does something about it, you can never get this back. The way YouTube does it is you have a 3-strike system. Your first infraction, you permanently lose your first warning. Your second infraction is technically your first strike. You only have one first chance. If you get a false strike and YouTube never does anything about it, you've lost your first chance. I lost my first chance. I now permanently have you have one warning on your channel on my YouTube studio page forever. It will never go away. I have a big yellow button that says warning next to channel status now forever unless YouTube does something about it. Which means without my warning, the same goes for Jesse Gender now, if another false strike is to happen, YouTube then takes your first strike. So once you have one strike, you've got your yellow card strike. This means you can't stream for a week, but you can still upload. But you do have one strike, and it's pretty bad for your channel too. It hurts you in the algorithm pretty hard. If you get another strike within 3 months, it takes 3 months for one strike to go away. If within those 3 months you get another strike, you get the orange card. This basically bans you from streaming or uploading for like a month. It's like really bad if you get your second strike. Your third strike and your channel is permanently deleted. If you get your third strike within 3 months. It does not matter if these are false strikes. Your channel is gone. Very few YouTubers who've had their channels falsely deleted have ever gotten them back. So, not only have I permanently lost my warning due to a false strike that happened back in 2019, that I will no doubt never be able to get YouTube to fix, because they made me take down the video, which now means they can't review it. Back then, YouTube's policy was different. They forced me to take down the video and delete it manually, but now their policy has changed. If I hadn't done that, they could review it and take away the warning potentially. Now, though, the video is gone, which means I literally can't ever get the video reviewed and have the warning removed unless someone high up at YouTube decides to do it for me. I raised shit for years over this the warning that I got. I've never gotten it removed. I do not expect YouTube to fix Jesse Gender's false strike either. She has likely permanently lost her warning and will have that shitty yellow warning button next to her channel status for the rest of her channel's lifetime. And any false strike, anything like that, anything like that she makes, will end up making it so she can't stream or anything for a week on her channel.
Wow, then why is Matt Walsh on your here? If you want to make a safe place, why is my video talking about his horrible transphobic nonsense that he's repeatedly put out taken down, and yet he gets to continue to make his horrible stuff, and mine gets taken out for ridiculous stuff that is not actually in the video? If it kind of breaks our rules, we remove it. If you think we made a mistake, again, remove is a language that I've not seen them use before. You can appeal, and we'll take another look. Keep reading for more details. And you go to like how it got context of the policy, whatever. Which also, by the way, content featuring non-consensual sexual activity, unwanted sexualization, that otherwise degrades sexualized individuals is not allowed on YouTube. None of that is in my video at all. Period. We review educational, documentary, artistic, and science content on a case-by-case basis. My video is educational.
So if it's not already obvious, by the way, this was either a human... So there's two scenarios that could have happened here. The more unlikely scenario is that a human at YouTube was like, I'm a huge Matt Walsh fan. I'm a moderator at YouTube, and I'm going to strike this trans content creator who dared call out daddy and get her video taken down and give her a strike. Like, that very well could have happened. But I think that's pretty unlikely. What probably happened is, this is a shining example of how YouTube's auto-moderation system is fucking bullshit. We reviewed your content. How many times can you see YouTube tell you, we carefully reviewed your content and it broke these rules, only for them to then actually manually review the content after you cause shit on Twitter, and for them to retract the ban? Do you really expect us to believe real people are reviewing this content ever? No. We know it's all robots, YouTube, and we know they're poorly designed. We're never going to stop giving you shit for it. We know you're lying when you say we carefully reviewed your video. We know it's just a fucking scan of a YouTube video with a suboptimal fucking Twitter robot algorithm that does not get the job done. It misses dog whistles and euphemisms, and it catches and almost always punishes those calling out the actual bad actors in this community. How many left-wing YouTubers can you think of off the top of your head who have gotten false strikes for calling out right-wing content creators who have yet to get taken off of YouTube? Suris, Conyer, Dylan, me, Jesse Gender, Vosh. Those are names that come to the top of my head right away. Those are instant examples I was able to think of. And most of these figures, it's happened to multiple times. Demon Mama, it happened to her multiple times too. Yeah. It's almost always these small lefty content creators that call out the actual TOS breaking, getting the strikes, never these multi-million sub channels that are running ads on YouTube. Like, there are literal SPLC designated hate groups, or not SPLC, Southern Poverty Law Center. What's the term for it? Yeah, wait, ADL, sorry. Anti-Defamation League. There are like designated hate groups that have official verified YouTube channels on YouTube and run ads on YouTube. Designated hate groups have official YouTube channels, checkmark next to their name, running ads on people's videos, and you can't prevent that. You can't stop them from running ads on your videos. Not unless YouTube does something about it. So yeah, that gives you a little bit of an insight into how much bullshit goes on behind the scenes.
So I don't really particularly know, even if you do consider what the things that are in my video nudity, there's only one shot that I can maybe see it, and it's not, but maybe see it. The video is still in educational context. The point of the video is to be educational. It is supposed to be a documentary. It is artistic, and it is scientific. It fits literally all.
So the thing she's referencing that could have been seen as nudity was a mannequin. Just a regular old mannequin. So maybe the robot thought that was nudity, but then again, you have go ahead. Hey chat, go on YouTube and look up nude yoga. Those of you in chat who are brave, and those of you watching this video right now who are brave, look up nude yoga and tell me if this seems like a case of YouTube actually giving a shit about nudity and sex in their TOS and policy. YouTube has known about that problem, the nude yoga thing, for a while. That has been a known thing for years now. YouTube does nothing about it. They do not care. Do not think for a second that they fucking care. I mean, it's just boobs and ass. I'm not saying they need to ban that shit. What I'm saying is, they allow that, despite it being a known thing and getting shit tons of views and making them shit tons of money, and yet their bot algorithm takes down, best case scenario, falsely takes down this channel because of a mannequin. Why aren't the bots taking down the nude yoga channels? It's because they're huge. They're being judged on a different basis. YouTube is incentivized not to deal with that type of content, despite it breaking their TOS.
Money!
4 of those categories. It's a documentary about a documentary. It's artistic, and at least I like to think it is. Maybe you disagree. And we're talking about science, and it is educational. That's like the whole point. That's the whole point of the video. The one single shot that I could maybe see them, I'm not going to show it because I want to get another strike on this video, that might be considered nudity, is I show a single shot of a mannequin that, by the way, is in my other video on Matt Walsh. So how come it's fine there and not here? But it's a mannequin. And the context of seeing the mannequin is not sexual in any way, shape, or form. It's done as part of a way to showcase how Matt Walsh talks about women. It's part of the background of the video. It's non-sexual at all. It's used in one part of a horror segment in the video, which, again, you could consider artistic if you want to go that route. And it's also part of that horror segment. It's part of the education because it's talking about how Matt Walsh uses fear-mongering against trans people to deliver his points. So it's not in a sit and let me tell you this sort of thing. Is meant to evoke that feeling. So, and that's part of what I was trying to do with the teaching of this. So, yeah, it is 100% educational. So, yeah, I'm deeply angry about that. And then, and you can probably kind of hear my voice because, again, I was not expecting to be on camera right now, so my voice is kind of not doing great this morning. One other thing, too, that I wish to show you before I wrap out this video is the way that this is messaged in the back end here. Because if you look here, it says active community.
This right here. This will never go away unless it's fixed. where it says channel like this whole box here. Normally, it just says you're good. Like there's no red line, there's no like thing here to bother you. Like it's this warning thing, active community guideline strike, channel violation, red line, and a warning will always be there. I have it on my studio too. It's annoying as fuck. Normally this whole box isn't even there, I think, and it just shows your latest video performance, your notifications, if you have any, your analytics and all that. Like, it is such bullshit that there's no means. At least there are definitely means that Jesse Gender can do it, but like for me specifically as well, there is no means that I will ever be able to get this removed unless I can get a night in bed with Susan Wojcicki, okay? Maybe then I can make a pretty compelling case, but outside of that circumstance, I think I'm fucked.
Community guideline strikes. It gives me a community warning. It lets you review this, and it gives you this. We found something that may violate YouTube's guidelines. To help keep the community safe, we've removed it. And the next 2 steps, we've taken to look at your content and the policy. If you'd like to appeal, you have to review your content. And it gives you all these things. If you look at the content, what it says, take a look at your content, keeping policies in mind. First, review our policies, particularly any listed here, and then it'll list those. And then it says, like, look at your video and see if it violated policies. My video is 4 hours long. So even if I wanted to fix whatever...
You know what's amazing? When a 6-hour long stream VOD, this happened to me. When a 6-hour long live stream VOD gets false flagged as TOS, and you report and you request a review by YouTube, and 15 minutes later they send you the deny. And then a day later on Twitter, after you get like you stir up shit on Twitter, they fix it. That's happened to me multiple times. I get a false strike on a multi-hour long VOD, ask YouTube to review it, they send the denial in literally like a fraction of the time the video is like in length, without specifying when the infraction was, of course. They never do. They never really specify specifically what the infraction was or when it was. They just say broadly, here's the guideline you broke, and it was this video, and it's taken down, here's your strike, fuck you, die. That's basically what they say. Yeah. Oh, and then they kill your dog. Yeah, it's pretty rough.
Random thing that YouTube considered to be sex and nudity, I would have to guess randomly what they were considering. Now, I think it might be the mannequin, but I don't know that for sure. It might be any part of the video. So if I wanted to fix it, they don't give me any time codes, which they said they reviewed it. So if they reviewed it, you would think they'd be able to like put in their system a little bit that says like, this is the section that we're talking about, instead of just...
No, because there's nothing you actually did to break the TOS. This is just the bot that you, like, this is the bot fucking up. Best case scenario. Best case scenario for YouTube, this was the bot fucking up. And even then, that raises the question, why is the bot not doing its job on Matt Walsh and the nude yoga channels, but it's not doing its job, it's overshooting on these small, this isn't even a small channel. She has like 175,000 subs. I do things for that many subs, chat. I do things. Like, yeah, like, you gotta be pretty damn big on YouTube for them to give a fuck about you.
Just vaguely saying, look at your entire thing, and like, shaming you into watching it, by the way. It's like, look at your content. Look at it. How dare you, like, think about it. Like, shoving you in the corner like a kid. It's honestly very frustrating. So I'm just honestly angry that they don't even give you any piece of information about what possibly might fit that criteria.
Listen, I hope she sees my segment, because there's nothing that makes me feel better when I'm angry than seeing other people sharing my anger. So, Jesse Gender, I want you to hear me right now. I am sharing your anger, okay? I am actually angry about this too. I am unironically pissed. And the more of this video that I watch, the more pissed I get with you. So, believe me, I know how it feels for someone to share the same anger as you, and it feels better. So, hopefully she sees this.
That they can just, they'll look at your 4-hour videos and, sit in the corner and look at it. And so now it leads me in the position that, like, let's say I do go into my video, edit out the mannequin footage or re-edit it to, like, blur stuff or whatever.
I've dealt with this bullshit too. I know how it feels. And in this case, I feel like it would feel even worse to be an LGBT content creator calling out the largest anti-queer, like homophobic piece of shit, like transphobic piece of shit on the entire fucking platform, and then for YouTube to punish you for it, despite the fact that the person you're calling out is actually breaking YouTube's rules. to stand up for yourself against a hateful bigot, and for the massive corporation that uses you and your identity as a shield and as a way of bolstering itself to punish you for defending yourself. That's what happened here. YouTube and Google love plastering their branding with trans and LGBT and queer related imagery around Pride Month and everything. This is what they do to their LGBT creators. They false strike them for defending themselves against the bigots that they platform and allow to have massive careers on the platform. And they flag anything to do with LGBT as being non-monetizable to make it so LGBT content creators get fucked over because they're too lazy to moderate their platform properly. So they just make it all non-monetizable because it's easier. It's just easier to keep the advertisers around. Yeah, I'm fucking pissed. I'm pretty damn fucking pissed.
What if that wasn't the thing? And so I upload the video again, which I have to because this is the video I spent so much time on. This is my livelihood. And they're like, no, that wasn't actually it. Oh, now we're gonna put that strike on you. It's like I was trying to do what you wanted me to, and then I'm still gonna get punished for it. So yeah, I'm gonna leave it out there. Like I said, I am absolutely livid at this situation because this is a video that I was really proud of, and it's a video that I spent a lot of work on. And I was honestly just really mentally looking forward to not being.
Please upload it on Vimeo or something. Upload it on Vimeo. Share it like crazy on Twitter, and Discord if you have a Discord. Put it on your Patreon if you have a Patreon, and make it a Patreon exclusive. Make it a Patreon exclusive. I hope that's what she did. I hope she finishes this video by saying, yeah, I uploaded a mirror on Vimeo or something like that. You can watch it on my Patreon, subscribe. I hope that's what she did. If she hasn't already, that's what she should do. That would be based.
Being stressed out today, to finally taking a break. I really kind of needed that, to not have to be worrying about this. It's just my phone. I really did want to have a relaxing Friday, but I guess that's just not going to be the case. To let all of you know, I am working with people behind the scenes to try to get this rectified. So hopefully, I'll be able to get the video back up as is without losing any of the views or anything on it. What might possibly happen is I am going to re-edit the video and put it out there and hope to God that it doesn't get another strike. And that really sucks.
Nah, don't do that. Don't do that. Monetize it. Make it like a Patreon exclusive and push your audience to support you. Fuck it. If YouTube's gonna screw you over, get your dollar. Get your bag. Fuck YouTube.
Because it means I lose all of the views that I had on it, all of the comments, and I was
don't give YouTube the
nice.
Don't edit it. Don't re-edit it. To YouTube's shitty standards that they don't even actually agree with and are probably going to end up going back on pretty soon anyway after you've done all that hard work. Upload it in full in its original quality somewhere else so YouTube can't make any money off of it. And bring your audience to watch it there. I think that's the best lose scenario for YouTube, win scenario for Jessie. That's my take. She can do whatever she likes, but that's my advice personally.
Appreciate them. I'm sorry if I missed yours and I didn't get to see it by the time the video got removed. But it'll be deeply frustrating if I have to start from zero on that because I'd already gotten over 10,000 views on it. So restarting the video, it's frustrating.
Yeah.
But we'll deal with it as we deal with it. Final thing I will say is normally I don't like to plug Nebula and Patreon.
Let's go!
I'll do that here because guess what? The video is available on Nebula and it is available on Patreon. And I don't have to deal with the nonsense on those this nonsense on those places. So if you want to support me, please consider directly supports me. If you support me on Patreon, Nebula is also great. But Patreon does also support me very much directly. So like I said, I'm very much uncomfortable usually asking for that type of support. But screw it, I feel like the situation warrants it. It's stuff like that allows me to fight this stuff. The people that are helping me fight this video are at Nebula and Patreon helps me pay my bills so that if YouTube goes away or something happens, I can still make sure that I can pay my bills, at least for the foreseeable future. So Thank you to everyone who supports me there. Thank you to all of you. I will get this video out in some way, shape, or form. We'll see for how long. I'm just very upset. So I'll leave it there. Thank you, everybody. Bye.
All right, guys, I'm going to drop this video into the chat here. I recommend that you guys go subscribe, like the video, comment, do the things that you can do to help boost its engagement so it gets more views, and send support. Just go be nice and send support. She's got a few more vids in the topic. She's fighting the claim. I really hope that she succeeds at it too. YouTube's community violation system is broken. Oh yeah, she did a whole other video on it. Yeah, that one's 25 minutes. I'll probably watch that one off stream. But B-U-T-T. But YouTube needs to fix this, and the only way that they're going to fix it is by getting bitched at. You need to bitch at them harder than you've ever bitched in your life, okay? You guys gotta bitch. I know it's hard to go on Twitter and at YouTube and say, help out at Jesse Gender, you pieces of shit, or whatever. Don't do that. Don't be mean to the YouTube Twitter person, otherwise that's not going to help. But if you don't bitch at YouTube to fix this on Twitter is the best way to do it. They're probably not going to do anything. They're definitely not going to do anything. YouTube gains from just allowing the strike to sit. They don't lose anything from that. Do you think YouTube loses anything from Jessie Gender no longer having her warning and having that video taken down? No, they benefit from it. Means that more time can go by with Matt Walsh's horrible behavior not seeing the light of day. You see, Matt Walsh is a well-known figure, but to the broader, world, not all that well-known. You haven't really seen large news articles or news organizations making videos about Matt Walsh's hate and his behavior, right? You haven't really seen that much of it yet. When that does happen, to the level of when PewDiePie got canceled, that's when YouTube does something about it. Yeah, it's at Team YouTube is their ad on Twitter, if you're wondering. That is the particular account you want to harass, theoretically, in a video game. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video, if you hopefully learned something new from it, drop a like. Go drop a like and a comment and a subscribe and ring the bell icon on Jessie Gender's channel and on mine. There will be a pinned comment in the description for a link to Jessie Gender's channel. So go click on that, go watch the video, go support it. This doesn't get fixed unless you guys send support. There's a reason why I made this video. I want to see this corrected. So, if you want to see more from me, and you want to support my content, you can like the video, subscribe, ring the bell icon, follow my social medias, link down below. And if you want to support me financially, you can do so pretty easily by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or financially supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or even through Patreon. With all that said, thank you so much for watching. I really, really do appreciate it, and have a good one. All right. That is another topic down. All right. I'll be back. I gotta piss. I gotta piss. My hair is a mess, and I need a haircut. Still up to debate. I've got 4 topics left I gotta cover tonight, so if I still got energy afterwards, then we can. I will say it's getting colder out lately, so I'll probably be streaming more often with a lot less segments to do, so if we don't do it tonight, then we probably don't have very long until we end up doing that debate. I do apologize. You must understand, like, my sleep schedule is fucked. I'm literally nocturnal, and I stream for, like, a ridiculous amount of time and cover a lot of topics. But I do, when did Xander hair get two-toned? When my hair grew out too much. Yeah. I am planning to stream a lot more, especially because in the next couple days I'm getting a haircut, and it is, like, very, very frustrating to stream with my hair being this long. It's just naturally very wavy and thick, and it grows ridiculously fast, which is definitely something that, like, isn't... It's not the worst problem to have as a guy, right? Like, male pattern baldness doesn't run in my family. Quite the opposite, actually. We're pretty hairy motherfuckers from Italy. So, like, it's pretty crazy dealing with my hair. I have to get, like, ideally, I would get a haircut every 2 weeks. To keep my hair at, like, the length that's comfortable for me, every 2 weeks, if not less, would be ideal for getting my hair cut. And I like having it cut short. Usually what I'll do is get, like, a number 3 or 4 razor guard, or like guard for the shaver along the side. Like it'll be a lot finer in the back, and I like to have, like, the back rounded out, and then I'll just have a scissor cut on the top with just a little extra left on the top. I don't go for, like, the zoomer fade because I hate that, but I go for, like, you know, maybe twice the length on the top than the side, maybe 2.5 times. It's hard to say exactly. I usually just have them scissor cut it down, and I'm like, okay, that looks good whenever, you know, it gets low enough. A very basic white guy haircut. Very basic, just tapered kind of, you know, white guy haircut. It's like option number 1 in every video game when you go to the character creation screen to make your, like, random guy in your video game, right? The random basic, you know, hair. Just got my mountain. Wow, let's go! Is it just like your normal riding mount or your legendary mount? Legendary ground mount. We're flying. Zan, why is your bed floating? It does that sometimes. Is there a... Oh, there's a pile of sheets I have under there. I thought it was the cat for a second, but I went out into the living room and my mom called me and she was like, come look at the cat. And I went and I looked at the cat, and the cat was literally, like, laying in the bed next to my mom like a person. Like, laying up against, like, she was laying up against, like, the pillow like a fat old dude just drinking a beer, just, like, her belly out like this, just watching the TV in the bed. It was hilarious. Yeah, Luna's just big boned. She's just big boned. She's not fat. She's just big boned. Are you still planning on giving her back to Lonnie? Oh, yeah. It's probably going to happen shortly before I end up moving up to Seattle, because I'm not taking the cat with me. But, I mean, I like the cat, and I like, you know, taking care of it. So, the longer that I'm paying to take care of it and allowing it to stay here, I feel like that's a service I'm offering. But I'm not taking it with me to Seattle, so... She'll definitely be getting it by the end of the year. Borger acquired. Rogue is about halfway through Red Ridge and up to level 22. Nice! Yeah, your Borgir. I assume you're talking about Burger, and that's just a weird way of saying it. We will all miss Luna. I'll miss Luna too, but, you know, she's not my cat. And I'm not really a cat person. Hamburger? I love good hamburger. Yes, Borger. Good. Love good Borger. All right. Whew. The tiredness is setting in. The tiredness is kind of setting in. I will admit. I gotta wake my ass up, okay? What can wake me up? Hold on. How about this? Wake my ass up! That actually kind of helped. Clapping in my face. That actually helps a lot. Wait, you know what'll really help? You know what'll really, really help? Sweaty palms videos. Nothing wakes me up better than fear. Alright? Let's make me scared. I don't think you guys realize I am petrified of heights. I don't care if you think you're afraid of heights. I'm afraid of heights. I get scared jumping off of tall buildings in video games. My hands are sweating the entire time I play Spider-Man PS4. That is how bad my fear of heights is. Even when I'm in full control, I'm playing a video game and I know I can't fall and die. Jumping from tall heights in video games, like, scares me. So can you climb ladders? I've never climbed a very tall one before, but I've never had an issue with it. So, sweaty palms compilation. I'm going to show you exactly how scared I am of heights. Oh my god, the thumbnail of this one. Oh my god. The thumbnail of this one is scary as fuck. Okay. Doesn't seem like all these are heights. But most of these are going to be heights. And that's what scares me the most. But first, Knocked Vanitas, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate that. Just donated 20 bucks and didn't even say anything. Legendary. Baller. Chad. Sigma. I don't even know what other positive descriptions I could think of for that. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. That pushes up to 115 on the dono goal. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, let's watch this. This is gonna wake my ass up, I'm sure of it.
Bien, estamos de retorno a través de la deportiva. Uy, ahí está un remolino en el campo de juego. Para que ustedes lo...
Okay, where did it come from? What? Where did it come from? They didn't notice it till it was on them.
Lo vivan en vivo directo. Se lo va a comer el árbitro. Se lo comió nomás. Vuela algo, vuela una cosa más.
Okay, I don't think that was a kid that got swept up. That was a shirt.
El remolino, primera vez que estoy viendo un remolino en vivo directo aquí en la deportiva. Esto no era un tornado. Parecía otra cosa. Algo que...
Okay, alright. This is what's gonna make me scared, guys. Fucking cloud. The cloud makes it so much worse. Don't look. That's worse. Don't look out at the fucking void. Okay, we're in a plane now. I'll show you guys my palms and they're a bit sweatier. They'll get really sweaty by the end of this video, I guarantee it. Oh my god! Okay, sharks don't scare me. This won't work on me. Okay, I gotta find one that's specifically heights. Here it is. This one should fuck me up. This one should fuck me up. What the fuck? Why? No. No, this isn't okay. Is that a hot air balloon? Okay. I'm gonna show you guys how moist my hands are now. It's hard to see on camera. I'm gonna have to get some drippies going for you guys to be able to tell. I'll show you guys when my hands start dripping. I've watched these videos off stream before, looked down at my hands and realized they were fucking soaked. I hate that they're above the hot air balloon. I don't think you guys realize I'm like I'm like fucking petrified. This isn't as bad. Okay, now it's getting a little bad. No, I can't do the music. I can't do the music. I need the full effect of the wind and like the... This video will do it. This video will fucking do it. Okay, chat, I might actually have a panic attack watching this one, guys. I might actually have a panic attack watching this one, guys. I might actually have a panic attack watching this one. Tall drops inside buildings are the worst. He's removing his safety line. He's removing the safety line. That rope will not save him. That rope will not save him if he falls, guys. That rope will not save... Do not take that off. Do not take that off anyway. Oh, fuck me, dude. Holy shit. I just want to show my palm. I just want to show it getting progressively sweatier as I watch this fucking video.
Anybody on the floor on channel 16?
Like, let me go into full screen so you guys can see the shit. My hands are sweating. Like, I actually get real sweaty palms from heights. I am legitimately that terrified. Videos do like make my palms sweat like this.
What are you on 16?
Oh my god, it got stuck. He almost tripped. Oh my god, why are you talking? Just focus, motherfucker. Oh my god, he's going fast. He's going... Oh my god. Is he doing this, like... Is this his job? Is he doing this for fun? Is he... Oh my god. I'm awake now, chat. This is working. I'm awake now. I don't like the noises. I really don't like the noises.
I'm ready now.
Wait, he has to remove the safety line. His job's to remove the safety line that he's using. I hate that. I hate watching that fall. I hated that. I hated that, bro. I hated that shit. Oh, he has to step over those things. Oh my god, dude. I hate this. He's removing his safety line. That's what he's doing. He's removing the things that make this... I hate this. I hate this, dude. I hate this. Nope. 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 No, 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 no. Stop. Oh, he watches it fall to the floor. Look, that was like 5 seconds of falling, dude. This is why capitalism is cringe and we need automation. No one should be doing this job. Oh my god. Chat, I would.
Okay, Cliff, I'm gonna send another one in.
You give me the option of making an OnlyFans account or doing this for a living, and I'll be sending those motherfuckers my ID to verify my age in moments. I'm getting queasy looking at this. Oh my god. Oh my god. I gotta dry my hands off now. It's so bad. Holy shit. Alright, I'm paused. Okay. I think we're good. Oh my god. I'm awake now. Whew. Dude, you're shiny. That's the sweat. That's the sweat on my palms from how terrified I am of heights. I am very awake now. God, that's horrifying. People do that for a living. And it's their job. And if they don't do it, they can't pay the bills. I hope it pays well. So this is a form of self-harm, right? What? Watching scary videos to me is a form of self-harm? That is a reach if I've ever seen one. V-Raptor, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Sangwing. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Very based $5 dono. Said, for you and your P-word, gets wet with heights for me. The nerves in my feet feel like they will explode. Same. I get that same feeling. Same in my hands and arms and just everywhere. I'm literally queasy and I just feel this like tingle take over my whole body of like pure paralyzing cold fear. So yeah. Thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub. I really appreciate it, V-Raptor. You are based. Based Oiler. Based Oiler. I have not played Outer Wilds, my friend. That is not something I've done. Alright. What is next? Tulsi Gabbard it is. Oh my lord. Pufflecakes, thank you so much for the 4 tier 1 gifted subs to Buzz Buzz, Weeberry, Hidden Marty, and Knocked Vanitas. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the 20 bucks. Base, that puts us all the way up at 140. Might actually hit the dono gold today. Remember guys, if you want to help me save up to move out to Seattle as well as pay my editor, I do have to pay my editor as well as all the other expenses life affords, then you know, you can always support me financially on the website. But only if you can afford it. Don't do it if you can't. Oh my lord, and another 2 tier 1 gifted, tier 2 gifted, 2 tier 2 gifted subs. To Flighted Crow and Cassandra 2, thank you so much. That is 20 extra dollars right there. Damn, you're oiling it up, Pufflecakes. Thank you, thank you. So there's more color in chat. True, we need to genocide these white names. Too many for my liking. Far too many. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we are definitely, if we keep things up now, we are definitely on track to hit the dono goal today. As long as we keep having streams where we hit the dono goal, I'm confident that by the end of the year or early next year, and I mean early next year, I can make the move to Seattle and start doing the all the Poggers content I've been promising once I get up there. The first thing I'm gonna do most likely will be the crossover real life collaboration with Demon Mama, and that'll be really cool. We'll be starting our podcast. Oh, by the way, I don't know why I didn't bring it up during my Rings of Power review segment, but I learned how to blow smoke rings because of Gandalf. I learned to blow smoke rings because of Bilbo and Gandalf. Like, I hoped, when I was a kid, I thought it might be possible to blow a smoke, like a ship out of smoke out of your mouth. That is obviously not possible. However, I settled for the next best thing. They're hard to keep formed whenever there's so much wind blowing through, but yeah. They only tell you it's impossible. True, just keep trying harder and one day it'll happen. I can blow a smoke ring and curve it. I can do that too. Okay, that fan has to stop blowing. Let me there we go. That should do it. Let's get a few more tries. Damn. I had to get a thicker vape too. I had to get a reusable vape that fills up with a higher, I think it's PG is what it's called. Like, no, it's like vegetable glycerin and some other thing that makes like the clouds thicker. But with like these normal vapes, they're not super thick, but you can get the general vibe of it. If you guys watch my old content when I use the big, like chunky vape with a tank on it, that's when I would blow those thick, perfect smoke rings. And I would be able to blow like 10 of them, and they'd all float in view of the camera, and there'd just be some like semi-transparent smoke rings floating around for a few minutes so the room was really still. But with a little disposable vape like this, you can only really make very faint ones that are like not long lasting. I'll try again. Well, they're definitely there, but like they're just so thin, it's hard to see on camera. Yeah, it's Pog. If you vape full vegetable glycerin, you can get a super thick vape. PG carries flavor and throat hit, but is much thinner. Ah. I should go full VG then. Interesting. The Rings of Power. True. True. Xander Hall's soy emote? That already exists. Interesting, Cobalt Swiftpaw. VGG. VegetableGlycerin.gg. Okay. Alright, gamers. Rise and grind.
Tulsi.
Alright, guys. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, everyone, it's very, very often that I get to say I was right. I want to say I'm not always right, but I tend to be when it comes to cases like this. And once again, time has once again vindicated me. Tulsi Gabbard. was a Democrat presidential candidate during the primaries back in 2020. Well, actually, it would have been 2019 and like early 2020. And she fucking sucked. She just absolutely fucking sucked. I was never a supporter of hers, nor did I ever like her very much. You can go back to my videos all the way since the beginning, which is around right before the primaries started, was when I like started making left-wing content. Not too far off from that. And yeah, just overall, I was not a big fan of Tulsi Gabbard. Something about her messaging seemed off. You see, Tulsi, for a lot of lefties, almost seemed like a good second choice to Bernie. She was very populist, anti-establishment, that is to say, oftentimes invoked leftist-sounding ideas, very soft, but still kind of there to an extent. Ideas in her messaging. She really did seem like, to a lot of lefties, a possible good second choice to Bernie. If they were fucking stupid. Alright? Now, I know I'm being mean to a few people who totally fell for Tulsi's grift. There are a few left-wing people, yeah, Seanhead's one of them, who fell for Tulsi's grift. And I'm not going to harp on the fact that I was one of the lefty figures that have for a while now talked about how Tulsi is not really left-wing. She's not a socialist. She's not a leftist. She is, in fact, just a populist conservative, a Nazgul, even, who is just using pseudo-socialist talking points as softened as possible to appeal to an anti-establishment, super-populist right-wing fan base, while also still ingratiating herself with left-wing populists who will literally seal-clap for anything that sounds even vaguely pro-worker, but not necessarily pro-worker, actually, more anti-rich person, right? Like it's the type of lefty that only ever harps on big tech and, like, the fields of like the aspects of like large corporations that tend to be more left wing. It seems less like an attempt to call out large corporations for hoarding their wealth and mistreating workers and, you know, stealing their production value stealing their like valued productivity, right? The value of their work and their how am I blanking on this term? The socialist word for the value of the work that a worker produces. I was close. It's close to production value. What is the term? Any theory nerds in chat remember? No, not surplus labor. No, it's like the fruits of their labor, right? To take it from them. It doesn't really seem like it's a desire to stand up for workers, but instead an attempt to defend, to attack corporations that are perceived as being woke, right? That's what the general Nazgul vortex type of pseudo-socialism tends to do, and I've always kind of gotten that vibe from Tulsi. And things only got worse as more time passed. She started to side and shield more towards the Republicans, the more her chances of winning the Democrat primaries, started to fall. I never thought she had a good chance of winning. I don't think anybody really did. But, once it became obvious she had no chance whatsoever, at least to her, she started to shill to the Republicans hard. And now we are here in 2022, where Tulsi Gabbard has now just full-on given up on claiming to be a Democrat or left-wing in any... Well, she's always said that she was, like, a different kind of Democrat and whatnot, like a establishment Democrat. But now she's given up on the entire identity of Democrat and, frankly, identity of being left-wing. She is now working for Fox News, constantly appearing on there, and it's just become another right-wing mouthpiece. So, it all started when it really started, like, to become evident to most people, I think, when she started railing against the, trans people, and she started doing, the anti-trans, turfy shit. I think that was the first big sign for a lot of people she was going to start shilling to the right, and, all the rest of it just kind of followed that. So, here we got a nice little video. Tulsi Gabbard on why she left the Democratic Party. Let's hear it, Tulsi. Tell me why you were totally a left-winger your whole life, but you decided that all of the things the left stands for are actually wrong. It's time to join the Republican Party. It's time to be part of the right. They're the ones who actually have the best interest of the American people at heart. Let's hear it, Tulsi.
Tulsi Gabbard joins us now to explain more. Good to see you, Congresswoman. I don't know if you still want to be called Congresswoman, but thanks for being here. Let's talk first about the reaction of your fellow Democrats.
Okay, I'm also going to say this. A non-zero amount of Tulsi supporters are just horny. A non-zero amount of Tulsi supporters are simply horny.
To your announcement, what's the reaction been?
I got to be honest, I've heard directly from a couple who have been encouraging and gave me good feedback. I've heard a lot of expected hatred and vitriol coming from the mainstream media establishment.
I can change your Zan, so could I. Trust me, we all wish we could.
In Washington, the permanent Washington, the Democratic Party elite, all trotting out the same old tired criticisms that have nothing to do with substance. And this has been part of the problem all along that I talked about in my announcement. Why I've left the party is because this party is now controlled by fanatical ideologues who don't believe in freedom, Sean.
So, the Democratic Party is actually run by cowardly, status quo obsessed liberals who desperately strive for nothing more than to preserve the American people's trust in the system that they very desperately want to keep intact. That's there's no more obvious an example of that than the footage from January 6th of Nancy Pelosi, when she was like talking about how we need to make sure the American people can still trust in the system, that it works after this. And that's what she was worried about. I feel like nothing demonstrates what the Democratic Party's goals are more than that. Now, that doesn't cover every single Democrat. The Democratic Party is the left-wing party in America. If you are left-wing and of anywhere left of center, and you want to see any of your ideas, any of your policies, or anything approximating them brought into existence, Democrats are the only party that you can join or vote for that have any chance of winning whatsoever at all. We are in a two-party system. I don't want to hear any bullshit about third parties. The only left-wing party in America that has any chance of winning. Vote blue no matter who. That is how it works in this country. So for Tulsi Gabbard to claim that the Democratic Party is instead an ideologically driven, leftist, anti-white, woke, whatever the fuck she wants to call it, whatever the fuck Fox News calls the Democratic Party, when in reality it is a status quo abiding, centrist, at worst, to be fair. There are some pretty left-wing Democrats. Some of the things the Democratic Party stands for, even today, are even somewhat radical policies in America. America's Overton window is pretty far to the right. Not as far as most socialists would lead you to believe, but still pretty far to the right. This is not Tulsi being confused about like the Democrats, they aren't getting anything done. Maybe the Republicans can. I know that Tulsi defenders are going to try to jump to that. This is just Tulsi thinking the Democrat Party fucked her over. They aren't getting anything done. Maybe the Republicans will. The Republicans have been more evidently ghoulish and evil towards every marginalized demographic in America this last year than, frankly, since like the fucking civil rights movement. They haven't pushed this hard against the rights of minorities since the civil rights movement, I feel like. Can you guys think of any time in American history where it's been this overt that Republicans have pushed against the rights of a certain minority group? Maybe when they fought against gay marriage a few years back and are now fighting against it again. But that's the cherry on top of a whole extra pile of anti, insert marginalized group in America, messaging they've been putting out. The Republican Party has been closer to fascism than it's been in a long time. You're wrong about Tulsi? In what way? Please, give an example of how I'm wrong about Tulsi. What have I said that's wrong about her? One example. Come on, Future Farce and Twitch chat. One example. What have I said that's wrong about Tulsi and how? She has always stated her positions clearly. What kind of a non-answer is that? I love how the one person that comes in to defend Tulsi is like, you're wrong about Tulsi, I can convince you. Okay, say one thing she did wrong. She states her opinions clearly, and she's never lied about what she believes. What are you talking about? You're responding to a point that's not been made. This is a very clear goalpost moving and misdirect. So I actually think it's a very good... I'm actually glad that this person commented during this segment, because it's a nice little view into how Tulsi Gabbard fans think. They're not going to be honest. They're not going to be transparent or good faith about what this figure believes, much like trying to debate an Alex Jones defender. They will try to claim, oh, you're misunderstanding this. What they actually meant was this. What she actually meant was that. It is going to be nonstop misrepresented excuses for the figure they need to defend. This is, Internet 101.
They don't believe that we can have different opinions.
Fascists lie about being fascists in a society in which fascist is a bad word? Oh my God! Oh man! Who would have thought fascists would lie? Oh, no. Fascists lying about their opinions? Unthinkable. No, all Nazis, fascists, and racists are Klan hood wearing, swastika tattooed on the neck, out and proud about it, Sieg Heiling and goose stepping down the street with a tiki torch. That is what fascism is, and that is what fascists basically bank on the normies thinking what fascism is. It's why Christchurch and Charlottesville were so destructive to the Gamergate and, well, not to necessarily Gamergate itself, but to the fascists that were taking advantage of Gamergate to radicalize young edgelords, right? Once it became clear what that was all leading to and what these ideas inevitably led to, it shook the foundations of those communities. Charlottesville hit it hard. Charlottesville was a bad hit to the right-wing, conservative demagogue mouthpiece community during 2016 to 2017, that era, right? Charlottesville was bad. The real nail in the coffin for that era of right-wing politics was Christchurch. A lot of young people who were falling down that rabbit hole saw Christchurch and realized where that path was ending. And sometimes that's all it takes, is knowing where the path of the propaganda naturally leads. Death, genocide, and misery is where their worldview leads. That is the only logical end goal. And when that becomes obvious, when that becomes apparent, because one of these people goes and kills a bunch of people, writes a manifesto, and attributes their motivations to insert ideology or even specific right-wing figure who peddles that ideology, it's a big wake-up call for a lot of people. Christchurch was for a lot of people. The death and rioting at Charlottesville was a big wake-up call to a lot of people. Actually, there were multiple deaths at Charlottesville. Was a big wake-up call to a lot of people. And there were numerous other examples. The San Diego mosque burning, etc. The El Paso one, yeah. These events end up being big wake-up calls to the people that don't realize they're being lied to. Because a lot of the people being lied to out there that are, victims of this propaganda are victims. They don't know better. But one day, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, one day they will. At least a lot of them will.
Opinions. They don't believe that I or you or anyone should have the right to express our views if they disapprove of what those views are. And they
Exactly. That's what the left believes. You are not allowed to have the wrong opinion, and if you express them, then you should die. That is 100%, without a doubt, what every left-wing person stands for. It's not that private corporations that have a TOS that is specifically designed to ensure that there's as little controversy around the platform as possible are just banning accounts that are breaking their TOS because it is a financial incentive to do so, and those accounts signed a agreement when signing on to that private company's platform not to break the rules, and they broke that agreement. That is apparently the left having... By the way, they think big tech is the left. People like this, Tulsi Gabbard, think the left controls big tech, and that the existence of TOS were like, oh, you called a black person the N-word on Twitter. That's bannable. They think that is an example of the left ideologically dominating these platforms, when in reality what it is a pretty simple set of rules that have been put into place to both guarantee these platforms make as much money as possible and to make them as accessible to as many users as possible, making it so that literally every like non-white person or gay person or woman or whatever that joins Twitter is just going to get mobbed up on by misogynists, racists, sexist, homophobes, etc. And just hurled slurs at them. Like, those platforms devolve into Nazi cesspools. Every platform that prides itself on being a moderation-free, free speech platform just ends up being a haven of two things: child pornography and Nazis saying slurs and talking about how much they hate minorities. That's what it always devolves into. Because when you allow those communities to exist, all the normal good people fucking leave out of their own volition. And all that's left are the pieces of shit. So yeah, this is not censorship. This is not the left silencing those they disagree with. These are private corporations upholding the terms that people who signed up to use their private platforms they made, signed to once broken. That is all they're doing, upholding the rules that you've agreed to when you break them.
They will seek to smear us, criticize us, silence us, work with big tech to censor us.
Big tech is controlled by the left. There it is. I can literally run an emulation of this dumb bimbo's brain inside of my own brain without taking... I'm high right now, and I can predict what these stupid motherfuckers think, okay? Their propaganda is through and through the fucking same. The essence of it never changes. On the surface, what they weaponize, what they reference, what they decide to demonize, that will change. But the essence of their argument always comes through to, oh, Republicans are so oppressed because they can't they can't go 5 minutes without calling a minority a slur. Oh, poor Republicans. Oh my God. Oh, poor you. You can't go on Twitter and call every black person you see the N-word? Oh, you can't go on Twitter and call every gay or trans person you see the T slur or the F slur? Oh, poor you. Poor you. Shut the fuck up. Go die then. If you're so mad about it, just go die.
And suppress these God-given freedoms that are enshrined in our Constitution. And the danger of that is...
Go find a hole and simply cease.
When you have a political party that does not believe in freedom, that is in power, they have the ability to use the force of the government and law enforcement to enforce that suppression and that undermining of our freedoms.
In that speech, I paid very...
So, if Tulsi Gabbard actually gave a shit about the undermining of our freedoms, she'd be talking about something like the Patriot Act, which enabled the U.S. government to impede on Americans' privacy more than any bill or policy ever passed in American history. I don't know if you guys are aware, but the Patriot Act to this day is like the thing that allows the government legally to like track your phone calls and where you've been and like find out like who you've been talking to and everything. And people will say like, well, if you have nothing to hide, then you have nothing to worry about. And generally that's true. That's generally true. There's a reason why I'm not particularly worried about like the government spying on what I do. But sometimes it causes problems. And when those problems happen, it's fucking bad. But that's not the kind of thing that Tulsi is going to talk about. There's actually a really good example that I'm going to bring up here, but you'll never hear somebody like Tulsi talking about this, because when they talk about big tech or the government impeding on Americans' privacy and freedoms, they don't actually mean it. They're just trying to spread propaganda. There was a man I can't remember the name of, who during COVID lockdown, his son, his like toddler son, ended up breaking out in a bad rash in like apparently like a pretty private place, right? And
since it was COVID and you don't want to take your very young kid to a doctor's office over a rash during a pandemic, the child's father contacts the doctor and asks his son's pediatrician what he should do about the son's rash. The doctor asks, please send a picture of the rash, and I will take a look at it. I will prescribe medications, which you will be able to pick up over the counter, and antibiotics, and be able to clear that right up, and it'll be all good. No need for risking your kid's health and safety during the pandemic. The father does what the doctor asked. Takes a picture of his son's rash and sends it to the doctor. The doctor does his job, says, oh, yeah, it's a pretty obvious fungal infection. You're going to want to go ahead and take this antifungal, blah, blah, blah. And, the dad goes to the doctor, picks up the medication. Everything's good. Until a few days later, when he gets a notification, a warning on his Google account, that his entire Google account has been locked down and shut down entirely due to suspicious illegal activity. He had his email accounts deleted and all of his accounts affiliated with them, which if you have accounts on anything these days, you should know is everything. His entire life was deleted because Google, without any thought, their first thought, destroy this man's complete account, and then reported him to the police or to the feds. Knock on the door. Now the feds are investigating him. In the end, he was cleared of any criminal suspicion or charges. Doesn't change the fact to this day, his life was pretty much ruined by that. His life was pretty much ruined by that. His life will never recover from that whole ordeal. That is the kind of shit that happens because of the Patriot Act. You will never hear someone like Tulsi Gabbard talking about it, though, because Tulsi Gabbard doesn't give a shit about that guy. All she cares about is weaponizing big tech bad to push her conservative agenda and make more money off of her new grift.
Very close attention to what you were saying.
What's that have to do with the Patriot Act? That was Google? No. The Patriot Act enables the U.S. government, among other... So the Patriot Act was the opening of the floodgates. I'm not 100% sure if the Patriot Act allowed the U.S. government specifically access to that data. From my understanding of the story, Google reported them to the police. Regardless, though, it is a perfect example of why you have nothing to worry about. If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to worry about, whatever the saying is, why that is a pretty flawed idea. That I wasn't specifically referencing this being a problem with the Patriot Act, but a problem with the if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to worry about thing. Stories like this are what is happening because of government overreach into people's privacy. Do I think that for every story like that, it's probably saved many lives and saved many people? Sure. But it's still pretty fucked that shit like that happens, doesn't it? Our privacy has gotten a lot more left-leaning. Y'all should check it out. I would hope it has. I've never heard of that subreddit, but sounds pretty based, if that's where it's headed.
Conform or be canceled. You spoke about the importance of...
Do you guys remember when cancel culture was a thing that only niche right-wing chud YouTubers were talking about? And now you're hearing it on Fox News, and the president and, mainstream politicians are talking about it. It really is just the next PC culture. You remember that, right? I don't need to dig up old history for this, right? A couple years ago, what was cancel culture was called political correctness culture. Political correctness, abbreviated to PC culture, is a term used to describe language, policies, or measures that are intended to avoid offensive or disadvantage to members of particular groups in society. In public discourse and the media, the term is generally used as a pejorative with an implication that these policies are excessive or unwarranted. Since the late 1980s, the term has been used to describe a preference for inclusive language and avoidance of language behavior that can be seen as excluding, marginalizing, or insulting to groups of people disadvantaged or discriminated against, particularly groups defined as by ethnicity, sex, gender, or sexual orientation. The phrase politically correct first appeared in the 1930s. Yeah. Anyway, oh wow, that's actually really cool. The phrase politically correct first appeared in the 1930s when was when was used to describe dogmatic adherence to ideology in authoritarian regimes such as Nazi Germany and Soviet Russia. That's funny. Anyway, PC culture was this idea that, like, the left was attacking anybody who dared to speak out against the lockstep ideas that they enforce, and that, like, the LGBT can't, like, now they call it cancel culture. The PC culture Gestapo, or I guess the character that's perfectly describes it is South Park's PC principal. Like, there really is no better way to describe how the internet and broader culture viewed the left than this character right here. The brash, politically correct guy that attacks and assaults anybody that dares to say anything unwoke. This was literally just the 2016 version of cancel culture. It's the same thing, the same overblown narrative that we now look back on as being ridiculous to complain about, but with a new title, a new name, and a whole group of disenfranchised, politically unaware teenage white boys, for the most part, that desperately feel as though there's some attack against them, but now there's a whole new name for it. It's the same thing. It's the same exact thing. Cancel culture and PC culture is the same thing. The right has just changed the name for it.
Defending what it means to be a woman. You talked about those that deny biological differences between a man and a woman are not only erasing women as a category of people, but they are denying...
What he means by that is, she said that trans women are not women. That is what she said. What they're wording that as is, acknowledging the biological differences. Isn't it interesting how they can't direct quote what she said? What she said was that trans women are not true women. And that they will never be. And that it is hurting, quote-unquote, real women to consider them such. Interesting. How they won't actually quote what she actually said. It has to be some vague, much more agreeable, the Bailey to the Mott version. Like, the Mott is what she actually said. The Bailey is what they end up wording. The thing that, the thing she supposedly got canceled for after the fact during the Hugbox copium huffing session that she's going to have on Fox News here.
The existence of objective reality and truth. And you even went further, and you have woke politicians and a Supreme Court justice who are unable and unwilling.
This is... People still defend Tulsi Gabbard as being a left-wing figure, by the way. And here she is just nodding her head to Fox News. This is literally the type of shit that would be in a quartering video 2 years ago. Talking about how woke culture and cancel culture and yada yada. Like, how the fuck is anyone still claiming that Tulsi Gabbard is left-wing in any capacity?
To define what a woman is or defend women's sports when female athletes object to competing against...
A woman is the friends we made along the way.
Biological males. This, you thought long, hard, and deeply about these positions before you did this. So what is the reaction to that? Because I would imagine in this woke world, probably that sparked a lot of backlash and anger also.
It sparked a lot of backlash and anger from...
Dude, they're so desperate to feel like victims. Like, it doesn't work as well for Tulsi because I think she's POC, right? But, like, I feel like every white conservative dude desperately wishes that they were a minority so that they could feel oppressed. They want so badly to be oppressed. It really, like, it's always been the through line, is the you are oppressed, feel, you should, like, here, actually, I bring this video up very often. The first ever PragerU video I ever saw was this video, The War on Boys. I saw it when I was like 15 or 16 years old or something like that. I was pretty young when I saw it. And you better believe my teenage white boy ass loved
seeing this this grown woman explain to me why I'm actually oppressed and why actually the scales have flipped these days. Women have the upper hand. They not only control sex, but they also have all the power. They got that pussy pass where they can just hit men and say whatever they want to a man and not get hurt. All that yada yada incel bullshit, right? The same shit Andrew Tate is now spewing, right? Nothing's changed. On top of all of that, getting to hear a woman explain to me how actually I'm oppressed is just the best. It's just the best when you're a conservative, edgy, politically disaffected white boy. Listen to this. Can you just imagine how many, like, conservative chud dudes slow-stroked it to this video?
Being a normal boy is a serious liability in today's classroom. Boys tend to be disorganized and restless. Some have even been known to be noisy and hard to manage. Sound like any boy you know? But increasingly, our schools have little patience for what only a couple of decades ago would have been described as boyishness. As psychologist Michael Thompson has aptly observed, girls' behavior is the gold standard in schools. Boys are treated like defective girls.
So all of this is literally insane bullshit. But if you're like a teenage white boy who knows nothing about the world and all you know is that like the teenage girls in your class that like won't have sex with you in your high school class and you feel like all your like male counterparts are getting their virginities lost before you, like you start to gain this entitlement and it's like none of them are telling the truth. And it's not a big deal to lose your virginity in high school or even after that. Like, they get obsessed with this entitlement to something they feel like everyone else around them is experiencing, all the other guys around them are experiencing, losing their virginity, and that the women in their class it's usually, these guys are usually in middle school, high school. I think it's pretty safe to say. They feel like these girls in their class, their peers, are like the gatekeepers of this life-changing, like, turn them into a real man experience. They feel as though women are keeping them from being a real man. They feel personally attacked, like they don't consent to these women not consenting to them losing their virginity. That is how they feel. That is the genuine thought process of a lot of like the entitlement of these incel dudes. And I know this because I've spent a lot of time in their communities, and at one point, I was a shitty entitled teenage boy. And I didn't think exactly like that, but I was damn close. I could see how I'd get there. I know how I'd get there. I almost did. And I'm glad I didn't. But I think it's important to take the lessons I learned from that kind of thing and apply it here. Tulsi Gabbard is doing exactly that. She's trying to, both because, you know, she's a woman of color, but also because she's a large conservative figure, push the right and particularly straight cishet white men, whatever the fuck, are being oppressed by this woke cancel culture mob.
The expected places from these very same...
If you're a conservative Fox News watching white man, you are supposed to have your cock out, rock hard, slow stroking it to this entire segment, and lubricating your stroking with your own tears, because these guys just need to feel oppressed. They need to be the underdogs fighting this overwhelming evil that has taken over. But in reality, they are the overwhelming evil that has taken over. They don't know it yet.
So-called woke fanatical ideologues that are in control of today's Democratic Party. But Sean, I also want to share that I got a lot of messages from both people I know, but even more from...
Just learned that I'm a white man, SMH. To be fair, to be clear, this experience does not apply like exclusively to like young teenage cishet white men or whatever. Like people of color, women, LGBT and gender nonconforming people are all just as like, maybe not just as, but certainly not immune to the propaganda. In fact, there are specific tailored forms of this exact propaganda meant to appeal to these marginalized groups. There is femcel propaganda that is specifically meant to appeal to women, particularly women who have been sexually assaulted or raped. A lot of the femcel propaganda is directed towards them, and it is literally just sexist, misandrous propaganda, and a lot of them end up becoming TERFs. A lot of the women who were once raped or sexually assaulted by most likely shitty conservative men, if we're being honest, end up siding with the same type of dudes just to shit on trans women, because they perceive trans women to be the real threat. Whether it's because of some deluded, trauma-based idea that penis equals harassment and pain and sexual assault, or because they've been brainwashed into it. It really is ironic how often the same time... Yeah, J.K. Rowling, someone who talked about in her TERF manifesto how she was a victim of sexual assault, siding with and defending the very same institutions that currently view... I think this is still the case in the UK, by the way. I hope they've changed it. Correct me if they have, but I believe they haven't. Last I checked, in the UK, rape, R-A-P-E, rape, legally requires penetration, which means that a cis woman having penis-vagina sex with a man unconsensually would not qualify as rape. Legally in the UK. They may have changed this recently, but I know as of 2017 that was true. It may still be categorized sexual assault, but it is rape and should be seen as such. The victim has to be penetrated in the UK, at least as the law goes, for it to be considered rape. This also makes it so that two cis women that are lesbians, if there's no penetration involved, a cis woman can rape another cis woman and get away with it. Well, not get away with it, but it wouldn't be considered rape. It would be considered sexual assault. Penetration by penis specifically, dildos don't count. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. It specifically, the law in the UK specifically says for it to be rape, it has to be penis. Dildos don't even count. Fingers don't count. So it is only a man or a trans woman or like an NB with a penis or whatever. Like you have to have a penis to commit rape in the UK legally. These are the institutions that J.K. Rowling is defending as a victim of sexual assault, all to own the transes. Their priorities are clear.
People I've never met from across
I'm going hard tonight.
this country who expressed hope in their reaction, who felt...
I feel like I'm on a roll tonight, guys. Like I like my brain's chugging right now. I feel like a lot of examples of the points I'm trying to make are coming to mind, you know? Sometimes I have a hard time remembering examples of the of like the points that I'm making, right? Examples that support my point. But tonight I feel like they're all coming to me immediately.
Emboldened and inspired that they too don't have to self-censor and cower in the corner for fear of being canceled or smeared or losing their job. They've created this culture of fear. We need more people to step up. If we believe in our freedom of...
What they're talking about, by the way, is they want to create a society in which there is no social stigma against being a bigot. They're not talking about some laws that are taking away their freedom of speech. They're simply talking about social consequences to being a bigot. They are mad that people are mad that they are bigots. That is all that this is. There is no solution to the supposed problem they're bringing up. What is the solution? To like pass some legislation so that private companies can't ban people anymore? Enjoy Twitter being infested with even more pedophiles and literally every single like marginalized person leaving the platforms because they can't go anywhere without being called a slur. Get ready for that. These companies would go bankrupt. Twitter would be a fraction of the size it was if it actually got rid of its TOS. This would never happen, of course. Actually putting down a law that, like, legislating it so that... Sorry, I'm having a hard time wording this. Pushing legislation that would take away the right for private corporations to ban bigots, homophobes, transphobes, racists, etc., would not only be unconstitutional, because these private corporations are run by private people and shareholders who have, in our beautiful capitalist nation, the right to determine whether or not they want to allow fucking bigots on their platform. Not only would it be unconstitutional, anti-American, it would literally go against the very concept of the American dream, to be able to have your own unimpeded, unregulated by the government platform that you can build for speaking and whatnot. Like, this would literally be the government like controlling what you can and cannot say. Is what that would be for private corporations, mandating you're not allowed to make your own private platform with like a specific set of rules. That is literally against freedom of speech and expression. But they don't care about that. The world that they want is just one in which they can harass as many minorities as they want and spread as much hate propaganda as they want without any social responsibility or social consequences whatsoever. They're literally just mad that lefties get offended by them being bigots. There is literally no other explanation to this.
Of speech, we have to step up and use it and go out and vote accordingly in this next election, which is why I've invited Democrats who feel as sickened as I do about today's Democratic Party, leave, move forward, and put our country first.
Let's talk a little bit more about you.
How I left the left. Trust me, I'm definitely left-wing. Don't look at my history and everything that I've said up to this point, though. Don't look at that, which clearly denotes that I've always been a conservative, and I'm just claiming to have been a left-winger to grift off of the very well-known financial easy ride that you can get from claiming that you were once on the left, but you realized the left is evil, and now you're a Republican. Ha-ha! That shit's an easy grift. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows what she's doing. I wouldn't be surprised if most of the people on the right know what she's doing.
You and what led up to this decision, and how do you now define yourself politically, and do you have political ambitions moving forward?
I am an independent, and...
How is Sean Hannity not dead yet? I'm not like... This isn't a bit, and I'm not joking. Like, how is he not dead of old age yet? Does he have a phylactery somewhere? I feel like this guy's been an old, like, conservative Fox News ghoul since I was like a fucking child. Xanderhall, because there's no God? That's definitely a good argument for there being no God. Sean Hannity's existence. Unless, of course, if there is a hell and he goes there, and we get like if there's a heaven and a hell, and in heaven there's like a spot where it's like a glass bottom boat that you can walk on, and you just get to look down through the glass floor down at hell, and you get to see all the worst people in history, like that both in your time before and after, for all eternity, just suffering and being tortured. That would be pretty cool. If that's what happens, maybe there is a God. Even if Sean Hannity exists in the mortal world, maybe then. Let's cross our fingers, guys.
And I am focused on two main things. It is continuing to fight for the freedoms that are under attack in this country and continuing to hold our leaders' feet to the fire. President Biden and his allies in Congress who are pushing us to the brink of nuclear war, placing our future, the future of...
He's only 60? Oh my God. He's only 60? His neck and his head have merged into one entity. You know those thumb men from the Spy Kids movie? Where, like, they have a body, like a torso body with, like, the thumb hands and legs, but their head and their neck is just, like, torso, and then thumb begins, and it's just one, like, thumb head. His neck and his head have formed that, right? Like, there is no real, like, start and end to his neck and head because his giblets, that's all I can call them, like turkey giblets or whatever. Like his giblets, the loose skin has kind of formed this this thumb type head and neck feature for his whole look. It's quite interesting. He is in fact one of the Spy Kids thumb men.
What led up to this decision, and how do you...
Continuing to fight for the freedoms that are under attack in this country and continuing to hold
thank you,
our
Tulsi.
leaders' feet to the
thank
fire.
you so much.
President Biden and
Oh,
his
let me
allies
give you
in
more
Congress
money.
who are pushing us to the brink of nuclear war, placing our future, the future of the American people,
so brave.
humanity, and the world at risk. These are the things that I'm asking voters to consider as they go towards the polls, because if we do nothing, if we just stand by and allow President Biden to continue to push us over the brink of nuclear war, we may not see a tomorrow or a next month or a next year. These are the most important things right now.
I know people have criticized you for your comments about what is happening in Ukraine and Vladimir Putin, et cetera. Vladimir Putin now is bombing civilian targets indiscriminately.
You can already see the eye rolling in Tulsi's face. All right, let's hear the Russia defense. Okay, so what do you guys think it's going to be? Hold on, let me take a nice hit of weed and run my emulation of Tulsi's brain in my brain really fast. I want to remind you guys, I don't pre-watch shit. I haven't seen this. I'm literally just guessing. I'm watching this for the first time with you guys. I'm running my emulation. Okay. Here's my prediction. Tulsi's going to make one or both of these 2 points, okay? One, she's going to say, well, you know, there's a lot of stuff out there about what's going on with Russia and Ukraine, and I'm not 100%, I don't know if, like, a lot of that's true. I think that, you know, Putin, you know, NATO promised, the West promised this with NATO, and they broke this agreement with Russia, and, you know, a lot of the people in this land want to be, like, it'll be that defense of Russia, like, oh, yeah, NATO bad, and, like, Russia's okay. And then, or we'll get, and Ukraine's not perfect either. The Azov battalion, Nazis, the bridge bombing, yada, yada, yada. I guarantee we're getting one or both of those two, okay? I can literally run an emulation in these people's brains. There is no way in hell Tulsi is about to say, I honestly think that what Putin is doing in Ukraine is awful. My heart goes out to the Ukrainian people. I hope that as few civilians as possible are harmed by Putin's war crimes that he is committing. He is targeting civilians, and it is nightmarish. The videos that have come out, the Bucha Street massacre is just one that comes to mind. You know, there were women and children, civilians, that were tied up and shot in the street. Young women are being raped by Russian soldiers that are occupying these Ukrainian towns. Yeah, I have a feeling she's not going to do some, like, I have a feeling she's not about to explain why Russia is doing horrible things and, like, explain why Ukraine is being, like, is justified in defending themselves against this invasion. Pretty sure we're about to get one of those 2 examples I brought up of Russia apologia.
Killing innocent men, women, and children. And I would argue first that it should be Western Europe's problem more than ours. They're not a member of NATO.
They're not a member of NATO yet. They wanted to be, and they were actively trying to join. Russia is doing this to prevent it. You actual fucking ghoul. Wow, that's even more cowardly than defending Russia. Oh yeah, it's bad, but that should be Europe's problem. Leave that up to, they're not even in NATO. Leave it up to, what, like, fuck right off. We literally have NATO. Okay, you absolute buffoon, you absolute small-minded, small Russia-defending, smooth marble brain. There's a slug inside your skull. Your brain is a slug. There's a little pink slug just going, woo, just going all around inside your little skull cavity, and that is your brain, my friend. Because if you look at a map, you can see Russia touches Ukraine. And then Ukraine, do you guys know what Ukraine touches? NATO territory. If Russia takes Ukraine, Russia and NATO are now touching. And that's a problem. Ukraine also wanted to join NATO, and still does. Like, if Ukraine is taken, that literally puts NATO in a worse position. Russia has a foothold even closer to NATO territories. What is it, Poland? That's right on the border of Ukraine? It's either like Poland or... I'm not very good with European geography. These are literally fantasy. I literally know the geography of Middle-earth and Valinor and Balerion better then I know the geography of Europe, okay? Yeah, like there would be an insurgency in Ukraine. It would cause destabilization in the territory. It would literally be a case of civil war happening in the region for like the next decade at least. There's so many reasons why what he just said is fucking stupid, and why Western powers, NATO, and the US have every single reason to be offering lethal aid and other forms of support, even boots in the ground support if they decide to, for Ukraine fighting Russia. There are many fucking reasons. But obviously, there's no reason for Sean Hannity to acknowledge them. He's a mouthpiece for Russia, just as every Republican is.
Ukraine. And now he's threatening nuclear weapons. So my question to you is, what should America's role in the world be when you have a hostile actor, a thug, and a murderer of innocent women and children, in this case, Putin? What should the world's reaction?
Very rare Sean Hannity W. To be fair, it's not a lot to like ask for him to denounce the murdering tyrant, but I did just say that he's a mouthpiece for Putin, so I take that back. I stand corrected.
Reaction be, and what should America's reaction be? How should do we stand by and say that's your problem, or do we have a moral obligation to say we're not going to let anybody kill innocent men, women, and children?
Well, first I'll say President Biden has been enacting policies and actions that have further escalated this war, rather than exercising the opportunity and responsibility that he has as the President of the United States to work to bring these parties together, de-escalate, and come to a negotiated, peaceful solution. Now,
holy shit, it's even more cowardly. You see, Biden has been helping Ukraine fight back against the invasion, which is actually reducing the ability for these countries to come to peace with each other. Bitch, Russia's invading and killing civilians and they're defending themselves. You don't, like, if someone breaks into your house and tries to kill you, you don't lay on the ground and say, hi, I am unarmed and I am laying here and you could totally kill me. I'm totally allowing it right now. I will not fight back. I just don't want to escalate the situation. I feel like the best way to deal with this is to de-escalate the situation. I'm just laying here completely disarmed. I put my gun down. In fact, here, have my gun. Have my gun. Here you go. Go ahead and take everything you please. Like, what are you fucking talking about?
some will say, well, Tulsi, that's impossible, or that's naive to think about.
Yes. No, it's not naive. It's just downright fucking stupid. It's actually embarrassing that a 50-something-year-old woman who has like an entire, like, more than my entire lifetime's worth of experience in politics, if I'm pretty sure, to say something so fucking dumb. Guys, I'm not sure if you're aware of this. My knowledge of political foreign policy shit starts a couple years ago. I didn't start even researching or learning about or getting into foreign policy until I started doing politics on YouTube. I've got like 3 years of experience under my belt, and somehow I know that appeasement is not a strategy that is going to work in this situation better than Tulsi does. Unless Tulsi's a lying grifter who's just saying whatever will get her the most money and support. Which do you guys think? Which do you guys think? A cowardly supporter of Russia, or just too cowardly, or just cowardly grifting to the widest possible audience? If Ukraine wasn't being armed by America and Europe, then they would still have an insurgency. The bloodshed would still not stop until the Russian army is pushed out, and the fast way is with a fuck ton of javelins. Yeah, like, to be clear, if Russia won, like, Russia literally took all of Ukraine, like, everything was taken, Ukraine would literally be in headlines every week for, like, insurgencies and bombings and terror attacks or whatever, and like attempted rebellions and civil wars for the next 15 to 20 years. It would literally be one of the world conflicts going on nonstop for the next decade plus if Russia actually won. There would be no scenario in which Russia takes over and then that just becomes a new peaceful region of Russia. That's just not something that happens. That's not going to happen.
if Russia wins. It will be nonstop bloodshed in that region for decades.
Point those people back to the words that President Kennedy gave.
We can have a dialogue about it. If you look at it, though,
Oh my God, even Sean Hannity interrupted her because she was defending Russia too much. Even Sean Hannity was like, whoa, okay. Even I, like, started this by saying he's murdering innocent people and that this, like, okay.
He invaded a sovereign country.
Yes.
He's claiming it to be his own. If anyone said Hawaii is ours, I know it's your home.
Just sit there and take it, Tulsi. Just sit there and take it. That's what you're here for. You're getting paid for this. You're getting paid to do this.
State, I don't think you would like that, and you would want America to come defend you, wouldn't you?
Well, Hawaii.
Isn't she like? Isn't she like, in some portion, like part indigenous Hawaiian or something? I know she's from Hawaii, but does she have any like actual like indigenous Hawaiian in her genes? Because it feels like that was like more than just, oh, it's the state you're from. No, she's Hindi. I don't know why, but somebody told me she was like indigenous Hawaiian, like half or something. But it wasn't from a very solid source. It was from a friend in Discord. So, is that true? Is she actually Hindi? Wait, hold on. All right, we gotta look up. Tulsi Gabbard's ancestry results. Actually, that sounds like a bad idea. Let's not do that.
Hawaii is a part of the United States, so yes, that would be a problem.
I changed my mind.
By the way, one of the nicest parts of the United States, and you're separate and apart. I don't blame you. But do we, in other words, once somebody invades a country and kills innocent men, women, and children, does the world have an obligation to stop it early? Or do you give in to nuclear blackmail? Somebody could just say, "Oh, I'm going to nuke you if you dare support."
Listen, guys. I don't think the nukes happen. I think the U.S. could have boots in the ground, soldiers out there launching Javelin missiles at Russian tanks, and I don't think Putin launches the nukes. That's the end of everything if he does. But then again, well, it's hard to say. The way that there's no chance in fuck nuclear war happens, mainly because it's the most conceptually terrifying thing. The problem is that there's so many like safeguards in the way, right? So for the US, I think it's actually pretty damn easy for like Biden to hit the button on the nuclear football, put in the codes in the nuclear football, which is literally a briefcase that's like never more than 5 feet away from the president or something like that, and he can literally always just pull that motherfucker out and be like, nuke time. Like, there's nothing that stops him. Russia, however, correct me if I'm wrong, their system is different. There's one guy, one motherfucker, who like finds out whether or not, like, oh, where nukes have been launched, war has been waged, it's time, calls up the Kremlin and says, here, comrade, it is time to launch the nukes. The filthy Americans they have attacked us. Like that happens, right? There are a few lines that have to get in between, some tyrant hitting a button and the world ending, right? There's a few. I feel like it's a lot less likely than people think. It's definitely likely and possible and probable, but like, I don't know if it's as likely as people think.
Ukraine or whatever country it happens to be.
The path that we are on has been escalating and making this war worse.
I'm not asking that
has
part.
Increased. But
Who's getting roasted? He's actually going hard on her. She literally won't answer the question. And Sean Hannity is pushing her.
You got to let me answer. You got to let me answer here, Sean.
Obligation is, because I have a hard time.
The president. Okay, so if the moral obligation is to do what we can to end the suffering of the Ukrainian people who are
extraordinarily rare, Sean Hannity W.
are suffering death and destruction, it is to bring about an end to this war as quickly as possible. President Biden has failed to do that, and he has failed the American people, the people of Ukraine, and the world in doing that.
Tulsi Gabbard, thank you. We appreciate it.
Wow. What a non-answer. Yeah, it's all a grift. The grift continues onward. You have to be ready for the Nazgul vortex, okay? It's gonna happen, all right? If you think it's big now, it's only gonna grow. The Nazgul shit should be, without a doubt, the scariest potential right-wing movement to people on the left. I'll explain why. It does a really good job, at least to stupid people that mean well, of making right-wing and fascistic ideas look palatable, and perhaps even progressive. Very, very good at it. The whole anti-big tech thing, to someone who's left-wing and doesn't know better, can really come off as like some pro-worker, anti-big company, big corporation, leftist idea, right? There are no doubt leftists out there that are vulnerable to this type of propaganda, that do not know better. And the biggest problem is that they also weave in the populism, right? So right now, if you're an American, left or right, maybe not right, definitely left, you definitely feel like the Democratic Party, your party, the one that's like the only chance to have a win that represents even a fraction of your ideas, is pretty shit. You probably don't feel great about the Democrat Party, right? And so chances are you're like, fuck the Democratic Party. Why can't they be better? Why do they have to be so milquetoast? Why do they have to be so bad at doing their job and just getting the policies that the American people want passed? Why do they constantly lose to the Republicans because they aren't willing to play as dirty as they do? All these complaints. If those are the complaints you have about the Democratic Party, those are the same complaints that Nazguls will appropriate to push their ideology. And once they've gotten you on board with all of the mutual complaints about the Democratic Party, how it doesn't do enough, yada, 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 what's the alternative? Oh, well, the Republicans and the Trump train, the populist movement on the right against these lazy, no-good Democrats, pushing against big tech, these large corporations that are not only, if you're a lefty, hurting the workers, but if you're a right-winger, pushing an evil left-wing woke narrative and destroying your rights and your freedom of speech. It's very insidious and effective propaganda. You guys need to be ready for it. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video and you want to see more from me, consider dropping a like. It really helps out my videos, my VODs, and whatnot a lot more than you even realize. And of course, if you want to see more from me on YouTube, you can always hit that subscribe button and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And of course, if you want to follow my social medias so you can see more from me on the internet in general, they are all linked down below in the description, including my Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, fan Discord, etc. And of course, finally, if you want to support me financially, directly, help to contribute to the white name genocide, etc., you can do so quite easily by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or even financially supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or even Patreon. Thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. Nice. Yeah, let's go. Oh boy. It is very, very, very warm right now, so I'm gonna have to crank up my little fan here. Give myself a little bit more of an opening to that window. There we go. Oh. She's half Samoa? Hey! Apparently I was right. Okay, well, I guess the person who told me that in Discord wasn't wrong, and I was right. I wish that was included in the segment, but I guess, there we go. Do you think Blow High is great? I think Blow High is so great that, one day, this will actually be a lot more like, you know, this could happen like in a year or something, who knows, depending on how big the channel gets. First time stream watcher, let's go, Pillows Row! Welcome, hopefully enjoy your stay here. I have a friend named A Pillow who comes into the stream pretty commonly and pretty often, so it will be a little confusing having another pillow related name in the chat, but it shouldn't be too much. Fuck, I forgot it was called. I want to go to this place. Actually, I think this guy did a video there pretty recently. No? Maybe in my watch history. I watched earlier today. What? Why is it not in my watch history? What the fuck? Does YouTube just, like, sometimes not? Do they just sometimes not? What the fuck? This is always how I go back to find videos that I can't remember the name of. God damn it. It's here somewhere, guys. I know it is. Oh, I found it. Okay, I found it. I fucking found it. You said Blow High wrong? No, it's Blow High. It's pronounced Blow High. I found out from a trans person how it's pronounced. You can't say I'm wrong. Okay. This is a place I'd like to go. This is how much I like Blow Highs, okay? This is a place I want to go.
I'm on vacation in the Bahamas metal detecting. When you're metal detecting, you never know what you're gonna find. That next find could be the ring you're looking for. So we're currently in the Exuma, Bahamas at a place called Staniel Key. This place is absolutely beautiful, and I know thousands and thousands of people come here to swim and have a great time. I'm hoping to find something amazing using my waterproof metal detector and my portable scuba compressor called the Nomad. The dangers we face are sharks and strong currents, but let's see what we can find today. So we just made it to the spot where we're gonna be metal detecting and using the Nomad to hopefully find some amazing treasures. Take a look, there's sharks down there. We gotta be very careful, but the water's crystal clear and I'm so
They're nurse sharks. He's playing it up for the video. They're nurse sharks. They are harmless.
excited. I'm at a spot where people swim with nurse sharks. They can be dangerous and they can bite, but they are pretty friendly. But we're gonna get out there and have a blast and hopefully find some.
Has there ever been a nurse shark attack? It doesn't count if it was like when your cat play bites you, okay? If it left a mark that looks like a cat play bit them, then that doesn't count. They can bite. That's called having teeth. They barely have teeth. Let me show you a nurse shark mouth, guys. I literally just want to exhale and sit on the bottom and let these things just huddle around me. Literally all I want is just to sit on the bottom of the water there and just let them circle me in mass. This is their mouths. It's closer to the mouth of a catfish than that of a shark. I could stick my finger in there and it would be a less bad injury than when I stuck my finger into the turnstile at that one grocery store and it ripped all the skin off my index finger. It was really bad. Which finger? This one here. Here, I'll enlarge the camera so you can see where the scar is. I stuck my finger in the scar's right there at the tip there. That little light spot. really didn't leave much of a mark for what it was, but it was horrifying. There was this spinning contraption at a store for like when you checked out to get your groceries, you know, bagged and everything and like scanned. And you would put your stuff, like the bags, onto this thing, and it would spin around to where you were, and you put them in like your cart or your basket or whatever, right? I was like 7, maybe 6, and I looked down into the crevice between the spinning platform and the counter itself, and I saw a quarter down there. And I wanted it. I wanted that fucking quarter. Now, there was no one actively using or operating this spinning thing. There was no one, like, at the thing. There was no one there. No one touching anything. It was all good. So I think it's safe. I reach my finger down there to kind of, like, pick up the quarter, to kind of, like, start, you know, getting it up against the, like, the side and start, like, pulling it up the side. The thing just starts spinning upon me giving it the slightest touch and, like, you know, forced to spin once I get my finger in there. And there's sharp plastic along the side, but it was jagged. So it doesn't just slice through my finger. A sharp, jagged piece of plastic cuts into my index finger, this, like, going this way, and rips the skin up as, like, a flap. And I had a flap of skin hanging off, and you could see the bone. And then the blood started gushing. The lady that was doing the cashiering for my mom right behind me started screaming and freaking out. And the manager started screaming and freaking out and didn't know what to do. And my mom was like, get towels, get paper towels, get paper towels. So we had to, like, get my finger stitched up, or not stitched up, but, like, bandaged up and dealt with at the pharmacy. They didn't end up using stitches. They used glue and, like, bandages that I had to keep on and, like, change out. And after, like, a month or two, it pretty much healed to the point where I could use the finger again. And I don't really feel any pain from it to this day. But I have that tiny little scar there. That tiny little scar right there. I sometimes forget what finger it was on. It was so long ago. Anyway, if I stuck my finger in this thing's mouth, it would be a less bad injury than that. So that is a little bit of perspective on how dangerous these things are. Not at all. I really want to swim with them and just kind of sink down to the bottom and, you know, just kind of sit there and let them surround me and hold perfectly still.
Amazing treasures. Inside this backpack is called a Nomad by Blue. It's a portable scuba system. This is super great for traveling and if you want to be lightweight. Literally everything you need is in this backpack.
Is that actually, like, good? That thing seems cool if it has any decent battery life and actually does what it's supposed to. Fuck, I kind of want one. Looks dangerous. If you're not, like, scuba certified. Doesn't have a long pipe though. Look how cute they are.
So we just got done testing out the Nomad. This thing.
They're so adorable. So yeah, I really would like to visit there one day and do like a video where I swim around with the sharks. That would be fun. How would you guys like a time-lapse video where it's just me sitting on the bottom with like one of those pipe things? Like crisscross applesauce on the bottom with some weights on my hip so that like I sink to the bottom. I'm just sitting there, legs crossed, just, you know, you're just chilling, motionless. And I set up a GoPro on like one of the things for the dock, like one of the supports for the dock, like set up a GoPro on it, sit in front of it, and just let the sharks just kind of hang out. Pet a few if they're down for it. Nurse sharks like to be pet. If you wear like they like chainmail. A lot of the shark divers that wear chainmail, like armor, like chainmail suits, to help like to prevent bites if it happens, or at least to, you know, minimize nibbles if a shark gets curious. a lot of sharks love being pet by that texture. It feels good to them. And there are a lot of videos of divers just having a shark just kind of, you'd almost think fall asleep in their lap on the bottom of the ocean while they pet it. I've seen them do it with, like, tiger sharks. Like, big tiger sharks. Like, kill you in a second if they wanted to, tiger sharks. That's always the... Like, bull sharks and tiger sharks, to me, have always been, like, the quintessential scary shark, you know? I know, like, great whites are pretty scary. If I was in the water with a great white, I'd be pretty terrified, because, like, they don't have a very good reputation. Like, there's a reason why most shark divers dive in a cage with great whites, you know? Like, even you know, great whites are definitely pretty fucking dangerous. But, you know, like, bull sharks and tiger sharks, those, as dangerous as they are, and as they even more oftentimes attack people, most divers don't dive with, I wouldn't say most, but a lot of divers don't dive with a cage and just dive with the tiger sharks, and the bull sharks, because, they just have they're not as likely to do a test nibble on a human, even with how big they get, but a great white has possibly a higher chance of being like, what are you? Chomp! Ugh, and going on with its day. Or maybe being threatened by you or not liking you in its territory and just cleaving you in half with its jaws if it feels like it. It could just do that. It could just cleave you in half in one bite. Great whites are capable of that. I've seen it. Not in real life, but on the internet. Yeah, they could do that. So I wouldn't swim with a great white, but I might swim with some blacktip reef sharks, some bull sharks, some tiger sharks maybe. That'd be fun. I definitely miss swimming with lemon sharks though, and nurse sharks. They were always coming up into the canal when I like lived near the water, and I would just jump in and like tube down the canal with my grandma when we'd see one, or a manatee would come in or anything if the water was really clear. It was fun. Zan is the greatest white. Thank you, I appreciate that, Hawk Arthur. I appreciate that glowing endorsement. All right. Let's go to the lobby. All right.
Seeing you.
Okay. You guys know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, guys, we are about to look at some based fucking shit. We're about to look at some based shit here. Some based ACAB behavior. Listen. The drug war has very notably been an absolute disaster, okay? Well, it's actually done a very good job of doing what it was supposed to do, which is, like, disproportionately put minorities in prison for drug offenses that white people commit at pretty much proportional rates. No, it was literally, you know, the claimed goal was to reduce drug usage and drug-related crime. The actual goal, the real goal, was to, you know, fuck over minorities. And that goal, it has succeeded at quite well. Now, the drug war is a unanimously hated thing at this point. There's been different words for the drug war used, like, you know, basically the whole pro-cop, like, movement right now, you know, is pro-drug war, though they won't outright state it, because drug war is a very bad word in modern-day American lexicon, you know, politically, but they still support it. They still support it. They back the blue. They support all of the practices of the police and their heavy over policing of like minority majority neighborhoods and areas, and they specifically support the the DA of insert given area having a more harsh record when it comes to the penalization of non-white people, right? DA and judges, right? So a lot of these problems exist in these communities, or in this particular issue, and these communities have faced this problem for a while, right? Particularly non-white and POC communities. So, as you can imagine, I am anti-drug war. I'm also in favor of, at the very least, significant reforms to our policing system and criminal justice system to alleviate these problems. Because, for one, it's just racist. Like, the system is just fucking racist. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. The data is there. The data does not fucking lie. The system is racist. It is systemic racism, as, if you will. Another thing is it's just not working. Like, this way of enacting justice, quote unquote, is not working. Recidivism rates are high as fuck in America, particularly when it comes to drug arrests. Not only that, but low-tier drug offenses only land those arrested and penalized for them generally in even worse criminal situations, because, I'm sorry guys, but it's pretty damn hard to survive in prison without breaking the law. If you're in, like, even the nicest county jails and prisons, nicest, quote-unquote, like, it's... Do we have anybody who served time in chat that can confirm this? It's hard to get by without breaking the law in some form. It might even be impossible, because people might think you're a snitch if you don't do something illegal while you're there. Prisons are crime factories. It should be the other way around. Prisons should be factories that take in criminals and produce well-educated, prepared, productive members of society. That's what it should be. You should be going to prison, getting paid a decent wage that you can slowly start to save up while you're serving your time, so that you might have something. So one, you can either have money to send to your family, if that's what you need to do, or two, have money to save up for when you get out of prison. Can you imagine if prisons offered, like, a good education to their prisoners, and I mean a good education to their prisoners, along with, well-paying jobs for their labor? Right now, American prisons are legal slavery. Let's read the 14th Amendment really fast. Wait, wrong amendment. Slavery Gone Amendment. 13th. I was off by one. Listen, guys, there's a lot of those motherfuckers, okay? A lot of those amendments, okay? It's hard to keep track of them. They really do need to give them... If they called the 13th Amendment the Slavery Bad Amendment, no one would forget, alright? Here's the wording. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as punishment for crime, whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject their jurisdiction. I repeat, neither slavery nor indentured servitude, except as a punishment for crime where the person has been duly convicted. Which means, right now, most of our prisons and jails are forcing the incarcerated people there to work. Most of them are getting paid pennies an hour. Pennies an hour. It is literally in It is literally on the fucking papers that designate the standards that our country is to be built upon, our laws and our rules and our social conducts. It says there, slavery is legal as long as it's a punishment by the state. And that's exactly what it is. So, with all these things in consideration, I thought it would be cool for us to watch this video. I ended up having it come up in my recommended not too long ago, and I only watched the first couple minutes, but after seeing just a couple minutes of it, I knew that I absolutely had to watch this on stream in its entirety with you guys. So I stopped the video, I didn't spoil myself any further, and yeah. So this video is called Cops Set Up and Busted, Illegal Raid on Fake Grow House. This was posted by a channel called Lackluster 9 days ago and has 2.4 million views. A lot of people have also sent me this video asking me to watch it, so let's go ahead and take a look. It's got a lot of views. It's blown the fuck up. Let's give it a watch.
You realize the failure of the war on drugs when someone tasked with combating it switches sides.
A one-time Texas drug agent described by his former boss as one of the best narcotics officers in the country.
Barry Cooper, cop busters,
Controversial.
arrested, vigilante,
Questionable.
tiny Christmas trees, watchdog,
Illegal.
The Texas Rangers are investigating a sting Cooper carried out against Odessa police officers in 2008.
Welcome back to the
Prepare yourselves, the shit you're about to see is unfathomably based. The level of base you're about to witness is a level of base you probably thought could not exist.
Lackluster channel. Barry Cooper was once one of the nation's top canine and narcotics officers. During his tenure, he realized that the war on drugs was immoral and ineffective. His new understanding caused him to shift directions, and he created the Never Get Busted video series to teach people how to never get caught. Soon, he realized that he knew all the cops' dirty little secrets, like how they make a canine false alert, how officers use confidential informants to plant narcotics, and much more. With that wealth of information, he decided it was time to start busting bad cops.
By the way, the practices that he just listed are real. Like planting evidence and using informants as a loophole to like bypass needing a warrant, like the time needed to get a warrant and everything for a court order and everything. Like, yeah, there's a lot of really fucked up shit that's downright unconstitutional and illegal that the cops do, and they get away with it unless they get caught, and enough people make a stink about it. And that's what happens here.
This story begins with the arrest of Yolanda Madden, a single mother of two with no criminal history or issues with addiction. In 2005, she was arrested for possession.
Any drugs or weapons in there? This your truck? My dad's doing drugs in it right now? Weapons? Nothing at all. Mind if we check it? We got information that's supposed to be...
Dude. What a stereotypical cop. He's being a dick and using his power in like a super power trippy narcissistic way towards this random woman he's pulled over. And he even has the cop cut. Look at that. His head is shining. He has shaved everything but this tiny little island of hair on the top of his head. It's hard to tell with this very low quality video from like 2001 or whatever, but like, you can see it. That is the cop cut. This guy is the cop.
Though she was 100% innocent, she was convicted, and due to the weight of the illicit substance, she was sentenced to 8 years in prison. Yolanda's father had overwhelming evidence that the substances used to convict her were planted by a confidential informant who had accidentally hit the wrong target. Her father contacted Barry Cooper, as he not only ran cop busters, but he also previously worked in the area with some of the same officers involved. Barry decided to take action to catch the officers by setting up a fake grow house in the district, hoping that by doing so,
this is around where I stopped watching, was when he started explaining this plan. This plan, and when he started explaining this, is when I knew I had to stop it and watch this on stream. This shit is unbelievably based. Brace yourselves.
He could prove Yolanda's conviction was sourced by unlawful and unconstitutional actions of the officers involved. So in December of 2008, Barry found a vacant house and put tinfoil over the windows. He brought in grow lights and ventilation systems, all for the care and nurture for 2 small pine tree saplings, and to trigger an illegal raid by the Odessa Police Department.
Police are not supposed to run a search warrant or make an arrest on an anonymous tip alone. Right. And this vice unit has a habit of lying on search warrants and claiming they had an informant go in and see drugs in the house, and then they raid the house. We used to do it when I worked for them. If we couldn't get the evidence we needed and we wanted to raid the house, we lied and said an informant went in there.
So now, with
You know, it really is amazing to see, like, good cops are the ones that stop being cops a lot of the time. And that's what happened here. He stopped being a cop and dedicated his life and his career to exposing the kind of shit that he learned in his time in law enforcement that cops do. Just fucking based. Just epic and legendary behavior.
Barry's pine sapling nursery set up, cameras were installed.
And it really does feel vindicating, doesn't it? To see this guy that was literally called, quote-unquote, one of the best narcotics officers in all of the United States, to be just out here spilling all the dirty secrets of the average, you know, American police department. The ways that they, you know, cut corners and fuck people over and engage in illegal activity to make their job easier. It feels very vindicating.
To survey the property, and it didn't take long for the Odessa Police Department to arrive at the location as planned. With weapons drawn, the officers enter the residence and systematically clear the house room by room. They finally make it to the room hosting the Christmas tree grove and realize that their anonymous tip was false.
Pine trees going. Got rid of all this stuff.
Well, I'm gonna see if I can turn on subtitles. Oh, auto-generated? Nope. You've been trolled.
Before leaving, they noticed a Copbusters t-shirt pinned to the wall, alongside a note addressing the officers that read, "You are the focus of a new reality TV show called Copbusters. There's nobody in the house and nothing illegal has happened. We will be approaching to interview you with cameras. Our crew will be in red t-shirts, like the one on the wall." The officers then find the surveillance equipment and leave, just as quickly as they arrived.
Yeah, because they got this camera here, they got 2 in there, and all the monitors are running up there in the cabinet. You can hear them. So we can set up,
You can hear them realizing they've been caught doing something bad. You can hear them realizing they've been caught doing something bad.
We're talking to the...
They don't know yet. They don't know yet that it's live recording, I don't think. I don't think they realize this isn't like security footage being recorded on premises. This is like being streamed somewhere. I don't think they know.
Station 30, so if you would, please not touch anything. I'm not. I got my hands in my pocket. We'll find out what we need to do with the cameras and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And just as the sign on the wall said, Barry Cooper and his camera crew were traveling to the house to film the officers' reactions to getting caught in the execution of an illegally obtained search warrant.
I want to see this.
Car behind them. Right behind them. Oh yeah, baby. That's it.
They're about to raid it. And Jason, you can tell them they're in. They're in. Hang on.
They're in.
They're raiding it.
They kicked in the back door.
They're in.
Back door.
They kicked in the back door. I didn't see it. They got Adam in the front yard cuffed.
Handcuffed. They got Adam cuffed. Let them cuff all of us. Get these cameras ready.
All right. What?
we're just pulling up.
They're just about to leave.
Go, go, go.
This is Giga Base.
No, right here. Stop. Right here. Right here. You got the cameras. Get them out. Ready?
Let's go. Go. Hey, we'll help.
Hey, I'm Barry Cooper with Top Busters. Why are you in my house? What? Do you have a search warrant? I'm busy making sure these Odessa cops quit planting drugs on people, so you've been caught in a...
Free Yolanda.
Hey, look, we're trying to cooperate. We're not giving nobody no hassle.
You did too. Y'all planted
Not giving nobody no hassle.
drugs on Yolanda and she's in prison because of it. That's giving people a hassle. You guys are wrong on this one and you know it and you got burnt.
I'll show you the paper. That's what they did.
Oh, I want to see the affidavit. What judge signed an affidavit? There's nothing illegally going on unless y'all lied on that affidavit.
Okay.
What did you say to get in there?
Yeah.
What happened?
Talk to the detective that did that.
After we set the trap house, it was the cops' job to do a proper investigation, and had they investigated properly, they never would have raided the house.
The information obtained by this operation was used to prove that the Odessa Police Department lied on affidavits used to obtain search warrants and eventually freed Yolanda Madden.
Tonight, Yolanda
Let's go!
Madden is a free woman, and she says she was falsely imprisoned for 4 years.
Today, District Judge Rob Junell vacated her sentence.
Sure. Hey! Sorry, Yolanda! Wow, hey, Brandon. Good to see you, bro.
Because of the setup, Yolanda spent 4 years of her life in prison despite her innocence. The police chief responded to the fake grow house operation by—
Wait till you see how the police chief responded, dude. Holy fucking shit. This is a bit that I had spoiled for me because someone sent me this video along with a screenshot of it and said, this is how the cops responded to this guy's sting operation that caught them engaging in illegal raiding. And it was just this. On 12/03/2008, at approximately 9:30 p.m., a man entered the police department to report information about ongoing trafficking activity at 232 Lodeman Drive in Odessa. Here comes the part that I've seen.
by calling Barry Cooper immature and juvenile.
In a statement, Odessa Police Chief Timothy
Here's the bit
Burton
I've
calls
seen.
Cooper's actions juvenile and irresponsible.
They literally just say, oh, this was irresponsible behavior. How could they do this? Oh, this was juvenile. Oh, they try to play this like, oh, shooting this for a reality show is some indictment on what was actually caught and exposed to the world. It really is just whining and breaking down over being exposed. Really fucking, It really is, like, blood-curdling, isn't it? Yeah, it's so childish to expose us for engaging in illegal police activity. Like, oh, you know, hey, holding the keepers of the law accountable for breaking the law, pretty cringe, bro. If this happened today, the police chief would have said, that was pretty cringe and gay of them to do.
Claiming that his actions were potentially illegal and
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, okay, this is what I saw. The potentially illegal activity served to waste law enforcement time and taxpayer money. They threaten him. This is a threat. This is a threat. There is no way to interpret this than it is a threat. Potentially illegal activity? There is no such thing as potentially illegal activity. Like, that's like, what are you talking about? This is a public statement being made as a news release. Well, you'll see what they mean by potentially illegal here in a moment.
wasted the time of law enforcement and taxpayer money. Barry eventually ran for Texas Attorney General, but his contributions to help end the drug war brought him under the ire of the state.
This is what I was talking about. So this is where they raided the guy.
The police ran a search warrant on his home to seize his Cop Busters videos. Not narcotics, videos.
They raided his house to get the videos that he got of them breaking the law. That was what they were, yep. First Amendment yeeted. Literally destruction of evidence? Yep. Yep. Yeah. You're putting your life in danger if you speak out against the state in this way. It is dangerous. Speaking out against the state in this way is dangerous. There is a reason why whistleblowers do not live in America, for the most part. A lot of whistleblowers that have exposed like a dirty shit that fucks over the American people that the U.S. government is doing, they live out in Russia and shit like that. In countries that will not extradite them to America, where they will be imprisoned and punished for treason for informing the American people about how they're being fucked over by the state. When it really comes down to it, how much you're allowed to fight against the tyranny of the state, even if it is lawful, is really not that much. Like, if the people that are able to press the button that means that you get, sent to prison or killed want to, they can make that happen. That's not conspiracy shit. It's happened. They can make it happen. The CIA has had people that were inconvenient for them assassinated. That has been confirmed. The U.S. government has many times done this overseas. This is not even like a controversial fact, because the U.S. will just have leaders assassinated or killed or couped overseas if their values don't align with America. Not because they did anything or they're torturing their people or anything like that, but because they are, for example, spreading socialism. That's when they don't like that very much.
Executed a search warrant on Cooper's home. They confiscate his camera equipment, videos, and computers.
After the raid, they arrested him 3 times and his wife once under misdemeanor charges related to the Sting videos. All charges were later dismissed, but
they arrested him 3 times and arrested his wife 3 times after this, all charges later being dismissed, meaning that all 3 times it was bullshit attempts by the police department to scare him that didn't make it through court. That once shown to a judge, they're like, wait, you want to, for taking video of you breaking the... And it just got dropped. It's literally the equivalent of a slap suit, only the cops are doing it to a guy that's exposing their illegal behavior.
But while he fought them, the US government took his child and declared him and his wife an unfit parent for teaching them about the dangerous arms of...
He lost his fucking kids. He lost his... The state took his kids. Holy fuck.
Of the state.
The state has taken away his child, Zach, and cited as a specific reason.
Rare Fox News W. True. That's what just happened.
That Barry and his wife, quote, are unsuitable and create an environment where the children believe the government is out to harm them. How much?
Their justification for taking the kids was that they were creating an unsuitable environment where they were teaching their kids the government is out to harm them. Yeah, Fox News, ironically enough, on a roll today. Like two dubs in one stream. Wild.
How much harm has Mr. Cooper done compared to the government? Stealing property, stealing freedom, and in this case, kidnapping his...
So this was before Donald Trump came along, and there were actual, real, like, libertarians that were platformed and had any level of popularity on the right. Like, this was back during, like, the peak of libertarianism. Right-wing libertarianism was at its peak during this era, I feel like.
Child.
And because of the alleged retaliation, Barry and his family fled to South America for asylum in 2011. Barry Cooper is now a criminal defense expert witness that testifies against false alerts by dogs performing free air sniffs, search and seizure issues, and much more. He is also an international aide that helps train search and rescue canines around the world. He now refuses to train narcotics canines. Netflix has taken an interest in his life and activism, and a 4-part docuseries is currently being produced with an expected release in 2023. Barry and I are currently working together to create a live-streamed video podcast. The show will air in the coming weeks on the Never Get Busted YouTube channel. You can find all the original
Oh shit! He's got a YouTube channel! Well, if that interests you, go check it out.
Used to produce this video on that channel and our new show by using the links in the description and pinned comment. So be sure to head over.
I like how the vid was kind of an ad. The video was technically an ad, but at the same time, what a based fucking line of events. What a based man doing based things. And as much as I hate to say it, like, he got martyred. Like, there was no happy ending besides Yolanda getting freed. He was, like, punished for this. He's had to flee the country to be safe. And now he's made it his life's work to prevent the different ways that, like, American police and the state, fuck over the people. God. What based behavior. These are based hours, if you ask me. Anyway, guys. Go check out the channel. Go check that out if that interests you. I really appreciate every single one of you who watched this video. If you enjoyed it, please consider leaving a like. It helps out my videos, my VODs, and my channel more than you even realize. And of course, if you want to see more from me, you can always subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications, and follow my social medias, all linked down below in the description, including my Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and my fan Discord. And of course, finally, if you want to support me financially, you can always do so, if you've got the money for it, by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or even through Patreon. With all that said, thank you all so much for watching, and have a good one. Let's go! That was a good segment, guys. Yee! Yee, let's go! Yee, Copbuster segment, let's go! We got one more thing left to cover today. Oh, my brain is melting. Pillows Row, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Says can't donate much, but wanted to throw some support. Hey, I really appreciate that. That's very kind. Someone should donate you a gifted tier 1 sub, I feel like, because you donated $5. You deserve a tier 1 sub. Thank you for the $5, though. I really appreciate it. Let me update the dono goal really fast. We are more than halfway to the dono goal for the day. I feel like if the chatters go absolute dicko mode, we can pull it off. I feel like it's achievable. Wait, you have curly hair? What the heck? Not for long. I'm getting my hair cut soon. I hate my hair being long. I'm getting this shit nice and clean cut as soon as possible. I put it off for way too long, and now it's getting to the point where I wake up every morning with, like, my hair tickling my eardrum. Long, wavy hair having people, you know what I'm talking about. It is a nightmare. I'm done. I'm getting that shit just nice and clean cut. Back to normal. Do a TikTok haircut? How about you suck my balls? Nice and clean. Duel for your haircut? What do you mean, Ellen Degenerate? It's a lot harder to blow rings with weed. The finest weed in the South Farthing. Cuddling, thank you for the tier 2 gifted sub to Pillows Row. I really appreciate that. That's based in Pog as fuck. Thank you for the $10 Redinos. Said, here you go. There I go. Thank you very, very much. That's very kind and based of you. That puts us in a nice, clean, smooth, happy, and awesome 175 out of 300. Thank you very, very much. We're creeping our way on towards that dono goal, guys. We're getting close. You claim to be for democracy, but we can't control your hair? True. Oh my god, I just realized I didn't feature Gandalf's theme. aka the Strangers theme, in my ring. Oh, I just spoiled Rings of Power, but in my Rings of Power segment. Fuck. That was one of my favorite tracks from the whole show, and I did a whole section of that segment about how much I loved the music. And I totally forgot to feature the Strangers theme. My favorite track from the entire show. God damn it. How could I have forgotten that? I was... Now I'm triggered. I'm triggered about that, guys. Oh, Dendrago, thank you for the $5 donation. That's very kind of you. Thank you, my WoW friend. Very based in Pog. Says, I'm now getting my ass handed to me on these quests, so I'm taking a bit of a break from questing to go grind up more leather working by slaughtering wolves for their skin. That's honestly pretty good. Like, if you just go out into a nice, like, find a nice area, you know, where you can kill some, like, green or yellow level wolves that aren't giving you a super hard time, just slaughter those until, like, ideally greens, actually, because those will die really fast. You can AoE big groups of those down. Like, AoE down or kill a bunch of greens, green level wolves, skin them, or other mobs like that, gain the XP from doing it, and gain the like, gold you get from skinning them as well. Like, you're getting gold and XP from doing that, and you're leveling up your skinning and your leather working. So yeah, that sounds like a great idea, Dendrago. That's what I'd do. Like, get yourself up one level, and that should be enough to be able to get through those quests. I'm a rogue, I don't have AoE. Regardless, though, if you can, if you can get up a level just doing that, doesn't need to be AoE. You can just, like, take them down one by one. Like, rogues are really good at burst damage, so you can probably burst down just a bunch of green levels without even having any downtime. So yeah, just do that. You'll get a lot of XP for your kill time, and you'll get gold. Pog Dendrago. Hopefully my dulcet tones and my voice are, you know, very comforting for your journey. Thank you for the $5. It's very kind. Let me update the dono goal really fast. We're at 180 now. By the way, chat, after stream, I'm going to join VC in the Xander's Theater channel, and we're going to do a watch party of Rings of Power. At least as much as I can do tonight before I pass out, because I'm tired. But who knows, maybe I can do the whole show tonight. I want to see if I can get a lot of people together. So if you are interested in being a part of the watch party, hop into VC and, like, mute and deafen yourself and just watch the stream. Because when I'm ending stream, I'm gonna look at the VC, and depending on how many people are in there, and how many people we've got, like, there to watch, will determine whether or not I go through with the watch party or save it for another day. What episodes are we watching? 1 through 8. We're gonna watch the whole show. You don't have to watch all of it. You can just watch, like, a bit of it or drop in and out or whatever. But, like, I just want to see how many people are gonna be there for the start of it to, like, guarantee, like, whether or not I actually want to do the watch party tonight or save it for another time. So if you're interested, please just hop into the Xander's Theater VC. If you don't have access to it, let me know, or let a mod know, and they can give you the role, a mod or admin. And yeah, I want to see how many people we've got interested for tonight, because I know it's really late and there's, like, a time issue, but I'm just curious how many of you right now tonight are going to be down. Do you need to know any lore to enjoy Rings of Power? Honestly, no. It's the furthest back prequel we've ever seen of like Tolkien's Legendarium on screen. The furthest back prequel. So honestly, once Rings of Power is finished, I'll be showing people Rings of Power before I show them The Hobbit or Lord of the Rings. So yeah, you don't need to know anything about the lore to enjoy the show. This can literally be your first Lord of the Rings thing, and you would be starting from the very beginning of at least what's been brought to screen and adapted in live action to screen. All good, Adrian S. So yeah, if you're interested and you want to do that, it's gonna be a fun watch party. So hop into Xander's Theater voice chat and just be ready. Just be ready for it, because when I'm wrapping up stream after this next segment, I'm going to be checking how many people are in there, and if it's, like, not a lot of people, then I probably won't do it. So if you're interested, hop in there and just deafen and mute so you can watch the stream.
You don't start with a complete verbal recounting of the Silmarillion of Children of... Listen, I have done that, okay? When I showed my friend Ethan Lord of the Rings, I basically explained everything before pressing play on Fellowship of the Ring, okay? We watched the extended edition, of course. I explained everything. Okay? Everything, well, not everything, but everything that was most important to the story, right? Everything from Eru Ilúvatar and how the chorus of the Valar and his song and Melkor's discord and the Valar and Maiar that joined him, and all of that, and the War of Wrath and the destruction of the world trees, Morgoth and Ungoliant fucking that shit up, and you know, the battle, the War of Wrath, the sinking of Balerion, and you know, the establishment of Sauron, how Melkor fell, how Sauron came to power, and how he forged the rings. Basically, the important aspects that you would need to know that Lord of the Rings, the Peter Jackson movies, don't explain super well. Well, Melkor is also known as Morgoth. Melkor is Melkor is his original name. That was his name when he was a Valar. When Melkor was a Valar, that just was kind of a bratty bitch, you know? Kind of a bratty bitch with Eru Ilúvatar and the other Valar. And just kind of, you know, did his own thing and sung his own song, his own tune. He ended up eventually taking on the name of Morgoth after doing a bunch of evil shit. The elves called him that, which I think translates to the Dark Shadow or the Great Foe or some bullshit like that. It's basically like a badass fucking name that means the bad guy, the big bad, the darkest of dark lords. Anyway, yeah, you just made me do it. You literally just made me do it. Holy fuck. You made me explain it. You made me do the thing that you guys were teasing me that I was going to do. Anyway. Ellen Degenerate, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Very base. Says, here, my fellow POC, person of Calzone. Thank you, Ellen Degenerate. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Thank you for the $5. Alex Pizza for the win. Thank you for the $5 as well. It's very kind of you, my friend. Says, bruh, I'm surprised you're still awake. What time do you get off? What time do I get off? I mean, usually around, you know, around when the sun comes up. I like to slow stroke it a little bit, you know, find some nice Overwatch 3D anime. Oh, you mean like when do I get off stream? I don't know, like sometime around, you know, 4 or 5 a.m., I'd say. Not too far off now. It's a good meme. All right. Where is the debate? Where is the debate?
Why?
All right. All right, let me update the dono goal really fast. Thank you guys, all of you that donated and supported me in any way, shape, or form in this stream. You guys have been amazing and awesome, and your support has been very much appreciated. Thank you all very, very much. I love you all very much, guys. You're all very amazing. I love you. All right. What are Saruman's views on trans people? Saruman or Sauron? Sauron... Actually, Sauron would definitely be pro-trans. That motherfucker is shape-shifting into all sorts of different people. Sauron is trans. I mean, if you think about it long enough, he is. I'm pretty certain he's shapeshifted into women before. Like, a couple times. He took the form of women. Hot women, too, from the way it was described. So, like, you know that motherfucker cared about his appearance in his lady form. So, yeah, Sauron is actually gender fluid. Sauron, yeah, he is. I mean, well, he's not a person. Sauron's not like a man
or a guy. He uses the pronouns he, him, because he usually takes the form of a more masculine, like, dark entity, a dark lord, if you will. But Sauron, like, in his more essential aspect, is not like a guy. He's not like a sorcerer or like some human or like elf or anything who went bad, or an orc or anything like that. He is a Maiar. He's like a lesser angel. If the Valar are like archangels, the Maiar, which is the same thing Gandalf is, by the way, are like normal angels in Tolkien's Legendarium. If you're to draw a direct comparison to Tolkien's Roman Catholic faith. So the idea behind it is that, you know, Sauron is more of a spirit or a concept, an entity, taken physical form, more so than like a guy, you know? He just takes the vibe, the form generally of a guy. So yeah, Sauron is gender fluid if you think about it long enough. A lot of characters like that actually are in Tolkien's story, if you come to think about it long enough. So Gandalf is just as strong as Sauron, anime power scaling meme? Sort of. Okay. So Gandalf completely unchained his goal, like, so Gandalf's job is not at all to go out on the front lines fighting against Sauron and evil. A normal tier Sauron versus a Gandalf who has been sent to take down Sauron and vanquish him. Sauron without the ring is what I mean. Yeah, Gandalf could probably win. Gandalf the White would definitely win against a non-ring having, like, deep, like, pre-ring existing, I should say, Sauron. It's important that the ring doesn't even exist, because Sauron can't be vanquished through any means as long as the ring exists. So we're talking about, like, pre the Rings of Power being made. If Gandalf the White fought Sauron pre-Rings of Power being made, I think Tolkien heavily suggested Gandalf the White wins that fight. The reason why I believe that is because Tolkien did explicitly state multiple times that Gandalf, the Grey even, upon taking the One Ring, would be powerful enough to kill Sauron, to vanquish him. But he would probably succumb and become very much of the same mindset as Sauron. The basic idea is that he would lose his love of, like, the nature and of homely things and hobbits and the green things of the world, and his mind would turn to metal, much like Saruman. Gandalf would basically become Saruman if he got the ring, is the way that Gandalf explains it. But he does explicitly say that if he had the ring, he would be able to vanquish Sauron physically, his physical form, but he would live on spiritually, and the ring would, corrupt him. But, that's basically the, I always got the impression the ring also rejected him. No. That was more of a Peter Jackson thing. Through him, the ring would absolutely, Gandalf's power would be enough to override Sauron's control of the ring, but it would not be enough to override the innate cruelty, malice, and hatred, and domination that is, an aspect of the ring. It would be even worse if Gandalf also wore his elven ring of fire with it, too. It would be amplified. He did 2 rings of power. There's a good chance he'd start collecting them like Infinity Stones, and it would be pretty crazy. There's some interesting fan-like theory. You could go down with that, but yeah, that's my general impression as far as Tolkien Legendarium lore goes. I really do wish Mauler, one of those, reactionary, grift tubers who just complains about new woke thing, or new thing they call woke or whatever, would have, debated me about the lore of Lord of the Rings, because I love talking about Tolkien's Legendarium. We would have gotten autistic with it. I wonder how that would have gone for them. Listen, there's a reason why Mahler wouldn't agree to a debate with me about Lord of the Rings without having 2 of his conservative friends moderating the debate. There's a reason why he wouldn't just come on to my stream for a 1v1, or even just a one-on-one convo. I clarified, doesn't have to be a debate or hostile if you want it to be. I can literally set the ground rules of, we keep this a chill convo. I said that in our DMs multiple times, and he said, no, I would like you to come onto the podcast with my friends that are conservative figures. I promise they won't jump onto my side, even though there is no reason to suspect they won't. And I was like, no, bro, just come on my stream. And he was like, no, I don't want to. And I was like, okay, man, well, the invitation is always open. Let me know if you feel like debating me. And yeah, it was pretty fun. Zan knows more about Tolkien lore than a fish does about water. I wouldn't say that. There's definitely gaps in my knowledge on Tolkien lore, but most of them exist less so out of like a lack of having ever engaged with the material, and more so just so much time passing, and it's been a while. Like, I read the Unfinished Tales when I was maybe 9. That was a tough read. I remember my uncle had this bookshelf. When I'd stay at my uncle's house, he had a bookshelf with everything Tolkien, everything Middle-earth, right at the foot of the bed in the guest room that I slept in. And I tended to wake up really early before him, excited to, like, spend the day with my uncle. And I'd, like, wake up at 5 a.m., sun's still down. You know, I can't start making noise and wake up, you know, my aunt and uncle and start making a ruckus. So I would sit in bed, grab one of the books, and start reading. And over the course of, like, 6 months, a year, I managed to make it through all of the books on that shelf. Your uncle sounds cool? Oh, yeah. Both my uncles are really big into Tolkien's Legendarium. They're the ones who sat me down as a toddler in front of Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings movies dozens of times. Now, to be fair, they were probably getting stoned as fuck while watching it with me. But, you know, now I get stoned as fuck and watch Lord of the Rings. So, you know, it's like, in a way, my childhood has, like, come full circle, you know? It's come full circle. Anyway, all right, let's get into the segments, guys. Let's get into it. My lovely fan-arinos, you guys know what to do when I say action, right? You guys know what to do. 3, 2, 1, action. Okay, all right. This debate has been recommended to me for multiple streams now, and I've been putting it off for like 10 days, like 2 weeks or something. When did this come out? 9 days ago. Yeah, so I've been putting this off for almost 10 days now. People have been sending this to me and begging me to react to it. And I meant to react to it last stream, but I just did not have enough time. It was just, I'd streamed for way too long. It was way too late. I didn't have it in me anymore. So I had to end stream. I could not include this particular reaction in that stream, but I'm so goddamn excited I get to watch it now. So Jon Stewart. I'm aware of the fact that he has some spotty opinions and takes in the past, but overwhelmingly, from what I've seen of him, he seems to hit the mark on most issues. His absolutely amazing speech about the first aid responders that were basically left high and dry in regards to their, left out to dry, I should say, not high and dry, left out to dry in regards to the health conditions they contracted due to the things they were exposed to while engaging in everything from, like, the mental health trauma to, like, breathing in harmful chemicals to, like, injuries they sustained while doing the rescues and first response. A lot of there were so many first responders for 9/11, for the World Trade Center terror attacks. I don't think a lot of people realize, like, because it's been so long and memed so much by the internet, like, that was big. The tops of 2 buildings basically fell down onto the streets of New York City, and the buildings collapsed. Thousands died. Thousands more pinned under rubble, hurt or hurt in other ways. So many people were injured. Then not only that, but, like, two giant skyscrapers collapsed, and the contents of a lot of what was in them was turned into dust, into a big wafting cloud of dust that spread throughout New York City for blocks and blocks and blocks. A lot of people who breathed that dust were exposed to harmful chemicals, heavy metals, things like asbestos, molds. It is not good to breathe in that shit. It's just not good. It causes permanent lung damage. Fiberglass, shit like that. A lot of the things those first responders and other people on the scene at the World Trade Center attacks that they breathed in that day, just from the dust in the air, never left their lungs. And never will. I want you to think about that. A lot of the things those people, even if they're alive today, inhaled that day are still in their lungs and will never leave. And are still causing damage. Anyway, I don't want to get super super duper dark there or anything, but I do feel like a lot of people forget how serious that shit was. Jon Stewart did an amazing speech about that to bring awareness to the plight of the first responders and the lack of healthcare that they've received for the injuries and all the trauma and whatnot they received from doing their job. And recently, he did an absolutely based debate on the topic of trans issues, apparently. So yeah, this is the debate. I've not seen it. I've not seen any clips. I am completely unspoiled on this. All I know is that apparently he took a massive W here, and he was super based. That's all I know going in here. Let's see. Let's watch this shit. Let's go.
Why would the state of Arkansas step in to override parents, physicians, psychiatrists, endocrinologists who have developed guidelines? Why would you override those guidelines?
Holy fuck.
I think it's important that...
Okay, one thing I forgot about Jon Stewart is that he's very well spoken, and there is no stutter. There is no unsureness in what he's saying. He just says what is. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He asks her, why is the state of Arkansas going against the guidelines set by all of these medical professionals? Omega-based. Oh yeah, it is very quiet, I admit, so I'm going to turn on the subtitles. I apologize, guys. It's even quiet on my end. Actually, I'm going to turn on my volume booster and try to help with that. I'll keep the subtitles on, though, because I know you guys like those.
Why would the state of Arkansas step in to override parents, physicians, psychiatrists, endocrinologists who have developed guidelines? Why would you override those guidelines?
Well, I think it's important that all of those physicians, all of those experts for...
Okay. The second she opened her mouth, I knew we were about to hear some dumb shit. We're about to hear some dumb shit.
Well, I think it's important that all of those physicians, all of those experts, for every single one of them, there's an expert that says we don't need to allow children to be able to take those medications.
Okay, chat, I know I'm pretty high right now, but did she just say, in response to, why did you override guidelines set by the overwhelming consensus among the academic, scientific, psychological, biology, and medical fields in this respect? And she responds, oh, well, I think that they're wrong, and there should be more doctors and experts disagreeing with the consensus. We have alternate facts. It's literally a it is a manufactured medical debate. There is no debate in these fields about whether or not these treatments and guidelines are good. These conservative politicians have completely manufactured it from nothing. Ex nihilo.
That there are many instances.
I know that because of a Minecraft mod.
Where...
But you know that's not true. You know it's not for everyone. There's one. These are the established.
Well, I don't know that's not true. I don't know that.
Then why would you pass a law then if you don't know that that's true? Wouldn't you?
Well, I know that there are doctors, and that we had plenty of people come and testify before our legislature who said that we have 98% of the young people who have gender dysphoria, that they are able to move past that, and once they have the help that they need, no longer suffer from gender dysphoria. 98%.
That is not true.
8%
wow.
Without that medical treatment.
That's an incredibly made-up figure.
I fucking love this man. Look at this guy has mastered debating conservatives. He's doing the DreamWorks face. He's doing the DreamWorks face to this lady. Like, not like getting offended, not saying, "Oh, you're wrong." No. A smug, "Wow, that's an incredibly made-up figure." And just a smug smile. Just a smug, "I expected better from you." That peak lefty debate skill. Every lefty debater should aspire to achieve this level of smugness when debating conservatives. This made her mad. That just ticked her angry meter over 1 click. She's unnerved now. Her arguments are only going to get worse from here.
That doesn't...
Oh, look at her. Look at her, dude. Oh, wow. She doesn't even know how to respond.
...comport with any of the studies or documentation that exists from these medical organizations. What medical association are you talking about of these doctors?
Well, we have all of that in our legislative history, and we'll be glad to provide that to you. I don't have the name of that off the top of my head. I know it's something that...
You don't have the name of the organization that you're getting that
off the top of my head.
Oh, okay.
But yes, we have all...
You know what's crazy? This lady is literally responsible for pushing the legislation that is taking away the rights of these marginalized groups. And let's assume that there is, hypothetically, that there is an organization, a large, well-respected medical institution that she is, using as her source and her justification for these actions, right? Let's assume all that's true. It's not. It's definitely not. Not a chance in hell. But let's assume, for the sake of argument, that's true. Okay? Even then, even if that is true, I can name several organizations off the top of my head that affirm my positions because it's my job to know these things. The American Psychological Association, the American Psychoanalytical Association, I think is also one of them. What's it called? The UK Health Service, the NHS, National Health Service of the UK. Like, these are just a few examples. I don't think Psychoanalytical Association, it's American Psychological Association, I believe is the one, right? Like, that's just 2 examples off the top of my head. There's a much bigger list than that, but that's already 200% more examples that I can think of off the top of my head. Large, well-respected medical organizations that back up me and Jon Stewart's position, the pro-trans position, and she can't even think of one. Do you want to know why she can't even think of one? I'm going to tell you why she can't think of one. Because there isn't any large medical organization or association backing up her position. At best, there are a few whack job doctors whose field of study has nothing to do with the topic of psychology, biology, or anything to do with dysphoria or being trans. Usually they're like a surgeon, or not even a surgeon. Like, that's not even a good example. Usually they're like I don't know, like a fucking chiropractor or something. And they're like, yes, I am a medical practitioner, and I don't agree with this trans ideology being pushed in the medical, in the medical fields, right? All it takes is one doctor that feels like they'll get a better payday simping for the right-wing, propaganda, the anti-trans propaganda. One doctor to go up on stage and say, I am a doctor, here's my lab coat, and I disagree with literally all the other doctors. It is the exact same thing they do when it comes to man-made climate change. Not like, what is it, 99.8 or like 98% or something like that of scientists, specifically climate scientists, agree that man-made climate change is real and is the cause of a large portion of the global heating that we have seen and the consequences thereof, and that it is caused by human activity and it needs to be slowed down if not stopped. Despite that, the right, for decades now, despite the fact that 98 or more % of scientists all agree on that unanimous consensus, the right will literally just platform any random dumb shit doctor or scientist that they feel like will give their shitty, completely unbacked up positions some credibility. It really is just an appeal to authority. Doctors said we're right, so don't listen to the massive medical organization made up of thousands of doctors and their tens of thousands of data points.
All of that cited in all of our briefs.
You're suggesting that protecting children means overriding the recommendations of the American Medical Association, the American Association of Pediatrics, the Endocrine Society.
We don't have enough data. We don't have enough.
Yes, we do. This is the excuse they've been using for. They will keep using the excuse we don't have enough data until the sun explodes and consumes the earth. The we don't have enough data excuse is because all of her arguments are being shredded away. I want you to imagine this debate is like John Stewart is like a paper shredder, and this lady's argument tree is like a long strip of paper. Jon Stewart is shredding that fucking paper, and she is the hand that's about to get sucked into that shredder if she doesn't bail fast. Because her arguments and her shields and all of her justifications for her beliefs are getting shredded away fast. She is fumbling, and she is absolutely choking right now. Not to mention, by the way, do you know how many over-the-counter drugs that that are literally meant for parents to give to their kids you can overdose on and need to go to the hospital for? My mom literally, there are literally pills that I would be given as a kid, by my mom for pain relief or anything like that, and it's you have to take half because you're below 10 years old. That's what it says on the bottle. You take one or you take half. If you take more, then you can get sick or overdose and have to go to the hospital. You can overdose on aspirin, yeah. The fear of there being some special danger to hormones and transitioning and hormone blockers and whatnot is completely unique to that. There are far more dangerous drugs that are literally handed out over the counter, that are given out everywhere, that you could I've taken. There is more risk to ear infection medication than most hormone blockers. Ear infection medication that I took as a kid, okay? It is a completely fabricated fear. It is one based entirely in transphobia. This completely unfounded idea that what if my kid ends up going through a phase where he thinks he's a girl because he likes to play with Barbies, and the state calls me, I get called a bigot, or the state forces me to put them on hormones, and then, a couple years later, it all turns out to be a mistake, and now my son is forced to live in the body of a woman, and has to transition, or maybe there's no way back, transition back, or maybe there is no way back. There are these wild fucking horror stories that these people have made up for themselves to believe as this made up worry, as a justification to withhold treatment. Well-established, well-studied, well-agreed-upon treatment for what is a known psychological state of gender dysphoria. And gender euphoria, which has been... I don't know if it's, recognized medically yet, but
It seems like euphoria, like that sort of like opposite feeling of like, oh hell yeah, this is what we're trying to achieve, is also a sort of positive motivation. It doesn't seem like it's just like trans viewers in my chat, let me know if I'm wrong here, but is it all just like a negative like push, you know, to transition, or is there a positive pull, you know, like a pulling force of like gratitude and acceptance and happiness with your body and your identity and how people see you, perceive you, treat you, etc. Both? I would assume it would be both. Why is your antivirus flashing? My antivirus isn't flashing. What? What do you mean? What antivirus? There's nothing flashing here. Okay, back to it.
Enough to show that these drugs are effective and that these children are better off, and that we should encourage these.
Or it's not enough for you. Let me try and flip it a different way and see if maybe this can help. In Arkansas, if you have pediatric cancer, and obviously we all want to protect children, I think we established that earlier. Who's got
the little umbrella icon? There is no umbrella icon. There's a little cloud there, but yeah, there's no umbrella there. I don't have any antivirus warning. My computer scans like every week, so we're all good. Hold on, let's rewind really quick.
And obviously we all want to protect children. I think we established that earlier.
Absolutely.
Whose guidelines do you follow for pediatric cancer?
Well, I think if my child, who is 4, if I was faced with that terrible decision, then I would be speaking to my doctor. And if my doctor recommended something that I disagreed with, then I would get a second opinion. And that's what I believe that these parents need to make sure that they're encouraged to get numerous opinions when they're talking about an irreversible step.
You're not letting them. The state's not saying, get.
What a perfect call out on her slippery little. So to be clear there, to a lot of people, if he hadn't responded properly to that, that would have been a very good goalpost move on her part. She was trying to take the position that, oh, we're just trying to encourage these parents to get a second opinion. They just want a second opinion. No. You are pushing legislation that prevents any option for like trans youth to get access to trans-affirming healthcare of any kind. You are not allowing there to be an option. Do not try to fall back on that slippery goalpost move. Such a great call out on that. That was really dishonest on her part. Really good call out on his part. These people really are fucking demons.
Get another opinion. What they're saying is you can't. What you're actually saying is the opposite.
No, that's actually not at all what the state said. The state simply said that you cannot perform these procedures, and so parents should get another opinion that they.
That is just fucking hilarious. She is completely choking. She is completely choking. I cannot wait to see Jon Stewart nail her down.
And children should want to have another opinion.
But that's not.
Because again, these are 9, 10, 11, 12
So if your child is suffering from pediatric cancer, and the state comes in and says to you, they recommend chemotherapy, but we're not going to let you do that. You can't. We think you should get a different opinion. And here's the organization we think you should get the opinion from. They're not the mainstream, but they're an organization. So that's who you have to be treated by.
God damn, he's a good speaker. I really hope as I get older, I get vocal fry and my voice starts to get grumbly like that. There's just something so commanding about everything he says. He looks like a disappointed dad. He looks wise. Like, he just looks like you're only seeing into the surface of his knowledge on the subject, the way he speaks about it. Like, this is effortless for him. Like, listen, guys, maybe I'm gushing a little bit too much, but as somebody who really, really respects good debating, like good debate skill, I really do. I can really appreciate good form. I can really appreciate good form when I see it.
Does that sound like something you would accept?
I think that's a very extreme example. That's not at all in line with what we're talking about. We're not saying that at some point, because when you have cancer, it literally is, and particularly pediatric cancer, and having friends that have lost children to pediatric cancer, having a 4-year-old.
Nail her down on the death statistics, on the suicide ideation, the depression and suicide attempt statistics for trans people, gender dysphoric people. Bring it up.
I'm sure.
I've got some bad news for you. parents with children who have gender dysphoria have lost children to suicide and depression.
They absolutely
because it's
have.
acute. And so these mainstream medical organizations have developed guidelines through peer-reviewed data and studies. And through those guidelines, they've improved mental health outcomes. So I'm confused
Oh my God,
why
she's
you
afraid.
follow.
Did you see that? Did you see that fucking gulp? Did you see that cartoon gulp? Did you see that cartoon gulp? Oh. Bro, I'm rock hard right now, guys. I am rock hard.
So I'm confused why you follow AMA guidelines and AAAP guidelines for all other health issues in Arkansas, because we checked, but not for this.
It's simply saying, let those young people...
Let. I like how every time she tries to defend her position, it's always let. Give them the option. We're just letting. No. You have taken away the option. That is the law that you have passed. There is no let. You have eliminated all but one option, and that is no ability to transition. No access to the healthcare that all of these organizations agree unanimously is the correct treatment for gender dysphoria.
Who are facing gender confusion and dysphoria.
Gender confusion is pretty much the new... So do you guys remember when like homophobic, like pray the gay away preachers would use the term confused instead of gay? It's the same thing. Gender confusion is the same thing as when the conversion therapy pray the gay away preachers would say you're just confused or you're confused in their conversion therapy camps. Therapy, you know.
Allow them to become adults and to make that decision. Allow a child to be a child.
So here's where we have our crossroads.
Allow a child to be a child. See, not an answer to the question, just trying to appeal to whatever audience that is watching that desperately wants to hear the trans community are groomers and your trans kids don't know better. Trust me, they're not gonna... They are not going to cut you off, never speak to you again, and at best... throw your casket into the county dump when you die, or flush your ashes down the toilet if you keep them from getting access to the treatment they need. Trust me, I cannot wait to see the absolute epidemic 10 to 15 years from now of like trans people. It's gonna be like a TikTok trend of trans people dumping their transphobic parents' ashes down the toilet. Mark my fucking words. Some point down the road, it is going to be a TikTok or YouTube or whatever platform comes out trend to just record for trans or LGBT people to just record themselves dumping the ashes of their dead bigoted parents down the toilet or something. That is going to become a trend. And it's going to be a massive power move, and it's going to be based as fuck. And frankly, a fantastic message to all the bigoted parents out there that aren't accepting of their LGBT, or I'm just going to say queer kids, because it's way easier just to say queer, and that word's been reclaimed. That's what, you know what, chat? We're completely, you know what? Fuck saying the LGBT acronym every time. I'm done. It's a tongue twister. We're just going to say queer, okay? It's been reclaimed. I have not heard that term be used in a like slur-like referential way. At this point, it's used almost entirely in reference to the LGBT community and activism for it. So, yeah, basically, this is all just being done to justify like queerphobic parents not allowing their children to access healthcare. That, well, at this point, it's the state not allowing them access to the healthcare, but broadly outside of these states, this is empowering parents in states where they do still have that access to, like, empower them to deny their kids access to, you know, the healthcare that all these experts, all these organizations have unanimously come to the conclusion is the only
good option. Not only that, but like conservatives will try to say, well, what else can we try? What about therapies? What about so therapies have been tried. That's called conversion therapy. So this is from the AACAP.org, the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. Conversion therapy. Variations in sexual orientation and gender expression represent normal and acceptable dimensions of human development. Wow, the first line in the segment on American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry about conversion therapy. They say, variations in sexual orientation and gender expression are normal. They are not considered to be pathological. Therefore, they are not included in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders and the other accepted nosological systems. Health promotion for all youth encourages open exploration of all identity issues, including sexual orientation, gender identity, and/or gender expression, according to recognized practice guidelines. 2. This fosters healthy development, especially for sexual and gender-diverse youth, as they integrate their sexual orientation, gender identity, and/or gender expression into their overall identity without predetermined outcome. This is literally a ridiculously long medical document, so I'm not going to read all of it, but basically, much smarter people in much larger numbers than this dumb fuck have confirmed that everything this woman stands for is wrong and trans people are valid.
You've made the determination that protecting these children means not giving them access to the guidelines and care that have been designed by medical and mental health professionals for children expressing gender dysphoria. And I'm asking you again, what are your qualifications to step in and say, no, keeping you from that care is protecting you. You've made that determination.
Well, these are irreversible decisions that these children at these young ages are...
Name one. If I was in the room with the lady, and I hope that Jon Stewart says this, name one. Name an irreversible procedure being done on children that you think is just being done on a whim or whatever. Name one. They almost always go to hormone blockers if they actually know anything about what treatments are generally given to underage trans patients. But like generally they'll go to something that is rarely, if ever in the US, given to underage, and by underage I mean like below 16 or 18 treatments. Not to mention, you know what else is irreversible? Good point, You know what else is irreversible? Death. Suicide's a common cause of death, believe it or not. One of the most common, in fact, in all the world, especially here in America. And yeah, I actually think that a lot of parents would rather they have an alive daughter than a dead son, or vice versa. I'm gonna go ahead and say they'd rather have an alive, kid who's a different gender identity, even if they're not like 100% supportive of that identity. I think they'd rather have their kid be alive, unless they truly are fucking demons. Unless they truly are completely gone. I don't know if there's anything that can be done if the parent is like, no, I would rather my kid be dead than be trans. There are parents like that. And I've seen them say that shit, and that truly, that shit is just makes you feel hollow for a minute, you know what I'm saying?
Making, or that their
They're
parents
not
are
making the decision. You're making it sound like a 9-year-old walks into a doctor's office and says, give me some testosterone. And the doctor goes, oh, thank God, because we're wanting to create an army of transgenders because we're crazy. And they go right in like...
No, we passed a law to protect the children in Arkansas, and I think that's what is important.
Again, the medical community disagrees with you that
Well,
that's
not all of the
protecting
medical
children.
community.
Who doesn't?
We have had experts testify.
Bringing it back around to the fact she can't name a single organization or expert.
Here in Arkansas.
Okay, from what medical organizations?
Well, we have all of those in our briefs, and I apologize that I wasn't prepared to have a Supreme Court argument today. And
the entirety. So I want to point out here, by the way, she is incapable of naming a single medical organization or expert that backs up the philosophy she is using to justify her lawmaking here. To deprive... Okay. How many trans people live in Arkansas? I feel like Arkansas is a state we could do without. Can we replace Arkansas with Puerto Rico? Can we make Puerto Rico a state and like airlift it and just drop it on top of Arkansas? Sort of like an Anor Londo, New Londo situation, you know? Old Arkansas and New Puerto Rico. That's always been my dream. I really hate Arkansas, guys. I really do hate Arkansas. Anyway, like, a lot of trans people probably live in Arkansas. I can't say how many, but certainly an amount that I would consider to be a lot. If I saw all the trans people in the entire state of Arkansas lined up like an army in front of me, I'd be like, that's a lot of people. So, a lot of trans people. And many of them, no doubt, being kids or under the age of 18. She's taken away their choice of having access to that medical treatment. She is once again trying to bring it back around to the idea that, yeah, there's definitely experts that support me. Can't name them, though, and yet these experts are supposedly ones informing her lawmaking that's depriving all of these trans kids of access to their healthcare. Really despicable shit. That she can't even name one organization that's informing her positions. There aren't any. At best, there's a few completely, like, disgraced doctors that have taken this position that are, like, have basically been kicked out of the medical community because they took a stance that's wrong and won't back off of it despite all of the data and evidence going to the contrary. And it's very clearly just a politically motivated, endeavor.
In front of you, but we are going to have arguments on this case.
Right.
For the record, by the way, for those of you guys that don't know, Cassandra02 in chat is a lolicon. So if they're just being annoying in chat, you can ban them. But they want to debate me at some point, so yeah. It's up to you guys, mods. No, you're definitely a lolicon. Nah, you're a lolicon. Don't try to wiggle out of it. You want to debate me about the lolicon thing, you are.
When the time comes.
You support maps, but you're not. Okay, yeah. Ban Cassandra too. Okay. Well, that's a pedophile down. That's another pedophile down. 2 pedophiles down, actually, because this lady, listen, anybody like this who tries to use the veneer of protecting children as an excuse to hurt them definitely has some skeletons in their closet, my friends. Oh boy. If you think this lady isn't a fucking creep, well, you might be a little bit naive about these people. They are not very, these people are demons, okay? This lady with a straight face, besides her occasional little gulps of fear when she got called out by Jon Stewart, this lady with a straight face was basically just lying in order to justify her actions, which will do nothing but harm children. With a straight face. She's milfy, though. Listen. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You didn't have to say it, though, Ellen DeGeneres. You didn't have to say it. You're not wrong. Now. Jon Stewart was absolutely amazing there, okay? Holy fuck. I have not seen that, like, a debate performance that... I know it was a very short one, but that spectacular or satisfying to watch in a while. He really did just nail her down on every single thing, and just... He did a very good job. I'm very happy with that. That was very, very good. Yeah, Jon Stewart needs to be arrested because that was a murder. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video, please consider leaving a like if you want to support my channel, my videos, or my VODs. And of course, if you want to see, you want to get notified by YouTube whenever I go live or upload a new video, you can subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications. And of course, if you want to see more from me online, you can follow my social medias, all linked down below in the description. And finally, if you want to support me financially, and you've got the money for it, and you don't need it for anything else, then please consider donating, subscribing, or perhaps even gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, perhaps even financially supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or even through Patreon. With all that said, thank you all so much for watching, and have a good one. Alright, guys. It is time. We've only got 2 people in Xander's Theater for the watch party, so unless we start seeing that flood with people, then that watch party is not happening tonight for Rings of Power. A few more people joined. How do I join? You gotta go down to the description in my YouTube stream and click the button to join the Discord server. You're a fresh Discord user? Go ahead and at me in whatever chat you have access to, and I'll give you the role that allows you to join the VC. I want to get a nice big group of people in there to watch this. Listen, Cassandra, I appreciate your tenacity, but I'm afraid that it is, as they say, not a good look to have a pedophile in the chat. Like, the idea of a pet pedophile in the chat, like, it seems appealing to a degree, right? Like, there's a certain level of, like, haha, good memes of, like, bullying a little pet pedophile in the chat, but, like, it's just not a good look. It's not a good look, you know? I don't I don't think we should do that. I feel like it might be, as they say, bad optics. Bro, why are you like this? You're just not gonna get debated? Listen, I will debate that person, but I can't just let them run free in the chat annoying people, okay? It was getting to the point where they were like every other message in the chat spamming annoying shit, okay? Like, at a certain point, it's like, okay, come back when you're ready to debate, and then you'll be your content, and we'll see what we think of you after that. But for now, they're just kind of being annoying and talking about how they're a map in the chat, which is just not a good look. Oh, they were also doing that 4 hours ago too. Well, Gatsgato, I can't see everything that happens in the chat. Guys, I'm not the eternal, ever-looking eye of Sauron. I cannot see through flesh, stone, and metal. Okay, I don't. Ah. My back just turned into a fucking stick of firecrackers there. Anyway, no, I'm not criticizing you, Zan. Oh yeah, I know. I was just responding. Anyway, go ahead and hop into the VC if you want to Lord of the Rings of Power it up. I got a few ats. Okay, let me go ahead and give you member. Need the role. Who else needed the role? Lady Tiny Paw. Okay. You are now a member. Where's my vape? Yo, Ayo, where the fuck my vape at? Oh, there it is. Is this from episode 1? Yes. We're going rock hard into this. It's gonna be fun. Have you played Disco Elysium on stream before? No, I have not. Alright, guys. I'm gonna hop in to the Xander's Theater VC now, and I'm gonna wrap up stream. We're gonna do a watch party of as many episodes of Rings of Power as I've got energy in me for tonight. It feels like a good way to wind down before bed. I'm also gonna make an announcement in the Discord, so everybody will be able to see that, you know, in the Discord that it's happening, and hopefully they will hopefully they'll join as well. So maybe we'll have a pretty packed audience. Who knows? We've already got like, how many people is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people already waiting. So that's not too bad. All right, guys. Hopefully a lot more of you will join, and I hope to see you all there. Thank you all so much for watching me tonight. It's been amazing. You all have been fantastic. Your support has been awesome. And as always, thank you so much for watching, and have a damn good one. I'll see you all next time. Doo-doo fart.